Chapter 1242. Corpse Granny, Zhong Tianda, and Representative Yang all thought that Python 5 would be able to hold off the Moon Lady for a while, but who would have thought that he would be scared out of his wits by the Moon Lady's attack? How was he still that powerful and ambitious person? He was simply a piece of trash. At this moment, how could they dare to stay in the same place? However, because they still wanted to get the Imperial ruler's seal, even though they had escaped, they did not go far. They were still hiding in the city of Sin, waiting for an opportunity to get the Imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao had already rushed into the crowd of the Black Python clan and started a massacre. There was no sympathy or mercy in those empty skeletal eyes. Only slaughter could stop the slaughter. Only force could fight against force. No matter how many words some people said to persuade others to put down their weapons, in reality, countless facts had proven one thing: killing to stop killing was the true way of the king. No dynasty had ever been built on a foundation without bloodshed. Because in this cruel world, if you did not kill others, others would kill you. If you sympathized with others, what you got in return would not be gratitude, but would only be repaid with enmity. Soon, all the warriors of the Black Python clan had turned into cold corpses. Ling Xiao did not vent his anger. He soared into the sky and landed on the Black Python clan's mansion. After confirming that the Everlasting Joy ancestor and the others were not inside, he destroyed the mansion as well. This was not only to vent his anger, but also a warning. He wanted to tell the world that whoever dared to provoke Ling Xiao, the Black Python clan, was the best example. On the other side, Python Sky and Python Yuntu were killed. Only Python Foam was still holding on bitterly. Seeing the members of the Black Python clan die tragically on the spot, his heart simply twitched. He hated himself. Why did he not stop Python 5 from finding trouble with Ling Xiao? If he had stopped him, the outcome would not have been like this. The onlookers trembled. Today, they finally understood a fact: the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire was not a flower raised in a greenhouse. He was a terrifying existence, an existence who truly had the ability to make his enemies' lives worse than death. Perhaps the Imperial Jade Seal really belonged to him. Only a truly powerful person deserved such a treasure. I regret it so much. With a mournful wail, Python Wind was stabbed to death by Cold Plum. At the moment of his death, he finally came to a realization. Since Ling Xiao dared to come to the city of Sin, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Ling Xiao knew that the Imperial ruler's seal was a hot potato, yet he was still unwilling to throw it out. That was even more terrifying. This meant that this young man was confident enough to control the Imperial Jade Seal. Just like when the human king had the Imperial Jade Seal, no one dared to snatch it from him. For many people, this was a hot potato, but for Ling Xiao, it was a must. He knew that from today onwards, he would encounter all sorts of troubles. Many people would want to take action against him for the Imperial Seal. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt an immense excitement deep in his soul. The more enemies there were, the better. That way, he could continue to improve his strength. His strength didn't come from sitting there and cultivating. Instead, it came from constant battles. If one could become an expert just by meditating, then wouldn't it be too worthless to become an expert? The battle was over. The city of Sin was in a mess. Ling Xiao announced one thing in front of everyone: the Imperial ruler's seal is in my hands. Whoever wants it can come and take it. However, before you come, think about it. The Black Python clan is your example. I won't leave anyone alive. Just as Ling Xiao made this announcement, the Moon Lady returned. Python 5's corpse was thrown onto the long street. That was the corpse of a yin-yang realm warrior. Even a powerful expert like Python 5 was killed. How terrifying was the woman beside Ling Xiao? Eye of the divine pot, collect. Ling Xiao wouldn't let Python 5's corpse go to waste. Although he was already dead, the soul power and yin-yang energy in Python 5's body were extremely shocking. These couldn't be wasted. It was crucial for Ling Xiao to break through and improve his cultivation. One battle caused everyone in the city of Sin to panic. Many people even thought that the alchemy conference that was about to begin would be impossible now that the Black Python clan had fallen. After all, The alchemy conference in the City of Sin had always been hosted by the Black Python clan. However, just as everyone was panicking, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island appeared. The old man was like an old immortal who had attained immortality. He sat on a sedan chair. The sedan chair was actually suspended in mid-air. No one was lifting it. From this, it could be seen that the Everlasting Joy Patriarch's poison was almost cured. His cultivation was also almost recovered. Everyone, the Black Python clan, brought this upon themselves. As for other matters, they are not as important as the alchemy conference. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch said loudly, in the past, the alchemy conference was hosted by the Black Python clan. This time, I hereby announce that this alchemy conference will be the last one held in the City of Sin. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island will host it. In the future, the alchemy conference will be held on the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch was also impressive. The alchemy conference was an important event to test the abilities of alchemists. In the past, the scale of the alchemy conference was not small. Unfortunately, the influence of the Black Python clan was limited. Therefore, there were still fewer alchemists who came. This time, he was going to host the conference in the name of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Basically, all the young alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby sea regions would come. Even the White Tiger continent might send some outstanding young alchemists to participate. Due to some last-minute changes, this alchemy conference will be postponed for 3 days in order to make it more convenient for the alchemists to go to the City of Sin. After announcing this matter, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch left the scene. However, before he left, he nodded at Ling Xiao. This was also a kind of attitude. Although he didn't say anything, he showed that he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao for going against the Black Python clan. After all, the Black Python clan had a deep relationship with the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Thank you. Ling Xiao had already dismissed the skeleton soldiers. Although he felt that his body was swaying as if it didn't belong to him anymore, he still managed to say a word of thanks. After that, he returned to Princess Yun Ye's residence under the escort of Cold Plum and the others. When he arrived, Ling Xiao simply fell asleep. It was really too tiring. Although using the primordial spirit to fight was much more powerful than using his own body to fight, it was also much more tiring. In particular, the after effects were too great. He really couldn't bear it. Perhaps the Everlasting Joy Patriarch announcing the postponement of the alchemy conference was actually a good thing for him. Ling Xiao rested for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, he finally woke up from his deep sleep. During these 2 days, some subtle changes occurred in the City of Sin. Chapter 1243. The smell of blood on the street had long been washed away. The ruins of the Black Python clan had been cleaned up and a huge plaza had been temporarily built. This should be the venue for the alchemy conference. There were many magic treasures in the profound world anyway. It was very easy to create a perfect venue for the conference. Not only that, the number of outstanding alchemists that had rushed to Sin City in the past 2 days had also increased. The Everlasting Joy Ancestor stipulated that alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby seas could participate in the alchemy conference. There were no age restrictions or racial restrictions. This was a lot more relaxed than the previous alchemy conference. Perhaps it was because of this that this conference had attracted a lot of attention. Even the Divine Phoenix Empire had sent people from Phoenix Cry Mountain to watch the competition. There were also imperial physicians from the palace who had come to participate. Similarly, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island had also sent many alchemists. One of them was very eye-catching. His name was Dan Qing. Dan Qing was only in his early 30s, but he was one of the best alchemists on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. His rank in the Alchemist Association was peak yellow grade. And the badge Ling Xiao was currently wearing was high yellow grade. Because it was already the last day before the alchemy conference, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow brought the Everlasting Joy Ancestors' order to visit Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was stretching his limbs in the courtyard. After sleeping for 2 days, he felt as if his body was going to rust. It was not very comfortable, so he practiced in the courtyard to recover. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in his line of sight. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow. However, her clothes were decorated with beautiful and elegant snowflakes. It was very different from the pure white clothes that Ling Xiao had worn before. Her steps were light and graceful. It was obvious that she had been strictly educated since she was young. That was why she had such beautiful steps. Yun Ya's residence had been changed to the guards and attendants of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At this time, the eyes of many bodyguards seemed to be attracted by the graceful steps of the young girl. They stared at her without blinking. Ever since Zhong Tianda escaped, the area manager of the first 2 continents that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had changed to Yun Ya. It had to be said that the efficiency of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was very high. Although they did not send people to kill Zhong Tianda, they announced that Zhong Tianda was kicked out of the trading company. This was a very smart move. It was also a helpless move. Because on this side, no one was more convincing than Princess Yun Ya. Even if the higher-ups wanted to send a manager over, the manager would probably be a mere figurehead. Therefore, the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company naturally took advantage of the situation. It was not a bad thing to do her a favor without offending Princess Yun Ya. The woman was, of course, Phoenix Cry Piaro Shui. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, this woman was nothing. After all, she had the Moon Lady, Ling Yixue, and Cold Plum as a foil. However, in the eyes of other men, she was a goddess, the lover of their dreams. The man walking beside Feng Ming and Piaro Shui was dressed in an elegant long robe with golden edges. He was natural and unrestrained and exuded a noble aura. The man's figure was a little thin, but he still walked steadily. His smile, in particular, was like the radiance of the spring sun that could melt the coldness in the hearts of young girls. Of course, this man's delicate and handsome appearance was not considered a characteristic. After all, in the mystic world, due to the difference in martial souls and cultivation methods, it was normal for many people to be delicate and handsome. The key was actually the badge on the man's chest. It was actually a top yellow grade badge issued by the Pharmacist Association. What did this mean? It meant that this man, who was about 30 years old, was actually a top yellow grade pharmacist. Within the range of the first 2 continents, he was definitely a top pharmacist. Perhaps in the past, some people would have thought that this man walking beside the woman was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. It was inevitable that others would be jealous and unhappy. However, after seeing this badge, those jealousy and unhappiness instantly disappeared and were replaced by admiration and shock. This man was one of the pharmacists sent by the Tranquil Celestial Island, Dan Qing. Moreover, Dan Qing fell in love with Feng Ming and Piaro Shui at first sight. After seeing Feng Ming and Piaro Shui, he directly went to Ancestor Chang'e to propose marriage. This bold move not only did not make Ancestor Chang'e angry, but also praised him for his bravery and even promised to match the 2 of them. After all, to Ancestor Chang'e, a genius pharmacist like Dan Qing was incomparably important to the Tranquil Celestial Island. Although Ling Xiao had cured his poison, this did not prove his full ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a cultivator of the Tranquil Celestial Island. It was normal for him to be more willing to match Dan Qing with Feng Ming and Piaro Shui. Of course, on the surface, it seemed like a perfect match, a match made in heaven, and a match made in heaven could be used to describe the 2 of them. The crowd could not help but cast envious and amazed gazes. At this moment, the 2 of them had become the most beautiful scenery in Yun Ya's residence. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. Ling Xiao, this is senior brother Dan Qing from the Tranquil Celestial Island. He is also a pharmacist and will be participating in the alchemy conference this time. Feng Ming and Piaro Shui walked forward and introduced them to Ling Xiao with a smile. I can see that. A top yellow-level pharmacist at such a young age is really amazing. Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat impressed by Dan Qing. After all, to be able to reach such a level in his 30s, his talent was even stronger than Sun Shong's in the past. Are you the young hero Ling that the ancestor often talks about? You don't look like you're 20 years old. Are you really a yellow-level pharmacist? Dan Qing looked at Ling Xiao with some arrogance and doubt. He seemed to not believe that there was someone in this world who was more talented than him. Dan Qing, what are you talking about? He saved my grandfather's life. Don't you even have the most basic respect for him? Feng Ming and Piaro Shui were a little unhappy. Haha, I'm sorry, Piaro Shui. I just don't believe that it's his ability. Dan Qing smiled faintly and said, perhaps there is an expert behind him who is giving him pointers. Ling Xiao originally had a good impression of Dan Qing, but now he was a little unhappy. He had saved the Tranquil ancestor, and even the ancestor was polite to him. How dare this guy look down on him? Was it because this guy had some talent? He couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Since the alchemy conference was about to begin, he didn't need to explain or argue. When the day of the alchemy conference began, it would be clear who was more powerful. Brother Dan Qing, you will soon know whether or not I have an expert to give me pointers. I only hope that as the representative of the Tranquil Celestial Island, you won't embarrass yourself at the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if the two of you have nothing else to say today, you may leave. I just woke up and have many things to do. Chapter 1244. Phoenix Cry. Piaro Shui felt helpless. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Dan Qing here. All right, Ling Xiao. Recover well. We'll see you at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Piaro Shui, is this Ling Xiao really as powerful as you said? He's not even 20 yet, right? Dan Qing asked with a frown as he watched Ling Xiao return to his room. He hasn't even celebrated his 17th birthday yet. Dan Qing, although your grade is higher than his, you can't underestimate him. Not only does he have the true Samadhi flame and the dark flame of death, but his medical skills are also brilliant. Phoenix Cry. Piaro Shui looked at Ling Xiao's back, her beautiful eyes shining. She secretly lamented that she didn't discover Ling Xiao's many good points earlier. Now that Ling Xiao had so many good women by his side, she couldn't even get a foot in. Dan Qing, who was at the side, glanced at Feng Ming Piaro Shui and realized that the woman he liked was admiring another man in such an unscrupulous manner. He immediately felt a strong sense of jealousy and clenched his fists tightly. Piaro Shui, do you really know that Ling Xiao? This person came to the city of sin and turned it upside down. If you get too close to him, I'm afraid you'll implicate Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Dan Qing said. What do you mean? Hearing this, Phoenix Cry. Piaro Shui couldn't help but frown. Ling Xiao is the benefactor who saved my grandfather. I only know that he's the benefactor of Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Whether or not he's a troublemaker, whether or not he'll bring trouble to Eternal Joy Celestial Island, what does it matter? But this person isn't easy to deal with. He killed Python 5 and offended Water God Temple and Emerald Wave Island. There's too much trouble. Dan Qing said again. Feng Ming Piaro Shui glanced at Dan Qing with slight annoyance and said, Big brother Dan Qing, you're the most talented alchemist on Tranquil Celestial Island. Can you not be so narrow-minded and short-sighted? You only saw who he offended, but you didn't see that he also had the support of the Moon Maiden, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Princess Yun Ya, the Divine Phoenix Empire's Qingshu College, our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, and the Celestial Empire behind here. We don't want to be friends with him, but we want to be his enemy. What kind of logic is this? You've seen what happened to the Black Python clan. Python 5 couldn't even withstand a single blow from that moon lady. Haha, Sister Piaro Shui, you're exaggerating. I'm just concerned about you. After all, this is the first time I've met Ling Xiao. There's no enmity between us, so why would I hate him? Dan Qing was infuriated because Feng Ming Piaro Shui was protecting Ling Xiao, and also because Ling Xiao's luck was too good. His mentality was somewhat unbalanced. However, this person wasn't an ordinary person after all, so he still revealed a faint smile on his face. He didn't want to completely fall out with Feng Ming Piaro Shui because of Ling Xiao. That wouldn't be worth it. That's right, brother Dan Qing. Ling Xiao's current grade may not be as high as yours, but he's knowledgeable and knows too many things. If you don't work hard, the title of the strongest pharmacist of the younger generation will really be taken away by him. Feng Ming Piaro Shui smiled and said, also, Grandfather asked me to remind you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be Ling Xiao, but us. Those people who were killed that day are examples. Let's go. After walking out of Yun Ya's residence and seeing Feng Ming Piaro Shue's lithe figure, Dan Qing's heart was instantly filled with anger. Piaro Shue, the ancestor, said that as long as I become the champion of the alchemy conference, he'll let us get married. He chased after Feng Ming Piaro Shue and grabbed her hand. Feng Ming Piaro Shue flung his hand away, then looked at him very calmly and said, "We'll talk about this after you become the champion of the alchemy conference. I'm afraid that you're not even as good as Ling Xiao." She seemed to be a little angry and quickened her pace to leave. Dan Qing stood there with a gloomy expression. He turned back to look at Yun Ya's residence and gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao. H. I'll definitely let you know what a real pharmacist is at the alchemy conference. He was the pharmacist of the Tranquil Celestial Island, and his master was the strongest pharmacist of the White Tiger continent, Medicine King Sun Sa. He believed that no one on the first two continents would be his match. After saying that, Dan Qing quickly turned and left. There were some things that needed to be properly prepared. Ling Xiao stayed in his residence for a while and felt that his body had almost recovered. Considering that tomorrow was the day of the alchemy conference, he decided to go to the Tranquil ancestor to inquire about some things. After all, until now, he really didn't know how the alchemy conference would be conducted. After leaving Yun Ya's residence, Ling Xiao had just arrived at the residence of the Tranquil ancestor, which was also the venue of the alchemy conference. That place was originally the ruins of the Black Python clan's residence, but it had been rebuilt. Although it wasn't considered luxurious, it was definitely a grand place. The words Alchemy Conference were hung above the door at the entrance. The atmosphere was already very intense. Along the way, Ling Xiao realized that there were many more martial artists maintaining order in the city of Sin. Some of these people were local martial artists of the city of Sin, while others were martial artists of the Tranquil Celestial Island. However, they were all wearing the same uniform with the symbol of the Alchemy Conference embroidered on it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the work of the Tranquil ancestor. In the past, when the Black Python clan was still around, the Alchemy Conference's scale was relatively small. Relying on the Black Python clan alone was enough to maintain order in the conference. However, the scale of the Alchemy Conference this time was obviously much larger. That was why the Tranquil ancestor had organized so many experts to maintain order. After all, if such a grand event were to really cause trouble, there would be a lot of casualties. When that happens, the Tranquil Celestial Island's reputation would be affected as well. After all, they were the hosts of the Alchemy Conference. If something were to happen, they would be the ones to be scolded. At this time, there was a hubbub of voices outside the Alchemy Conference. The number of alchemists from the two continents and the nearby seas was at least 10 times more than 2 days ago. It could be said that the surrounding people were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and it was extremely crowded. It was no wonder. This was the first time the Tranquil Celestial Island hosted such a grand event. Naturally, many alchemists hoped to use this alchemy conference to let the world know of their existence. If they were chosen by the 5 Immortal Island, the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, or the 2 Empires, then they wouldn't have to worry about wealth in the future. Ling Xiao was about to use his exquisite technique to enter and find the Tranquil ancestor when the crowd suddenly became restless. The people who were originally crowding at the entrance actually took the initiative to open up a path. Ling Xiao curiously looked towards the middle of the road and realized that there was a luxurious sedan chair there. The sedan chair was completely decorated with gold, silver, and jewels. It looked extremely beautiful and not tacky at all. Of course, the sedan chair wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were 4 rarely seen beautiful women carrying the sedan chair. The most terrifying thing was that the cultivation of these 4 beautiful women had reached the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Are they the alchemist representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chapter 1245. The reason why Ling Xiao judged that the 4 women were from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was mainly because he found that these 4 beautiful women all had the same mark as Princess Yun Ya. Therefore, He was basically sure that the people sitting in the palanquin must be the representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who came to participate in this alchemy conference. Sure enough, the one following behind the palanquin with a wry smile on her face was Princess Yun-Ya. Obviously, Princess Yun-Ya was a little dissatisfied with the way the owner of the palanquin appeared. The four beautiful women landed on the ground, and the palanquin was gently put down. The gauze curtain was lifted, and a lively figure jumped down from the palanquin. There are so many people. However, I, Ji Luoyu, naturally want to win the championship. The girl did not hide her ambition at all. Her voice wasn't soft at all. Everyone in the surroundings could hear her clearly. Who is this girl? Why is she so arrogant? Someone asked. Shh, don't be so loud. Don't you know? She is the treasured disciple of the White Tiger Continent's medicine king Sun Sa. She is also the deputy manager of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger Continent. Not only is she super strong, but her alchemy skills are even more amazing. Among the crowd, there were naturally people who were experienced and knowledgeable and recognized the girl's identity. She's probably only 18 or 19 years old. She's actually a yellow-level super pharmacist. Someone noticed the Pharmacist Association badge that Ji Luoyu was wearing and was suddenly shocked. You didn't see wrongly. This is a figure known as the Little Medicine King in the White Tiger Continent. Although it's impossible for her to learn all of Medicine King Sun Sa's abilities, with her medical skills, she is absolutely invincible in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Many older pharmacists lowered their heads and sighed, their faces red. Some of them were over 100 years old, but their pharmacist ranks were not as high as a little girl's. They really felt a little ashamed. Ling Xiao naturally heard these discussions. He was also a little surprised by this little medicine king Ji Luoyu. This girl should be only 2 or 3 years older than him, but her cultivation was much stronger than his. Her pharmacist rank had actually reached the highest level of the yellow level, which was even better than Dan Qing. Sure enough, the closer they got to the Heaven's Chosen Gate, the stronger their opponents became. If Ling Xiao really wanted to realize his great ambition of reshaping the human race's celestial empire, his current strength was not qualified at all. Once he reached the Paradise State, he would have to think of a way to head over to the White Tiger mainland. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain even more fortuitous encounters over there, allowing his cultivation state to rise even faster. Naturally, his strength would rise even faster as well. Luoyu, aren't you talking a little too big? According to my knowledge, there are 2 people who are probably not weaker than you. At this time, Princess Yun-Ya also came forward and said to Ji Luoyu with a smile. Oh, I know. One is Dan Qing from the Chang'e Celestial Island, and the other is Ling Xiao, whom you can't forget. But it doesn't matter. They are no match for me. Ji Luoyu smiled, then walked into the alchemy conference with her 4 bodyguards. Although the alchemy conference hadn't started yet, some of the alchemists who had just arrived still wanted to inquire about the rules. Ji Luoyu was no exception. Ling Xiao smiled. Ji Luoyu was powerful, but unfortunately, she was no match for him. He had the help of the mountain and river martial soul and the Tai Chi Eye. Among the yellow-level alchemists, there was basically no match for him. During the alchemy conference, let me see just how powerful this proud little sister of yours is. After thinking about it secretly, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. He used the shadow step to slip through the crowd. He rushed into the alchemy conference square. After entering, it was obvious that the space was much more spacious. Ling Xiao simply showed himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be mistaken as an assassin. The Chang'e ancestor's residence was easy to find. His soul power was so strong that he could sense it slightly. The security inside was tight, but after seeing Ling Xiao, they didn't stop him. They even smiled at him. Ling Xiao thought that this was most likely the Chang'e ancestor's order. Although this old man didn't help him on the street, he was quite satisfied with the small things he did. Compared to many people who repay kindness with enmity, this old man was much better. Little friend, come in. Before Ling Xiao knocked on the door, the Chang'e ancestor's voice came from inside. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This martial artist with a profound cultivation must have a strong soul power. Walking into the room, the tranquil ancestor was leaning on the soft couch and drinking tea. Although his body had basically recovered, it wasn't suitable for him to cultivate or be overly tired. He still needed to rest more. The old man he saw before was standing at the side with his hands behind his back, waiting on him. "Little friend, did you come to find this old man today because of the alchemy conference?" The tranquil ancestor asked straightforwardly. "That's right. Because I was in a coma for the past 2 days, I didn't ask clearly how the alchemy conference was going to be held and how to participate. I think with so many people here, it can't be that they are going to compete together, right?" Ling Xiao sat down and asked. "The number of people is indeed more than 10 times more than in the past, but it doesn't matter. The competition venue this time is also very big. Moreover, our competition will be divided into several stages. With each stage, the difficulty will increase significantly." The tranquil ancestor replied. "It's a little similar to the preliminaries of the martial arts tournament." Ling Xiao said. "Yes, it's more or less like that. You don't have to worry about the specific process. Just come tomorrow and participate. Naturally, someone will arrange everything. If our tranquil celestial island doesn't even have the ability to do this, it'll really be too embarrassing." The tranquil ancestor nodded and said, "Little friend Ling Xiao, there are many experts in the competition this time. Not only are there representatives from the 5 immortal islands, but there are also representatives from the White Tiger continent. I'm afraid you'll be under a lot of pressure." Ling Xiao smiled. He had already guessed this after meeting Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. The tranquil celestial island's influence was much greater than that of the Black Python clan. Therefore, when they held the alchemy conference, there would definitely be many people who would support them. This time was too tight, so some reclusive alchemists were unable to participate. Even so, the quality of the alchemists participating in this conference was still much higher than before. "I understand. I saw Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, Ji Luoyu, outside the door just now. She should be the highest grade among this batch of participants, right?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "No, her overall strength can only be ranked 4th. There are 3 older alchemists in front of her. Although their grades are the same as hers, they are much more experienced." The tranquil ancestor explained. "I see." Ling Xiao nodded. This alchemy conference did not have an age restriction, so it was normal for such a situation to occur. In this alchemy conference, there are a total of 4 yellow-grade super alchemists, 10 top-grade alchemists, and as many as 100 high-grade alchemists. Therefore, you're under a lot of pressure. "Do you want me to help you?" the tranquil ancestor asked with a smile. Chapter 1246. The Everlasting Joy Ancestor proposed to help Ling Xiao in the alchemy conference. "That won't be necessary." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I have confidence in myself. If that's the case, then this old man won't say more. Let's talk about the Imperial Jade Seal." The Everlasting Joy Ancestor suddenly changed the topic. "What's wrong with the Imperial Jade Seal?" Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile. "Young friend, don't misunderstand. This old man just wants to remind you that after you spread the news that the Imperial Jade Seal is in your hands, many people unrelated to the alchemy conference came to the city of Sin. They might attack you at any time." The Everlasting Joy Ancestor reminded. "Thank you for your concern, Senior. However, I've made myself very clear. If you want the Imperial Jade Seal, it's fine. However, if you implicate the 10 clans, I hope they won't regret it." Ling Xiao's words were both confident and a warning. He knew that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island also coveted the Imperial Jade Seal. However, they didn't dare to openly snatch it because they were afraid of the Moon Maiden. However, if he guessed correctly, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island must be secretly eyeing the Imperial Jade Seal as well. That's true. However, young friend, have you ever thought that if people join forces to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal, can the Moon Maiden stop them all? Even if she can, you won't even be able to sleep or cultivate in peace. Are you really willing to be coveted by others? The Everlasting Joy Ancestor said again. That's a problem. What's the everlasting joy ancestor's opinion on the arrangement? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Actually, it's quite simple. There's a Vajra island in the 7 martial sect islands. There's a Vajra pagoda on the Vajra island. As long as you put something in there, even a yin-yang realm martial artist won't be able to snatch it away. The everlasting joy ancestor said, "This old man suggests that you put the imperial jade seal in the Vajra pagoda first and take it out when you have the ability to use it." That's a good idea. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile, but it soon disappeared. He knew that this was just a small trick the everlasting joy ancestor had used to obtain the imperial jade seal. Since that was the case, why not follow his heart? His mountain river martial spirit could replicate anything, including the imperial ruler's seal. Of course, compared to the real thing, the replicated imperial ruler's seal would lose its special effects. It would just look the same and be made of the same material. However, other than him, no one else knew about this. If he could use a replica to divert the trouble away, it would be a smart choice. Patriarch Chang'e was right about one thing. He did not have the qualifications to use the imperial ruler's seal. He could only rely on the Moon Maiden. If he insisted on using it, he might hurt the Moon Maiden. "How do I get to Diamond Island?" Ling Xiao asked. "After the alchemy conference ends, this old man will personally bring you there." Ancestor Chang'e's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, but he quickly concealed it. "All right, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back tomorrow to participate in the alchemy conference." Ling Xiao stood up and said, "There's no hurry. Maybe there's something you'll be interested in." Old Ancestor Chang'e said. "Oh, it's like this. According to the rules of the conference, the top 20 pharmacists can participate in a ranking test before the start of the conference so that they can be re-ranked. This ranking will affect the selection of cauldrons, herbs, and other matters on the day of the conference. It's quite important. Do you want to give it a try? But I don't think I can make it into the top 20, right?" Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry. Even if you can't make it into the top 20, you can still participate in the test. I forgot to tell you that after the test, regardless of your ranking, you'll get a souvenir. The higher your ranking, the better the souvenir." Old Ancestor Chang'e said domineeringly. "If that's the case, this junior will accept." Ling Xiao was actually not too interested in the souvenir. He was more interested in probing the strength of his opponents in advance. This way, it would be convenient to be prepared. "Since you're willing, follow this old man." Old Ancestor Chang'e personally brought Ling Xiao to a building somewhere in the alchemy conference. This was an independent building that was clearly built using some kind of magic treasure. It actually looked somewhat majestic and dignified. Creak. As the door opened, there was a sudden clamor from inside. There were also countless pairs of slightly hostile eyes. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu were indeed inside. Among the 20 pharmacists standing inside, there were 4 yellow-level super pharmacists, 10 yellow-level peak-level pharmacists, and 6 yellow-level advanced pharmacists who were outstanding. When Ling Xiao and Old Ancestor Chang'e walked into the hall, these people's gazes were all directed at them. When they first saw Old Ancestor Chang'e, they were somewhat surprised. However, when they saw him, they all revealed expressions of disdain. Ling Xiao was also wearing a yellow-level advanced pharmacist badge. However, that badge was clearly brand new and had been obtained not long ago. This meant that he was only a newbie among the yellow-level advanced pharmacists. Most people in this hall would probably not take him seriously. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao's age, these people revealed even more disdain. When Dan Qing saw Ling Xiao, he was clearly somewhat astonished. However, after a moment, he revealed a cold smile. He had probably guessed that Old Ancestor Chang'e wanted Ling Xiao to participate in this pre-competition prediction. He wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao at the alchemy conference. However, he could not wait any longer. During the test later, he would be able to make Ling Xiao face reality. As for the young medicine king, Ji Luoyu, she only casually glanced at Ling Xiao before retracting her gaze and chatting with the pharmacists at the side. She was definitely like a moon surrounded by stars. Those who surrounded her, regardless of whether they were male or female, All had expressions of admiration and envy. However, regardless of the gazes in the hall, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. At the side, old ancestor Chang'el could not help but secretly praise, as expected of a leader among the younger generation. Facing so many malicious gazes, he can still remain so calm. Amazing. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was calm because he was confident. Not only was Ling Xiao not nervous, but he also wanted to laugh. Old ancestor, why are you here? An unfamiliar face in the hall came forward and asked. This person should also be from Chang'el Immortal Island. He was very respectful to old ancestor Chang'el. Yes, I brought a little fellow to participate in the test. If he can enter the top 20, write his name in. Old ancestor Chang'el said indifferently. Old ancestor, I'm afraid this is not good. That person frowned and said. What's not good about it? It's not breaking the rules. As the organizer of this conference, do I not have the qualifications to recommend a young and promising genius pharmacist? Old ancestor Chang'el said with a cold face. Chapter 1247. Yes, of course. But do you really want to give him the recommendation? That person obviously looked down on Ling Xiao. But that was normal. Ling Xiao was the youngest among these people. One look and you could tell that he was the kind of person who didn't know how to do things properly. Who would dare to believe him? Can't I? Of course, that person muttered. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, you were able to get the ancestor's recommendation. This is a special case among special cases. If you don't have confidence, you should take the initiative to give up. Don't embarrass the ancestor when the time comes. You don't believe in the patriarch? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Nonsense, I don't have confidence in you. The alchemists participating in this alchemy conference are generally stronger. So even if it's just a test before the competition, it won't be easy. You have to think carefully. It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but if you embarrass the patriarch, you'll be making an enemy out of the everlasting joy Celestial Island. That person shouted sternly. How should I address you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. My surname is an O, so it's Senior An. It's not up to you to tell me who I'm embarrassing. Moreover, you're so presumptuous that I'm going to embarrass myself. If I get good results later, won't you embarrass yourself too? As a member of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, if you embarrass yourself, won't you be making an enemy out of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the middle-aged man with the surname An. It seemed that every sect was short of such fools who relied on their powerful connections to intimidate others and judged others by their appearance. Ph, you better know what you're talking about. The man with the surname An snorted coldly. At this moment, he had already noticed the ashen-faced patriarch Everlasting Joy beside Ling Xiao. He knew that he had overstepped his boundaries. Therefore, he did not dare to continue. Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, have always known what I'm talking about and what I'm doing. It's just that some people don't understand. Ling Xiao glanced at the man with the surname An indifferently. Then, he turned to Patriarch Everlasting Joy and said, Patriarch, I'll go and prepare first. Yes. Patriarch Chang'el nodded and watched as Ling Xiao entered the testing grounds. Ancestor, this subordinate really didn't mean to be disrespectful to you just now. It's just that although this Ling Xiao saved your life, it's only because he knows a lot of things. You see, he doesn't even dare to refine the pill himself, and has to let other alchemists refine it. I really don't believe that he has any ability. After Ling Xiao left, the man surnamed and hastily and respectfully bowed to Patriarch Chang'el. All right, I know what you mean. However, this old man is very optimistic about this kid. After all, this old man owes him a favor. Since he wants to participate in this test, this old man will naturally help him. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch waved his hand. Ancestor, you should know that because of the time you were poisoned, the second island master and the third island master wantonly bought people's hearts. Your prestige is no longer what it used to be. If this matter really causes your reputation to be damaged, the situation will be even worse. The man surnamed and reminded him. And Lian, this old man knows that you have good intentions. However, There's no need to continue discussing this matter today. The test is about to begin. Even if this old man regrets it now, it's too late. It's better to watch quietly." Hearing this, Lian helplessly sighed. He was absolutely loyal to the Everlasting Joy Patriarch. Even when the Everlasting Joy Patriarch was poisoned, many people who were originally respectful to the Patriarch had chosen to side with the two Vice Island Masters. However, he still didn't change his stance. This was also the reason why he spoke sarcastically to Ling Xiao today. He didn't want Ling Xiao to ruin the Everlasting Joy Patriarch's plans. However, it was a pity that the Everlasting Joy Patriarch seemed to have full confidence in that kid. Even if he wanted to stop him, it was impossible. He could only endure it for now. After sighing, he walked over and loudly announced, "Everyone, stand in front of your own testing platform. There's a black box on the testing platform. This box can isolate internal energy, soul force, and vision. There are various medicinal ingredients inside. You can only choose from them by touch. Whichever medicinal ingredient you choose, that medicinal ingredient will be that medicinal ingredient. You can choose a maximum of 5 medicinal ingredients. Then, write down the detailed information of these 5 medicinal ingredients on a piece of paper and point out the pill formula that can be refined. Remember, there's more than one formula. Write down as many as you know. You don't have to personally refine it. Our committee will judge. Write an effective formula within a fixed time and you'll get 10 points. The more, the better. I believe you all understand. This is to test your familiarity with medicinal ingredients, as well as your understanding of pill and medicine formulas. The harder you work, the better your test results will be. The time limit is 30 minutes. After it's over, our committee will judge. Oh right, there's a condition that I added at the last minute. If you can't even write an effective formula in the end, then you'll lose the qualifications to participate in this alchemy conference. If you're afraid, then give up as soon as possible." As he said this, Lian intentionally glanced at Ling Xiao. Originally, this test didn't have such a punishment. However, he did it on purpose to scare Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up on the test. However, Ling Xiao stood there calmly. He was even smiling. This made Lian a little annoyed. "Ling Xiao, you're not going to give up. Whether it's experience or cultivation level, you are the weakest out of the 20 people here. If you give up now, you can save your face. Later, it'll be too late for you to cry." And Lian purposely raised his voice in front of everyone. "Hehe, Senior An, you have underestimated me time and time again. No matter how good my temper is, I'm not too happy about it. Since you are saying this in front of everyone, then I don't mind asking, if I pass the test, what will you do?" "Do what?" "That's a lot. For example, apologize to me in front of everyone here. For example, walk around the streets of the city of Sin and bark like a dog. Whatever you choose, I won't force you." Ling Xiao was not an aggressive person. However, the other party had caused him trouble time and time again. How could he tolerate this? "Fella, do you know who you are talking to?" And Lian is one of the examiners for this year's gathering. Dan Qing said coldly. "I don't need you to remind me. Of course I know he is an examiner. But an examiner has no reason to pick on a participating alchemist." Ling Xiao didn't even look at Dan Qing. His eyes were glued to Lian. Lian was having a hard time getting off the tiger. After a moment of silence, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fella, if you can write 3 or more effective recipes, I am willing to slap myself 3 times in front of everyone here." Slapping himself a few times wasn't a big deal. What was important was slapping himself. Ling Xiao wanted to break this guy's spirit. 3 effective recipes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Forget it. You're my senior, so I'll let you have your way. I'll write 4 effective prescriptions, and you can slap yourself 4 times. That way, it'll be more balanced." Chapter 1248. This kid is really conceited. Alright, go ahead and give it a try. I want to see if you will cry in the end. And Lian was furious. When he had reprimanded the disciples of Tranquil Immortal Island, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Everyone had been obedient. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so unruly? All right, I promise you. What if you can't do it? And Lian asked. Simple. If I can't do it, not only will I not participate in the alchemy conference, but I will also hand over the imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. The imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao's words left everyone dumbfounded. How confident was this fellow to even dare to use the imperial ruler's seal as a wager? All right. And Lian shouted hurriedly, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would regret his decision. Actually, he was overthinking things. How could Ling Xiao regret his decision? Perhaps Ling Xiao was still unable to dominate in terms of martial arts. However, in terms of alchemy, if Ling Xiao claimed to be second, no one would be qualified to claim to be first. Even his master, a Yuan Venerate, would not dare claim to be as knowledgeable as him. Now, everyone, go to your own testing platform and start the test. The time has been set, so please pay attention. And Lian no longer looked at Ling Xiao and announced the start of the test. The testing platforms were random, so Ling Xiao chose the one closest to him and walked over. The rest of the people also chose their own testing platforms. No one dared to cause any trouble here. After all, the Chang'e patriarch was standing there and watching. Brother Ling, you really shouldn't have offended Senior An. What you did was a little too much. Ling Xiao had just entered the testing platform when he heard a voice coming from next door. When he turned around, he saw that it was Dan Qing. This fellow had just reprimanded him and was now lecturing him. This really made him unhappy. Too much. I didn't know that Brother Dan Qing could ignore someone after being ridiculed. It's a pity that I don't have a turtle shell. I don't know how to pretend to be a coward, nor do I need to, Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he turned his head back and started to concentrate on selecting the medicinal herbs. He couldn't rely on his internal energy, soul force, or his eyes. He could only rely on his sense of touch to choose. He had to concentrate. Dan Qing was slightly angry. This was not the first time Ling Xiao ignored him. This made him, the #1 young alchemist of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, a little unhappy. He always felt that he was incomparably noble, but when he came out, he stepped on a pile of cow dung, and his heart was extremely unhappy. What's wrong, Brother Dan Qing? Did that guy offend you? On the other side of Dan Qing was the little herb king, Ji Luoyu. Ji Luoyu seemed to be very interested in painting. It was possible that she had a crush on him. After all, Dan Qing had a handsome appearance and his cultivation had reached the second grotto heaven realm. In addition, he was a top Huang-level alchemist. He was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. It was normal for women to be interested in him. Sister Luoyu, don't you know that Ling Xiao? He saved the life of the Everlasting Joy ancestor. Dan Qing said with a smile. I'm not interested in him. He's just a Huang-level alchemist. Everyone says that he saved the Everlasting Joy ancestor, but that's just a rumor. Moreover, even the ancestor himself suspected that someone was guiding him. It's not a big deal. He just read a few more books. Ji Luoyu really wasn't interested in Ling Xiao. Instead of discussing Ling Xiao, it was better to get closer to Dan Qing. After all, Dan Qing was much stronger than Ling Xiao in all aspects. Cultivation, alchemist grade, background, these were all things that Ling Xiao couldn't catch up to. That's true. At this moment, Dan Qing's vanity rose to the extreme, and he was very happy in his heart. Feng Ming and Piaro Shui praised Ling Xiao in front of him, which made him angry until now. However, Ji Luoyu's words made him feel much better. Brother Dan Qing, the test has already begun. Let's also make a move, lest some pretentious people take advantage of us. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. I wish you all the best. Dan Qing nodded and looked at the black box in front of him. Your test questions this time are really good. Not only does it test the extent of the pharmacist's knowledge, but it also tests their practical experience. If they haven't refined pills before, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to write down the refining process of a pill in detail. The Everlasting Joy ancestor walked to An Lian's side and gently patted his shoulder as he praised. Many thanks for the ancestor's praise. This is what we should do. Fortunately, I've touched every kind of medicinal ingredient and refined many pills. Otherwise, just the selection of medicinal ingredients today would be difficult. Ling Xiao found that there were many medicinal ingredients in the black box that were very similar in shape. This way, those who had an ambiguous understanding of the appearance of medicinal ingredients would have trouble identifying them. Tai Kai Eye. Ling Xiao opened his left eye and couldn't help but smile. His left eye could actually see the medicinal ingredients clearly through the black box. The 5 medicinal ingredients that he had chosen through touch were exactly the same as what he saw. This made him smile knowingly. Naturally, he was somewhat satisfied with his performance. After all, among those present, there was really no one who had the ability to see through things like him. However, the selection of medicinal ingredients was actually the most simple step. As long as these 21 people were true alchemists and not sneakily obtained their grades, they should be able to pass. The problem was the next pill formula. Not only did a pill formula have to write down the amount of medicinal ingredients needed, but it also had to describe the refining process in detail. The trouble was here. No matter which 5 medicinal ingredients and Lian put in the black box were combined, it was very difficult to refine the pills that currently existed. In other words, those who participated in the test had to create. It was very difficult to develop a pill formula on one's own and withstand the test. Many alchemists just learned step by step and absorbed mechanically. They only knew how to refine the pills in the books and didn't know how to invent and create their own. Thinking up to here, Ling Xiao involuntarily turned his head and glanced at An Lian, thinking to himself that this guy was really ruthless enough. Of the people present, if they could come up with a pill recipe after racking their brains, it would already be very impressive. An Lian wanted to crush the pride of these outstanding geniuses and pour a bucket of cold water over their heads, so that they wouldn't dare to be complacent at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Damn it, no wonder this guy dared to make a bet with me, to create more than 4 pill formulas. It's really not an ordinary level of difficulty. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and started racking his brains. At the same time, the rest of the testers also encountered the same difficult problem. However, their difficulty was definitely much lower than Ling Xiao's. Because they only needed to create 1 pill formula and that would do. But even so, there was still no one who could complete this matter in a short time. Chapter 1249. After a long time, Ancestor Changle looked at the clock hanging on the wall and gently shook his head. An Lian, isn't this test a little too difficult? 20 minutes have already passed. Don't worry, Ancestor. Although it's a little difficult, it shouldn't be a problem for someone in the top 20 to come up with an answer. The reason why no one has finished the test yet is because they want to get a higher result. An Lian smiled. That's true. But An Lian, you should have a better understanding of these people's standards. Tell me, who will get the highest score this time? Ancestor Changle smiled and asked. Of course, he hoped that the alchemy conference could produce as many powerful pharmacists as possible. After all, this was the alchemy conference he presided over. Therefore, he was very concerned about the top 20. An Lian pondered for a moment and said, the one who will get first place will most likely be Danqing. In fact, Danqing's grade has already reached superior yellow grade. It's just that he hasn't participated in the test. Moreover, his practical ability is stronger than others. He was one of our core pharmacists in Changle Immortal Island. Oh, he's stronger than the Little Medicine King? Ancestor Changle smiled and said, although the Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu isn't as old as Danqing, she has been learning from the Medicine King Sun Zai. She has also handled a lot of herbs. In addition, she's the Deputy General Manager of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's headquarters in White Tiger Continent. If she doesn't have the ability, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wouldn't have given her such honor. Ancestor is right. That's why I hesitated just now. To be honest, in terms of creativity, the two of them should be on par. They're much stronger than those old bones in front of them. Perhaps they won't be able to get first place in the alchemy conference, but this test shouldn't be a big problem. An Lian thought and said, my judgment is similar to yours. Ancestor Changle nodded. Why didn't Ancestor mention Ling Xiao? An Lian asked doubtfully, didn't you recommend him? Although Ling Xiao is knowledgeable, He's still unconventional. His basic knowledge isn't solid. He should be able to pass the test, but it's unlikely for him to get first place. Ancestor Changel shook his head and said, I'm afraid he won't even pass the test. He's just an advanced yellow-level alchemist. Unless he's a genius, it's hard for him to have the ability to create his own pills. No matter how An Lian looked at Ling Xiao, he didn't like that guy. It was probably because Ling Xiao didn't give him any face. You'll know when it ends. Patriarch Changel did not dwell on this issue. After all, no matter what he said, if Ling Xiao did not perform well, it would be meaningless. The next thing to do was to wait. He didn't have high expectations for Ling Xiao. At the very least, he could pass the test. As for his ranking, it didn't matter. Yes, someone stopped. Just as Patriarch Everlasting Joy and An Lian were discussing the testers, a person walked out of one of the testing platforms. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Others definitely wouldn't know what was written on it. This required the judges, namely the Everlasting Joy Patriarch and An Lian, to take a look. Is it Danqing? Isn't this child a little too anxious? There are still nearly 10 minutes left. Why is he so anxious? Patriarch Changel frowned and said, logically speaking, for this kind of test, it didn't matter if one finished at the last minute. As long as one could write enough pill formulas, it would be enough. For Danqing to come out so quickly, he was either too confident or too anxious. Patriarch, you might have misunderstood him. With his results, he might be able to secure first place. After all, it's just a test. There's no need to go all out. An Lian had a lot of faith in Danqing. Almost at the same time as Danqing, the little medicine king, Ji Luoyu, also stopped. Ji Luoyu looked at Danqing with a smile and said, Brother Danqing, you're really confident. You stopped so quickly. You must be certain of your victory. Likewise. Sister Luoyu, you finished the test almost at the same time as me. In the end, we can only see who has more answers and whose answers are more reliable. Danqing smiled. Although Luoyu respects Brother Danqing, I'm afraid Brother Danqing will lose to Luoyu on this point. Ji Luoyu smiled and handed the paper in her hand to An Lian. Then, An Lian placed it on the table in front of Patriarch Changel. Patriarch Changel casually glanced at it and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Danqing and Ji Luoyu's answers were really beyond his expectations. However, in the end, to prove who was stronger, it still depended on whether the pill in the answer could be refined. If it couldn't be refined successfully, then it was meaningless. Go to the side and try. Only the pill that can be refined successfully counts. Otherwise, it doesn't count. An Lian said to the pharmacists on the judging panel. These pharmacists wouldn't participate in the alchemy conference, but they were all proficient in the art of alchemy. They were basically qualified to be judges. Of course, there would be 2 heavyweight judges in tomorrow's alchemy conference. One of them was the president of the Divine Phoenix Continent's Pharmacist Association branch. The other was the top pharmacist on Changel Celestial Island. It was said that he had already broken through the limit of yellow-level pharmacists. The last one was even more impressive, the White Tiger Continent's medicine king Sun Zai. After all, tomorrow's alchemy conference was too important. It was really hard for ordinary judges to convince people. Time gradually passed. More and more examinees finished their tests and handed the papers in their hands to An Lian. An Lian handed these papers to the judging pharmacists for them to refine. This was also the key to determining the score. The first to finish their tests were the 4 yellow-level super pharmacists and the 10 yellow-level peak-level pharmacists. The yellow-level advanced pharmacists were still inferior, so they didn't finish their tests. No one knew what Ling Xiao was doing. He also didn't finish his test. Looks like this Ling Xiao is only at this level. Although he's knowledgeable, he's still lacking in practical operations. He can't be compared to Danqing and Ji Luoyu. He can't be compared to the other yellow-level super and peak-level pharmacists. An Lian's face revealed a smug expression. He seemed to feel that his judgment of Ling Xiao was too accurate. Let's wait a little longer. It's not over yet. The Changel Patriarch smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with Ling Xiao's ability, Passing the test wouldn't be a problem. It was just that his score couldn't be compared to the first 14 examinees. Danqing couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao's testing platform. He saw that Ling Xiao was still thinking hard. He couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. Some people are just good at talking. When it comes to the real test, they immediately show their true colors. Perhaps because he noticed that Feng Ming and Piaro Shui were also in the audience and even revealed an anxious expression, he purposely spoke very loudly. Chapter 1250. Brother Danqing, he is only a yellow-level advanced medicine master. Don't you care too much about him? Ji Luoyu did not understand Danqing's reaction. Was it necessary to care so much about a yellow-level advanced medicine master who was not as good as himself? It's not that I care. He was too arrogant just now. He actually dared to not give face to Senior and Lian. Danqing explained. Oh, I see. Ji Luoyu did not ask any more questions. Everyone was still waiting. When it was the last minute, the remaining 6 yellow-level advanced medicine masters had finished their examination and handed their papers to An Lian. At this moment, the only one who had not finished his examination was Ling Xiao. The smile on An Lian's face grew wider and wider. In the crowd, Feng Ming and Piaro Shui's brows furrowed even tighter. Could it be that Ling Xiao really couldn't make it? Brother Danqing, that person seems to be really weak. Even if he can't compare to the yellow-level super medicine masters and top medicine masters, he should be able to compete with those yellow-level advanced medicine masters. The difference is too great. Ji Luoyu seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. She did not like to stay here and wait for others to complete something. That was too boring. That's right. I've also warned that kid to learn from the seniors in a down-to-earth manner. Don't blow your beard and glare when you don't understand. In the end, little sister Luo Yu, you've also seen it. This fellow is just good at talking. Danqing raised his voice even higher, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Feng Ming and Piaro Shui became even more anxious. Dang, dang, dang. Finally, the magic treasure clock on the wall rang. This was the signal that the examination had ended. And Lian's face was like a flower that had completely bloomed. He smiled. He was originally worried that Ling Xiao would surprise him and display abilities that would surprise him. But now, it seemed that he had worried too much. He stood up and excitedly announced the end of the examination, and asked everyone to leave the examination platform. Of course, Ling Xiao was the only one left on the testing platform. His words were undoubtedly meant for Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Piaro Shui sighed helplessly. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to fail such a test. Could it be that the outstanding young man in her heart was just an illusion? Ling Xiao walked out of the testing platform with a helpless and regretful expression on his face. Alas, it's a pity that time is too short. His sigh was heard by everyone. His words were also heard by everyone else. Hey, this person is really interesting. I think it's not that the time is too short, but that you're too weak. Others have already completed it, but you complain that the time is too short. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. She really didn't have a good impression of this Ling Xiao. He obviously couldn't do it, but he still said that the test time was too short. What kind of logic was that? Danqing also said in a strange tone, Sister Luoyu, don't say that. Even if he doesn't pass the test, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has the support of the everlasting joy ancestor, so he should still be able to participate in the alchemy conference. Although these words seemed to be speaking for Ling Xiao, in fact, the sarcasm was even thicker. Ji Luoyu's words were just expressing her personal dislike. But Danqing was clearly targeting him. I should still be able to pass the test. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said. And Lian sneered and said, take out your test paper. I've given you so much time, I don't know what you're going to do. But don't forget about our bet. I won't let it go so easily. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the test paper to An Lian. An Lian didn't even look at it and handed it to the pharmacist judge next to him. Ancestor, it's not that I don't want to give Ling Xiao face, but this kid is really too arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know what's good for him. After handing over the test paper, and Lian bowed and said to the everlasting joy ancestor, "Just do it according to the rules." The everlasting joy ancestor only nodded slightly. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. On the other hand, Fengming Piaro Shui, who was watching the show, was restless like an ant on a hot pan. In her opinion, Ling Xiao might really not be able to pass the test. It was even more impossible for him to win the bet with An Lian. In that case, wouldn't he have to hand over the Imperial Jade Seal? With Ling Xiao's personality, would he really be so obedient? If he didn't hand it over, would they fight? Just as she was extremely anxious, An Lian was already preparing to announce the results of this test. The announcement of the results was naturally done according to the order of the papers handed in. The first paper came from Dan Qing. An Lian looked at the results and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Very good. Dan Qing wrote 6 prescriptions, all of which can be refined into effective pills. He scored 60 points. Once this was said, everyone was a little surprised. One had to know that even those pharmacists who served as judges only had 4 or 5 prescriptions at best. Dan Qing's results were actually better than theirs. One had to know that Dan Qing had handed in his paper a long time in advance. Such a genius was really admirable. Dan Qing cupped his hands and said, "This junior's talent is shallow and can only think of these 6 prescriptions." Although his words were modest, his face was filled with pride and confidence. One look and one could tell that he was extremely proud. To be able to do this, he was probably already at the level of a yellow-level super pharmacist. This Dan Qing's pharmacist ability was probably even higher. Dan Qing, you're too humble. Not to mention these people here, even if you look at the entire Divine Phoenix continent and Heavenly Dragon continent, no one can compare to you in this test. An Lian exclaimed. Senior An Lian, it's best that you don't be too arbitrary. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. "Mph, just mind your own business." An Lian snorted coldly and ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out Ji Luoyu's results. Could it be that Brother Ling thinks that little pill King Ji Luoyu can beat me? Dan Qing glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. "She's too inexperienced and can't beat you. At least, she can't win in this test. But I can win." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha, funny." Dan Qing laughed loudly, but he was extremely surprised. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could be so thick-skinned. He clearly couldn't even pass the test just now, and now he actually dared to say such shameless words. Just at this moment, An Lian read out little pill King Ji Luoyu's results. Although Ji Luoyu wrote 6 prescriptions, only 5 of them could really be refined into pills. The 6th prescription was a little whimsical. "Lady Luoyu, if you can successfully refine this prescription on the spot, there won't be a problem." An Lian looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "No need." Ji Luoyu shook her head. She was already satisfied with the 5 prescriptions. Anyway, it was just a test, and she didn't need to take out all her trump cards. Chapter 1251. Ji Luoyu, 50 points. Among the results that were announced, there were 3 people with higher scores. They were also the 3 yellow-level super pharmacists other than Ji Luoyu. Their scores were also 50, tied with Ji Luoyu, but they took a longer time, so they were ranked behind. As for the others, even the worst one had passed the assessment with a prescription. In short, the test results were not bad. As expected of the top 20 pharmacists, they did not let An Lian down. In the end, only Ling Xiao's results were not announced. At this time, An Lian also showed a somewhat mocking smile. "Ling Xiao, you just said that Dan Qing's results were not the best, right? Then why don't you think about your own results?" An Lian asked. "It shouldn't be too bad." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Not too bad? You kid, water must have entered your brain. You actually wrote 10 prescriptions, but none of them could be refined successfully. This is your result. 0 points. An Lian read it out on the spot without holding back. Silence. At this moment, the hall became as silent as death. Wow. A moment later, there was a roar of laughter. He wrote 10 prescriptions, but none of them could be used to refine pills. Didn't that mean that those prescriptions were simply written carelessly? Idiot. What is that guy trying to do? Can prescriptions be written carelessly? Can this kind of person be a pharmacist? Ji Luoyu could not help but show a sneer. She had been by Medicine King Sun Sa's side for a long time and knew that a pharmacist's responsibility was to save the dying and heal the injured, and to serve martial artists. People like Ling Xiao, who casually wrote prescriptions, were simply committing a heinous crime and disregarding human life. Senior and Lian, isn't your evaluation a little too arbitrary? Ling Xiao did not look at Ji Luoyu at all, but looked at An Lian and said very indifferently, "Arbitrary?" An Lian frowned and said, "Do you think I'm deliberately targeting you?" He really didn't target Ling Xiao. After all, Patriarch Everlasting Joy was here, so he didn't dare to do so. That's not it. I just feel that the standards of the pharmacists on the judging panel might be slightly lacking. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What do you mean by almost? And Lian's expression turned even colder. You dare to question the ability of the pharmacists? So what if I'm suspicious? My 10 prescriptions are written so clearly, yet I still can't refine any pills. This kind of ability, hey? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. How are we supposed to refine the pills with the carelessly written recipe? One of the pharmacist judges was infuriated. A carelessly written prescription? What if I can refine it? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If you can write it out, we will acknowledge your criticism. The apothecary judges reached a consensus. Okay, then maybe I'm going to refine pills on the spot for everyone to play with today. It seems that someone said that I don't know how to refine pills. Although the 10 prescriptions I wrote are all ungraded pills, the effect is not bad. I'll refine them for you to see. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Prepare the venue for him. And Lian said fiercely. He was about to explode from anger because of Ling Xiao. How could there be such an audacious guy who dared to question the pharmacists on the judging panel? He wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao in front of so many people. However, after 15 minutes, 10 pills full of energy were placed on the plate. At this moment, Patriarch Everlasting Joy felt his heart twitch. He had thought about how outstanding Ling Xiao was, but he never thought that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding. And Lian's expression was even more astonished. Ling Xiao actually managed to refine 10 pills in front of everyone. He only spent a quarter of an hour to refine 10 pills. How could he be so powerful? Dead silence. It was as silent as the wilderness in the middle of the night. There was no noise in the noisy hall at all. Everyone stared at the 10 round pills with their mouths agape. What was replaying in their minds was the process of Ling Xiao refining the pills. The judging pharmacists were almost thinking the same thing. To be able to use those few medicinal herbs to refine these 10 types of elixirs, this was simply a monstrous level of talent. What's more, Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were not worse than any of them here. Moreover, at the critical moment, he could always use his outstanding skills to make up for some defects in the prescriptions and successfully refine the pills. To put it bluntly, these 10 prescriptions could only be refined by those with good skills because it required precise flame control ability and proficiency in herbs. They were completely convinced. No wonder Ling Xiao said that their abilities were not good enough. They really were not good enough. Such a monstrous talent, unless it was a pharmacist at the level of Medicine King Sun Bu, only then would he have the qualifications to be a judge. They were still too inexperienced. Feng Ming Piaro Shui was so excited that she jumped up and muttered to herself, I knew it, I knew he would be fine. Perhaps it was her voice that eased the atmosphere in the hall. Many people cast complicated gazes at Ling Xiao. There was reverence in these gazes. There was also jealousy. There was also disbelief. At any rate, at this very moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao in the slightest. The ability that Ling Xiao displayed was much stronger than them. Ji Luoyu was so angry that she almost cried. She said loudly, Ling Xiao, you bastard. You're obviously so powerful, but you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're crazy. Ling Xiao looked at her indifferently and said, Little Medicine King, I really don't have a masochistic habit, and I'm not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Then why did you hand in the paper so late, and deliberately put on a regretful expression for everyone to see? Ji Luoyu asked. I handed in the paper late because I thought of more prescriptions, and I just wanted to use all the time reasonably. I didn't deliberately put on a regretful expression, but really regretful. If I had more time, I should be able to write 10 more prescriptions. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although Ling Xiao was telling the truth, it still gave people a strong feeling of pretentiousness. Ji Luoyu was so angry that she didn't know what to say. When Ji Luoyu questioned Ling Xiao, Dan Qing's face was ashen. His hands were clenched tightly. If he could use all the time, then perhaps he could write 4 more prescriptions and reach the same level as Ling Xiao. But he was too proud. So he handed in the paper early, and he felt that no one could be better than him. But Ling Xiao used facts to hit him back, and he was slapped hard in the face. Dan Qing was extremely arrogant, and it was very difficult for him to accept this kind of thing. Of course, the one with the most interesting expression was still An Lian. His eyes were the most complicated. After various expressions slid across his face, he sighed heavily and said, I lost, completely lost. Good boy, I didn't expect you to have such terrifying ability at such a young age. With your ability, you should at least be a top yellow-level pharmacist, or even a super yellow-level pharmacist. Chapter 1252. Perhaps. I've never said that I'm a high-grade yellow-level apothecary. Unfortunately, back in the Skydragon continent, the Apothecary Association branch, there was only qualified to award me a high-grade yellow-level badge. Ling Xiao really didn't want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he really didn't have the chance to raise his apothecary rank. And Lian was shocked. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, I've always been a man of my words. Since I've lost to you, I'll slap myself 4 times in front of everyone. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao shouted, I'm afraid 4 slaps aren't enough, right? What? And Lian's face turned even uglier. Patriarch Chang'e was also a little unhappy. Ling Xiao was being a little unreasonable. Alright, then I'll slap myself 10 times. And Lian gritted his teeth and said, Senior and Lian, you've misunderstood. As long as you admit your mistake, there's no need to slap yourself. I just wanted to let you know that you shouldn't look down on others. Since you've already admitted your mistake, I'm not an unreasonable person. Ling Xiao smiled and said, letting An Lian slap himself wouldn't make him feel any better. Instead, it would make this guy hate him to the core. There was no need for that at all. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. He wouldn't really explode unless the other party went too far. And Lian, your tolerance is worse than a child's. Patriarch Chang'e smiled and said, Patriarch, you're right. This subordinate knows his mistake. And Lian thought of his previous attitude. He was determined to make a fool of Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao won and left him some face. Otherwise, if he were to slap himself in front of so many people today, he really wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. I believe I don't need to say much about the results of this test. Ling Xiao is first with 10 pill recipes, followed by Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. All 21 people here have passed the test, which means that our previous list is quite reliable. Ling Xiao is a special case, and he is definitely not the only one. Today's test is only a test. Tomorrow's alchemy conference will be the real feast. I hope that you won't embarrass yourselves and this old man. Old ancestor Chang'e smiled and said, but this old man will say the ugly words first. Those who aren't in the top 20 might not necessarily be as powerful as you. Ling Xiao is an exception, and he is definitely not the only one. Yes. Those who could be ranked in the top 20 were all experts. They were also very confident. They would definitely not allow a second Ling Xiao to appear. They might have lost to Ling Xiao in today's test, but they definitely couldn't lose to him in tomorrow's alchemy conference, nor did they want to lose. Alright, that's all for today. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, show me your true abilities. Yes. The test-takers bid farewell to An Lian and the everlasting joy ancestor, and then left. They were actually clear that there would be great figures of the alchemist world descending tomorrow. Thus, some of their best tricks and trump cards would only be revealed tomorrow. Even if they lost to Ling Xiao in today's test, it was actually nothing. They could just win it back tomorrow. Brother Ling, wait a moment. Just as Ling Xiao was preparing to leave, Dan Qing stopped him. "What? Does brother Dan Qing have something to teach me?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. "I don't dare to say that I have something to teach you. I'm just surprised that brother Ling is actually so powerful. Previously, I was the one who had eyes but failed to recognize Jade." Dan Qing said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "You must be joking. It's just some small tricks. I've only read a few more books and know more things. It's no big deal." Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression as he said, "Ha ha ha, brother Ling is really modest. However, in my opinion, brother Ling most likely knew the test's topic in advance. After all, the ancestor thinks so highly of you." There was a fire burning in Dan Qing's heart. It was the fire of jealousy. Even if the truth was right in front of his eyes, he still could not believe it. He could not admit that Ling Xiao was stronger than him. When he thought of how Ling Xiao was brought here by Ancestor Chang'e, he was sure that Ancestor Chang'e had informed Ling Xiao of the topic in advance. This way, Ling Xiao could do so well. This was the only explanation. He believed that Ancestor Chang'e would definitely not do this during the alchemy conference's main competition, nor could he do so. That was because the topic of the alchemy conference's main competition would only be raised by the 3 heavyweight alchemists when the competition began. Thus, it was impossible for him to know in advance. He thought that without Ancestor Chang'e's help, he would definitely be stronger than Ling Xiao. He could not possibly lose to a nobody like Ling Xiao. People were like this. He was originally a highly anticipated genius and his results had always been number 1. But one day, he suddenly met someone who was much younger than him but his results were much better than his. This would cause his mentality to be unbalanced. Hence, he would find many reasonable excuses to convince himself, to make himself feel better. This was a classic case of self-hypnosis. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, he had seen many of such things. From the Ling family to Skycloud City and then to Yuhua School, every single time a nobody like him obtained some good results, there would always be a few geniuses who would jump out to pick on his flaws. So towards this Dan Qing's words, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He only smiled and said, "As long as brother Dan Qing is happy. Whatever you think, goodbye." The other party would definitely not accept his explanation now. On the contrary, he might even think that he was quibbling. He, Ling Xiao, was not in the mood to do such a tiring and thankless task. He might as well wait till the alchemy conference to use facts to shut this fellow up completely. There was a saying that was very good: if you can make a move, don't talk. If you want to slap someone's face, you should use facts to slap him. That would be even more vicious. With a light laugh, he turned around and left. Staring intently at Ling Xiao's disappearing figure, the fire in Dan Qing's heart burned even more vigorously. "Just you wait, Ling Xiao. Not only will I become the champion of the alchemy conference, I will also make Fengming's Piaro Shui marry me right in front of your eyes." However, at the next moment, he saw Fengming's Piaro Shui chasing after Ling Xiao's figure. "Ling Xiao, wait, I have something to tell you." Fengming's Piaro Shui was like a beautiful butterfly as she flew over with an excited smile on her face. Dan Qing felt as though his heart was being squeezed by something painful. "Damned Ling Xiao, the hatred of snatching my wife, I will definitely not let you off." He didn't marry Fengming's Piaro Shui and Ling Xiao also didn't chase after her. However, Dan Qing felt that Ling Xiao's hatred towards him belonged to snatching his wife. He didn't know where this anger and hatred came from. "Dan Qing, do you hate him?" In the hall, only Patriarch Chang'e and Dan Qing were left. Patriarch Chang'e suddenly appeared beside Dan Qing like a ghost and asked with a smile. Dan Qing wouldn't dare. Dan Qing shook his head. "It's best not to hate him. He has no interest in Piaro Shui, so there's no fundamental conflict between you and him. There's no benefit in provoking him. You're on your own now." Patriarch Chang'e shook his head. He was worried about Dan Qing when he recalled Ling Xiao's domineering attitude during the battle on the Long Street. Would anyone who offended Ling Xiao have a good ending? Chapter 1253. What Fengming Piaro Shui said when she caught up with Ling Xiao was actually an invitation. Medicine King Sun Sa had arrived at the city of Sin and wanted to host a banquet at his residence. He invited Elder Chang'e and Fengming Pro Shui. The strange thing was that Ling Xiao was also invited. Fengming Pro Shui was here to deliver the invitation to Ling Xiao. Medicine King's Son SA's invitation, of course I won't refuse. Looking at the jade green invitation card, Ling Xiao was actually a little excited. Medicine King's Son Sa was the most outstanding pharmacist on the White Tiger continent. Such a person actually invited him. No matter what the reason was, he had to attend. Maybe he could learn some things about the White Tiger continent from Sun Sa. That's great. I was afraid that you wouldn't want to go. But Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. Danqing and Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu will definitely attend this banquet. Those two don't have a good impression of you. Phoenix Cry Pro Shui reminded him. Also, I'm afraid that this banquet might have something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal that you're holding. If possible, bring Her Highness Moon Maiden along. If she goes, you'll naturally be safe. There's no need. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Moon Maiden wasn't his only trump card. He was afraid that the other party would set a trap for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, the Moon Maiden definitely couldn't go. If he went alone, it would be easier for him to escape. Anyway, I'm reminding you. Be careful when you come at night. Fengming Pro Shui understood Ling Xiao's temper, so she didn't insist. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably be angry. When that time came, even she would be blamed. Thank you. I will be careful. Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Pro Shui. It wasn't that he didn't know that this woman was interested in him. It was just that he wasn't a promiscuous person. He didn't want to hurt Fengming Pro Shui, so he didn't plan to get too close to her. However, words of thanks still had to be said. After returning to Yun Ye's residence, Ling Xiao found out that Princess Yun Ye had also accepted the invitation. It just so happened that when night fell, the two of them went out together and headed towards the residence of Medicine King Sun Sa. This time, Medicine King Sun Bu came to the city of Sin and directly stayed on a ship by the sea. That ship had sailed over from the White Tiger continent and possessed even more advanced puppet and mechanism technology. It was even more exquisite than the ones from the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Even though it was parked on the sea, it was still very comfortable. To put it bluntly, this guy just looked down on those facilities and felt that they had no class. Looking at the brightly lit giant ship, Ling Xiao was truly a little shocked. However, even if it was the White Tiger continent's mechanical arts, compared to the giant steel wheels in his memory, or even the machines that could fly, there was still a gap. He didn't know which world the memories he had obtained came from, but that place could really be said to be a place where mechanical puppet techniques were extremely developed. It was just that people didn't seem to know how to cultivate. Ling Xiao and Princess Yun Ye boarded the ship on foot. Since they had an invitation, they were naturally not stopped. The banquet seemed to be taking place on the deck of the ship. There were many familiar faces in the crowd. Of course, there were also many strangers. The moment Ling Xiao entered the ship, countless pairs of eyes were cast towards him. Among them, there were naturally those with ill intentions, and there were also those who were clearly surprised. Seeing Ling Xiao, perhaps many people would have some doubts in their hearts. In the city of Sin, Ling Xiao wasn't as famous as he was in the Sky Dragon continent. Many people wouldn't give him face. Even if he destroyed the Black Python clan, angered Jade Wave Island, and crippled the One-Eyed Pirates, it was still the same. Because many people didn't believe that he did it at all. In those people's eyes, Ling Xiao's age was actually the original sin. You're so young, how could you do such amazing things? Wasn't that just bragging? In a corner of the ship, Corpse Grandma, Zhong Tianda, and Representative Yang were also present. Perhaps it was because many important people came to the city of Sin and they felt that the Moon Lady wouldn't dare to mess around, so they all showed up. Representative Yang, weren't you the one who invited Divine Phoenix Empire's Inferno General Xiaozhon today? Where is he? Zhong Tianda saw Ling Xiao and then asked in a low voice, don't forget, this time we're relying on this Xiaozhon to take revenge. Inferno General Xiaozhon, one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 13 divine generals, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Not only was he powerful, he was also wild and arrogant. His position in the divine Phoenix Empire wasn't low. If the 10 great Phoenix sons were the future of the divine Phoenix Empire, then the 13 divine generals were the backbone of the divine Phoenix Empire. Northern Region King Ji Ning was one of the 13 divine generals, and he was ranked near the top. Although this Xiao Zhan was ranked near the bottom, he was a capable general of Crown Prince Ji Ning. Among the 13 divine generals, he was doing much better than Northern Region King Ji Ning. Haha, don't worry, Xiao Zhan will definitely come. That guy's personality is very similar to Crown Prince Phoenix Mountain. He is overbearing and arrogant. When he meets someone he doesn't like, he will kill without hesitation. He is very powerful with the support of the Ice Phoenix clan. Representative Yang said with a smile, he will definitely come today because Princess Yun Ya is here. That guy fell in love with Princess Yun Ya at first sight. Moreover, he said in front of many people that whoever dares to snatch Yun Ya from him, he will destroy them. No wonder, hehe, Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. He is so close to Yun Ya, Xiao Zhan will definitely not let him go. Zhong Tianda chuckled. I don't care what grudges there are between this Xiao Zhan and Ling Xiao. In short, today, this old woman must see Ling Xiao's blood splatter on the spot. After that Xiao Zhan and Ling Xiao fight, we can act in secret. Corpse Granny smiled sinisterly. Since her debut, she had never suffered such a big loss, and all of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Although she was afraid of the Moon Lady, she couldn't let go of her revenge on Ling Xiao because of fear. When the time comes, we will have to trouble you, Corpse Granny. In terms of sneak attacks and plotting, you are a first-class expert. Representative Yang said with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. Corpse Granny sneered again and again, as if she had already seen Ling Xiao's corpse on the spot. In another place, Danqing, Ji Luoyu, and the others were also sitting there. They never lacked fans around them. After all, the test that day was only an internal test, and the results would not be made public. Therefore, except for those who participated in the test at that time, no one else knew that they had lost to Ling Xiao. Those who participated in the test naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. Senior brother Danqing, I thought that Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms. Why would Sister Piaro Shui have a soft spot for him? It's simply annoying. Many people from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island came to cheer for Danqing. One of them observed Ling Xiao for a while and then said with some disdain. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he has a glib tongue. That mouth can not only deceive ignorant women, but also our ancestor. Danqing said coldly. Chapter 1254. I heard about this. I don't know where that guy found a way to cure the poison in the Chang'e ancestor's body, but he immediately gained the ancestor's trust. It's really hard to accept. The junior brother of the Chang'e Celestial Island said again. He has an expert to guide him. He's different from us. Didn't you see that Princess Yun Ya of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was talking and laughing with him? He probably got the detoxification method from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Another person said. That's really possible. Everyone nodded and said. Many people were like this. If they couldn't do something, they would think that others couldn't do it. If others did it, then they must have done it through abnormal means. It was cheating. Speaking of Princess Yun Ya, I really don't understand why she has a soft spot for that guy. It's really enviable. Princess Yun Ya had always been a goddess in the hearts of many young people. She was enchanting, charming, gorgeous, and beautiful. In addition, she was a standard rich woman. She was fair, rich, and beautiful in the true sense. There were countless people who wanted to be the man by her side. The one who spoke had once tried to pursue Yun Ya, but he was mercilessly ignored by Yun Ya. It would be good to reject him. It would be too hurtful to ignore him directly. At this time, Danqing suddenly smiled and said, I heard that Xiao Zhan, the General of Fire of the Divine Phoenix Empire, is also interested in Princess Yun Ya. He even said it in public. I wonder what he will do after he comes today. He was also invited. Ji Luoyu asked with interest. That's right, Sister Luoyu. That's why I said that there will be a good show tonight. It will definitely be better than those singers. Dan Qing smiled. In fact, he hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed by Xiao Zhan. In this way, no one would compete with him for the fluttering snow of the Phoenix Cry. Even at the alchemy conference, he would have one less strong opponent. It sounds quite interesting. I don't like this kind of noisy occasion, but today, I feel that it's quite interesting. A look of excitement appeared on Ji Luoyu's face. The banquet had not yet started, and Sun Sa had not yet appeared. Several important figures should still be discussing something. Therefore, the guests who weren't very important now were chatting and discussing things in groups of 3 or 5. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed in the sky. Then, an explosion sounded from the giant wheel. The flames surged, and a person appeared. This person was dressed in red and looked rather heroic. His brows were furrowed and he looked very dignified. Standing there, he looked disdainfully at the few martial artists on the ground who were scared out of their wits. He spat out a word from his mouth, trash. That's right. Someone who would be scared by him must be a piece of trash. He lightly patted the dust off his body and then looked around like a falcon looking for prey. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. At first, his expression was one of excitement, but after a moment, his eyes were filled with brutality and hatred. In that place, Ling Xiao and Princess Yun Ya were sitting face to face. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were laughing very happily. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a strong murderous aura coming towards him. And the person who came was not weak. But he didn't make any reaction. He still held the wine cup in his hand and chatted with Princess Yun Ya. A strong cyclone like a storm came towards him. Ling Xiao just moved his feet slightly, and then steadily poured the wine in the cup into his mouth. A figure flew past in front of him. A figure that was as furious as flames. Boom! That figure couldn't stop his momentum, and his palm landed on the deck nearby. He spun in a circle and steadied himself. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. At this time, Ling Xiao slowly stood up, and his eyes revealed a bit of cold murderous intent. This person didn't say a word and came to kill him. This made him very unhappy. No matter who the other party was, he must pay the price today. The sudden fight here attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. When everyone saw the troublemaker and the troublemaker, many people showed expressions of schadenfreude. The troublemaker was one of the 13 Divine Phoenix Empires Inferno General Xiao Zhan. The one who was looking for trouble was the recently famous Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire. Interesting, that Ling Xiao could actually dodge Xiao Zhan's sneak attack. This battle might be much more exciting than imagined. Ji Luoyu shook the wine cup in his hand and showed a very satisfied smile. How is that a sneak attack? Xiao Zhan is an idiot. The murderous aura was so strong when he attacked. Any martial artist with a little sensing ability could dodge it. Dan Qing cursed in a bad mood. Xiao Zhan couldn't kill Ling Xiao in one strike, which made him a little angry. He felt that Xiao Zhan was a little unreasonable. Haha, interesting. The Inferno General Xiao Zhan fought against the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. How good is this Celestial Emperor? I guess we can see the result tonight. The disciples of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island were gloating. Facing Xiao Zhan, it's already pretty good that Ling Xiao can keep his life. Don't forget that Xiao Zhan is a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Moreover, he's a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Without the help of others, it's impossible for Ling Xiao to win. But I heard that Ling Xiao once killed 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists alone in the battle on the Long Street, and even injured a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Rumors, if you believe them, then you're stupid. Ling Xiao could have provoked any woman, but he had to provoke Princess Yun Ya. How could Xiao Zhan let him have it easy? Even if he doesn't die, his cultivation will probably be crippled. Dan Qing shook his head. He didn't believe the rumors about Ling Xiao killing 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at all. He felt that it was a little ridiculous. Xiao Zhan's cultivation was the same as his. He believed that Xiao Zhan could definitely teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He couldn't let this guy be too arrogant. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the red-robed middle-aged man opposite him. In his impression, This guy should be one of the 13 divine generals of the divine Phoenix Empire, General Lai Hua Xiaozhon. He had never seen this person before, but he had heard Feng Yangran mention him. To put it nicely, he was a fierce general. To put it bluntly, he was rude and overbearing, very much like Chu Fengming Chishan. If he didn't like someone, he would directly attack without any nonsense. I was wondering who it was. So it's a mad dog. Has your brain been roasted by fire? Ling Xiao's words weren't pleasant to hear, because the other party's attack was too ruthless. If he hadn't noticed the attack in advance, and if his movement technique wasn't good enough, any other person of the same age would have been killed on the spot by that punch. He knew that the other party was General Lai Hua, but he definitely wouldn't be polite to someone who attacked him ruthlessly. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. It was just that the other party's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, this battle would have already begun without any suspense. Chapter 1255. Xiaozhon glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and scolded, "Damn it, you must be Ling Xiao. When I was in the Imperial City, I wasn't there, so I let you be arrogant. What, now you want to steal my woman? Yun Ye beside you is my woman. If you dare to flirt with her, I'll kill you." Princess Yun Ye, do you know him? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Yun Ye shook her head and said, "He's just a madman." Of course, she knew that General Lai Hua Xiaozhon wanted to pursue her, but she had never agreed. She had never even had a meal with this Xiaozhon. This Xiaozhon was a complete madman. He wanted to force himself on the woman he had set his eyes on. "Are you okay?" Yun Ye asked with some worry. "This kind of trash can't hurt me. If you really have nothing to do with him, then I won't be merciful. This guy is ruthless enough. He actually wants my life." Although Ling Xiao's voice was very soft and his tone was not that fierce, Princess Yun Ye felt a chill down her spine when she heard it. In the battle on the Long Street, Princess Yun Ye had truly seen Ling Xiao's decisiveness in killing. This guy would never let go of the person he wanted to kill. He indeed has nothing to do with me, but he has a close relationship with the Crown Prince, Phoenix Chishan. After all, you are still the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire. I'm afraid it's not good to fall out with him like this, right? After all, Princess Yun Ye was a businesswoman. She also had business dealings with Phoenix Chishan, so if today's matter could be resolved peacefully, it would naturally be best. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Xiaozhon spoke again. "Ling Xiao, I'm asking you a question. Don't talk nonsense. What is your relationship with Yun Ye?" Xiaozhon's voice was full of rage. His fighting spirit gushed out like a raging fire, burning the surrounding sky red. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Princess Yun Ye, it's not that I want to kill him. He is courting death." He took a step forward, and his fighting spirit rose rapidly. At that moment, he seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. "You're asking about my relationship with Princess Yun Ye? I can tell you right now that she's my woman. What do you think?" Ling Xiao's words were naturally just to provoke Xiaozhon. Because today, he didn't intend to hold back. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't hold back. "Brat, you're courting death." When Xiaozhon heard Ling Xiao's words, it was obvious that the anger on his face was even greater. The blazing flames behind him actually rose to a height of more than 10 meters. It looked really terrifying. His martial soul was the Raging Inferno martial soul, which was a type of fire martial soul. The reason why he was called the General of Raging Inferno was because of this martial soul. Attach. In that instant, the flames suddenly disappeared, and then a strange situation occurred. Xiaozhon was actually wrapped up by the crimson flames, forming a thick layer of flame battle armor. Ling Xiao had done this before, but it was obviously not as solid as Xiaozhon's flaming battle suit. He could even feel that the flame had integrated into Xiaozhon's internal organs and even his blood. This was the true meaning of martial soul possession. Although there were many ways to fight with martial souls and attaching was just one of them, martialists who could be possessed by martial souls all possessed extremely strong combat strength. It just so happened that Xiaozhon was such a martialist. This fellow's rude and tyrannical temper had been cultivated on the battlefield. Ling Xiao was very calm as he looked at Xiao Zhan. His opponent was a martialist at the second paradise realm. If he wanted to defeat him, he had two options. One was to borrow the power of the butterfly lady, a Yuan venerate, or a human monarch. The other option was to use a secret spirit technique, just like when he had dealt with the four freaks of the City of Sin. However, the repercussions of the latter option were too severe. If he used it today, he wouldn't be able to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. He didn't intend to use the former option immediately. After all, he wanted to see how far he could go in a fight with Xiao Zhan based on his own strength. In a sense, Ling Xiao was also a battle maniac. He yearned to fight with experts. Only then would he be able to gain more experience. However, his actions were seen as pretentious and jealous by many people. Ling Xiao definitely wants to show off in front of Princess Yun Ya. However, I'm afraid that he will make a fool of himself if he fights with Xiao Zhan. Dan Qing sneered and said, he could have called for help directly. As long as the Medicine King, Sun Sa, and the others appear, Xiao Zhan wouldn't dare to act recklessly even if he had 100 guts. This guy isn't stupid, he's just a little carried away. After all, he is in front of a beauty. If he cowers, he won't be able to gain the favor of a beauty in the future. Even if he loses, he will still be considered brave. Ji Luoyu smiled. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao miscalculated Xiao Zhan's temper. Once Xiao Zhan makes a move, he will really beat someone to death. Who cares? We are just here to watch the show anyway. Whether Ling Xiao is a snake or a dragon will soon be revealed. There were many people who didn't mind watching the show. On the other side, Corpse Granny closed her eyes and a black shadow flew out from her body. It was faintly discernible and gradually approached Ling Xiao. If someone knew Corpse Granny, they would know that this was Corpse Granny's unique assassination skill, Shadow Demon. This Shadow Demon was an undead spirit that she had raised in her body. Although it couldn't attack the enemy's body, it could affect the enemy's soul. It could be imagined that when Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan were in the middle of a battle, their souls would suddenly be affected and they would lose the initiative to fight. What would the result be in the end? On the other side, the battle had already begun. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan's fighting spirit collided in the air and actually erupted with substantial destructive power. Then, the two suddenly rushed out. One was holding a sword, and the other was waving the fire divine fist. They hit each other's vital points in the air. This was a real battle to the death. Although they didn't say anything, both of them were going in the direction of a battle to the death. Get lost. Xiao Zhan punched out and hit the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded in the air. On one side was a glaring light, and on the other side was a blazing flame. The two of them actually couldn't gain any advantage. However, the collision was only a single exchange. Xiao Zhan had rich combat experience, and his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. After his right hand blocked the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, his left hand chopped toward Ling Xiao's head. This move was simply too powerful. If it really hit Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao's head would really explode. However, although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as good as his opponent's, and his overall strength wasn't as good as his opponent's, his movement technique was stronger than Xiao Zhan's. He used the shadow step and easily avoided Xiao Zhan's attack. However, the strong wind brought about by the opponent's hand chop scraped his skin and caused his clothes to tear. Chapter 1256. Sure enough, a good opponent. Although he was at a disadvantage, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he revealed an excited expression. He was very happy about this battle. As he spoke, his movements did not stop. After dodging Xiao Zhan's attack, Ling Xiao casually released a Crimson Sun Awl. Although the glaring Crimson Sun Awl was very easy to discover, its destructive power far surpassed the Shadow Awl. Moreover, the distance was so close. He believed that it would probably be somewhat difficult for Xiao Zhan to avoid it. Good boy, a little interesting. Xiao Zhan revealed a hint of surprise. But immediately, this surprise quickly turned into excitement and fanaticism. This guy was also a battle maniac. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. Unable to dodge Ling Xiao's attack, Xiao Zhan simply did not dodge. At the place where the Crimson Sun all attacked, the originally burning flames suddenly solidified. It actually looked like magma that had just solidified. Thick and blazing. Bang! The Crimson Sun all hit that lump of solid flames, emitting a dull explosion sound, and immediately disappeared. However, this sudden attack still made Xiao Zhan suffer a little hidden loss. His body actually fell back half a step. Although it was only half step, he was a powerhouse of the second Grotto Heaven realm. Facing a mere 10 directions heaven martial artist, he actually had to retreat. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. In an instant, retreating became an attack again. Ling Xiao's attack was still unable to cause any harm to him in the end. It could not be helped. The cultivation gap was too great. Xiao Zhan, who shot out like a spring, actually condensed a flaming long spear in his hands, piercing toward Ling Xiao's head. This kind of reaction, Ling Xiao was not surprised. Therefore, he had long made ample preparations. If Xiao Zhan did not even have this bit of ability, he would not have bothered to fight this battle with the other party. He would have long used other forces to destroy this guy. The flaming long spear stabbed over. Ling Xiao's shadow sword stabbed out at the same time. On the shadow sword, the cone-shaped object condensed from light and darkness was full of explosive power. After that, the two collided again. Boom! The violent chi collided and then burst out, shaking many tables and chairs in the surrounding area. Beneath their feet, tiny cracks actually appeared. One had to know that this giant ship was built using the most advanced mechanical puppet technology on the White Tiger continent. The hardness of the deck was able to withstand an all-out attack from a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. From this, it could be seen that although the attacks of the two did not appear to be flashy, they were filled with power. Both of them were ruthless moves that wanted to kill the other. This collision caused Ling Xiao to let out a muffled groan, and his figure rapidly retreated. If it were someone else, they would probably really make a fool of themselves. However, Ling Xiao actually used his outstanding body movement to resist the impact. After a few beautiful backflips in the air, he landed steadily on the side of the ship. Xiao Zhan was repelled again. Although he only took one step back, it made this confident General Lai Hua's state of mind completely lose balance. He was the one who initiated the fight, but he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao quickly. This was too shameful. Most importantly, he did it in front of so many people, in front of Princess Yun Ya. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several moves. It seemed to be a quick duel, but there was a hidden killing intent. No matter who made the slightest mistake, they might be ruthlessly beaten by the other. Many people did not expect such a situation. In their opinion, this should be the battle where Ling Xiao revealed his true colors. It should be the battle where General Lai Hua violently beat up the Celestial Emperor. However, at this time, they looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. This young pharmacist who was good at alchemy, the youngest founding emperor of the mystic world, and this young martial artist whose cultivation was only at the 10 directions heaven realm, actually did not lose to the dignified General Lai Hua in terms of combat experience. Even in some changes, he was even better than General Lai Hua. It was these changes that allowed Ling Xiao to not be defeated in the lightning-like collision. Among the people at the banquet today, the one with the lowest cultivation was probably Ling Xiao. This was because most of the people who could be invited by the Medicine King Sun Sa were martial artists above the Grotto Heaven realm, including the disciples of the Chang'e Celestial Island. These people could all see the thrill and excitement of the battle just now. Ling Xiao was actually able to resolve Xiao Zhan's attacks one by one, and even counterattack himself. This was really rare. After all, that General Lai Hua Xiao Zhan was one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Looking at the entire Divine Phoenix continent, he was also absolutely a powerhouse. In addition, killing enemies on the battlefield could be said to be rich in experience. If not for him being brave and valiant enough, Phoenix Crychishan would not have listed him as one of the 13 divine generals. When this guy was enraged, even if it was a martial artist whose cultivation was stronger than his, he also dared to beat them up. But facing Ling Xiao, he actually did not occupy too much of an advantage. Of course, because they were fighting on the ship, General Lai Hua Xiaozhon did not dare to use his full strength no matter how crude he was. Otherwise, if he destroyed this enormous ship, he was afraid that Medicine King Sun Sao would blame him, and that would be troublesome. He was crude and overbearing, but he was not stupid. But the problem was, did Ling Xiao use his full strength? Many people had heard that Ling Xiao could control enormous skeletons, but today, it was very clear that Ling Xiao did not do so. Both of them did not use their full strength, but Xiaozhon's cultivation was higher after all, so he could not gain the upper hand. No wonder so many people were surprised. Could it be that the rumors outside are true? Ling Xiao's fighting strength is really not weak. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although she did not understand Xiaozhon very well, her eyesight was extremely brilliant. Other than not using the inner strength of the second Grotto Heaven realm, Xiaozhon had basically used all of his skills and experience, but he was still unable to beat up Ling Xiao. On the contrary, it seemed that they were evenly matched. This Ling Xiao might be much more powerful than she had imagined. Dan Qing's expression was not very good. He had been hoping that Ling Xiao would be beaten up, and he had even said some mocking words before, saying that Ling Xiao and Xiaozhon were courting death. This kind of situation at present, he was more embarrassed. Hearing Ji Luoyu's praise of Ling Xiao, the anger in his heart flared up even more, and he said coldly, "It's still the environment here that bound the hands and feet of General Blazing Fire Xiaozhon. Otherwise, this battle, Ling Xiao would have lost long ago." That being said, Big Brother Dan Qing, don't forget that Ling Xiao is only at the early stage of 10 Directions Heaven. Facing Xiaozhon with this cultivation, even if the opponent did not use his full strength, it's still something to be proud of. Although Ji Luoyu had a grudge against Ling Xiao in her heart, she did not completely hate him. Her likes and dislikes were very obvious, that was, she liked the strong and capable, and despised the weak and incapable. Although this was really somewhat utilitarian, it was very practical. After all, as Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, she had seen too many experts. If it was not for some special people, she would not even bother to take a look at them. TSK. When Dan Qing heard this, he was even more displeased in his heart, but he could not go against Ji Luoyu. After all, offending Medicine King Sun Sa had no benefits at all. Moreover, he had also studied at Sun Sa's place for a period of time and could be considered half a disciple. Chapter 1257. Ling Xiao, you don't have to give me face. I've already said that it has nothing to do with him. Yun Yue checked Ling Xiao's condition and knew that Ling Xiao was fine. Then, she said angrily, Yun Yue, you think too highly of me. He's a martial artist at the second Grotto Heaven realm. How can I be his opponent? Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. In all fairness, if he didn't rely on external forces, he really wouldn't be able to last long against Xiaozhon. The gap in cultivation was difficult to make up for with experience and skill. Unless he also advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, then it would be simple. After the collision just now, his sword-wielding hand was still trembling slightly, and waves of pain kept coming from his arm. Although he wasn't injured, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. However, he felt that Xiaozhon definitely wouldn't feel good either. In the attack of the light and shadow divine all, the two energies of heat and cold worked at the same time. It was impossible for a brute like Xiaozhon to think of a way to deal with it in a moment. He would definitely feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was right. Although Xiaozhon wasn't injured, his arms were sometimes cold and sometimes hot. That kind of feeling was really a little uncomfortable. The most terrifying thing was that he seemed to feel that he was poisoned. Ling Xiao's light and shadow divine all contained white blood poison. In any case, it was a desperate fight, so he didn't show any mercy. The white blood poison was his secret weapon now. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Xiaozhon tried to use his internal force to force the poison out of his body, but a moment later, his face turned ugly. This poison was extraordinary. Although only a little bit had entered his body, not only was he unable to force it out, but it was also constantly eroding his blood. Kid, you actually used poison. You're really shameless. Xiaozhon scolded Ling Xiao loudly. At this time, he was like a tiger who wanted to pounce on a hedgehog, but found that not only did he not eat the hedgehog, but his claws and mouth were also full of thorns. It was indescribable how aggrieved he was. The dignified General of Fire was actually plotted against by a little guy. It was a blunder. Shameless. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "You sneak attacked me with the cultivation of the second Grotto Heaven realm. Isn't that called shameless? Am I shameless for using poison? Don't forget that I'm an apothecary. If I don't guard against poison when fighting with an apothecary, that's called stupid. I really don't know how you got the title of General of Fire. You're just a piece of trash." In terms of bickering, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't lose to Xiao Zhan. Moreover, he had his reasons for today's matter. The other party used his strength to bully the weak and even launched a sneak attack. So what if he used poison? It was normal for apothecaries to use poison in battle. "Hand over the antidote now, or I'll kill you." Perhaps Xiao Zhan was really anxious. At this moment, he was no longer prepared to hold back. An abundant amount of origin energy erupted from his domain. His battle intent surged, and the flames were 2 to 3 times larger than before. That murderous aura made the faces of many nearby warriors turn ugly. They all fled from this lunatic. Battle intent rumbled, and killing intent filled the sky. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was like a fiery general dealing with the enemy on the battlefield. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Boom! Ling Xiao did not back down. His aura skyrocketed in an instant. Through the battle with Xiao Zhan, he discovered that the potential in his body was constantly awakening. This process was really excellent. Sword intent broke through the clouds, illuminating the night into day. His killing intent was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiao Zhan's. His sword intent was swift and fierce until it could pierce the firmament. Those two guys are going to get serious. Are they planning to tear down the giant ship? Ji Luoyu's expression changed slightly. She was very surprised that Ling Xiao could still remain calm under Xiao Zhan's powerful aura and wholeheartedly seek to fight. Now, she seemed to understand a little why this Ling Xiao could be the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, and why this Ling Xiao would have so many people supporting him. This person was absolutely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was very strong. And also very ruthless. "Xiao Zhan, why aren't you stopping? This isn't a place for you to behave atrociously." Ji Luoyu stood up helplessly. The current her had no choice but to stop it. This banquet was prepared by her master, the Medicine King Sun Sa. If it was ruined because of these two guys, then she would have no face. However, how could Xiao Zhan, who was currently in a fit of anger, listen to her? The originally scarlet flames became even denser. Fighting intent condensed in the flames, and a terrifying aura pervaded the entire giant ship. Many of the first Grotto Heaven realm martial artists in the crowd turned somewhat pale. "Ji Luoyu, you'd better mind your own business. I must kill this brat." Sure enough, he was as unreasonable as Fengming Qishan. He did not even give face to Ji Luoyu. Boom! It was as if a ball of raging fire had shot out from where Xiao Zhan was originally standing. The deck had already been burned black by the raging fire. The sea breeze blew gently, and it was completely shattered. Wherever Xiao Zhan passed, it was completely raging fire. Whether it was the deck or the tables and chairs, all of them were burning. On this path of flames, it was a complete mess, a complete mess. Some people were touched by his aura and actually vomited blood on the spot. It seemed that their injuries were not light. Seeing Xiao Zhan pouncing over with incomparable killing intent, Ling Xiao's face was also covered with a gloomy coldness. Behind him, the huge Dao Tai seemed to tear through the void and walked out, letting out a shocking roar. His sword intent rose to the extreme, and the surrounding tables and chairs were torn into pieces. Not enough. Facing Xiao Zhan's all-out attack, Ling Xiao understood that it was difficult to resist with his own strength, so he began to extract a strand of the power of the human king in his body, preparing to fight it out with Xiao Zhan. There were still 5 strands of the power of the human king. Using it before the Grotto Heaven realm was the most effective, so Ling Xiao was not stingy now. Raging Inferno Beast. A furious roar came from Xiao Zhan's throat. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a ferocious monster condensed from raging flames. Mixed with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, he fearlessly pounced towards Ling Xiao. In his cold eyes, black and white were spinning. The Taiji Eye had already been activated. It was currently analyzing the weakness and strength of Xiao Zhan's attack. Ling Xiao could feel that the other party's attack had yet to arrive, but the hot air that hit him in the face seemed to want to burn his body. He still did not move. But the killing intent on the shadow sword became even thicker. The giant Daotai shadow behind him also became more and more real. Both of you stop for me. Ji Luoyu finally made a move. She was unable to stop the two people's battle and could only make a move to stop them. This girl's age was only a year older than Ling Xiao. However, her cultivation had actually already reached the level of the third Grotto Heaven realm, even stronger than Danqing. A lively and agile figure appeared between Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan in an instant following a delicate shout. Idiot! Ling Xiao cursed. Even if she was a third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, appearing between him and Xiao Zhan at this time was simply courting death. Chapter 1258. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the destructive power of his and Xiao Zhan's attack could not be blocked without the cultivation of the fifth Grotto Heaven realm or above. Unless Ji Luoyu had some kind of magic weapon. It turned out that his guess was right. Ji Luoyu thought that she could easily block the attacks of the two people, but she suddenly realized that she was too careless when she was in the middle of the whirlpool. She had no choice but to take out her magic weapon to protect herself. It was a beautiful hairpin. The hairpin slashed across the air, and with her cultivation of the third Grotto Heaven realm, she sent the furious Xiao Zhan flying away. As for Ling Xiao, he had already stopped attacking, so he was fine. After Xiao Zhan retreated 7 or 8 steps, he stood still, but his face was a little pale. Little Medicine King, this is a grudge between me and him. Why did you intervene? His face was very ugly. Originally, this attack should have been able to kill Ling Xiao, or at least seriously injure Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao hand over the antidote. But now, not only did he fail, but he was also injured. The gains did not make up for the losses. Xiao Zhan, don't forget that this is my master's banquet. Do you want to ruin this banquet? Ji Luoyu shouted. Xiao Zhan realized at this time how reckless he had been. But when he thought of being poisoned, his mood became unstable again. Ji Luoyu, it's my fault for attacking, but that boy used poison. At least let him take out the antidote, right? Xiao Zhan stopped attacking, but he must get the antidote. Ji Luoyu nodded and said, don't worry, General Xiao. I will help you get your antidote. If it doesn't work, don't you still have my master? Do you think that my master can't cure your poison? Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's face calmed down a little. She was right. With the Medicine King's son Sa, what was he afraid of? Boy, if it weren't for the little Medicine King Ji Luoyu, I would have killed you today. Quickly hand over the antidote and stay away from Princess Yun Ya in the future. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Xiao Zhan let out a final roar. He had already heard the footsteps of several experts and knew that today's battle could not continue. If she hadn't made a move, you would have been the one to die today. Ling Xiao sneered and said, also, don't even think about the antidote. Unless you chop off your right arm that attacked me today, you can go beg Medicine King Sun Bu. He had already used the power of a sovereign personage. Hence, the result of that collision was still unknown. If he used all his trump cards, then the one who would die would definitely be Xiao Zhan. Therefore, when Ji Luoyu stepped forward to stop them, she wasn't actually saving Ling Xiao, but Xiao Zhan. Little Medicine King, did you hear that? This child is simply stubborn. Xiao Zhan looked at Ji Luoyu and said. Ji Luoyu also frowned. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, why don't you know what's good for you? Hurry up and take out the antidote. Otherwise, even I can't help you. Don't know what's good for me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, the one who doesn't know what's good for him is Xiao Zhan. It was he who attacked me as soon as he arrived. As the master of this banquet and the disciple of Medicine King Sun Bu, not only did you not stop him, you even sat there and watched the fun. Now that he is poisoned, you come to me for the antidote and say that I don't know what's good for me. Is there such a logic in this world? I saved you. Ji Luoyu said indignantly. Wrong, The one you saved was him. Ling Xiao said coolly, I advise you, it's best not to meddle in other people's business in this matter. Haha, Luoyu, you'd better sit back down. You really didn't handle today's matter well. A loud and clear voice sounded. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing a light green robe appeared. The moment this person arrived, the atmosphere immediately changed. His warm smile was as warm as the sun in spring. It could melt the resentment in everyone's heart. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost agreed to help Xiao Zhan detoxify the poison. However, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in his body and defeated this feeling instantly. He knew that it was the will of the mountain river martial spirit that helped him. What a terrifying soul power! Ling Xiao looked at Sun Bu and was shocked. Was this Medicine King Sun Bu? He was indeed very powerful. Not only was this guy's cultivation shocking, even his soul power was so terrifying. It was really shocking. However, what he didn't know was that Medicine King Sun Bu was even more surprised than him. Such a young guy was actually able to resist his soul power. This was really strange. Little guy, when it's possible to let people off, one should be lenient. General Lai Hua Xiao Zhan was muddle-headed for a moment and attacked you. Why don't everyone take a step back and help him detoxify the poison for this old man's sake? Sun Bu couldn't use his soul power to suppress Ling Xiao, so he chose to persuade Ling Xiao in a gentle voice. However, he didn't know that his actions just now had already made Ling Xiao unhappy. A sudden soul suppression was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could turn people into idiots. Obviously, Sun Bu didn't think about what would happen to Ling Xiao. He only cared about whether his face could be used. At this moment, he was persuading Ling Xiao again. How could Ling Xiao give him face? I'm sorry, Senior Medicine King. This is a private matter between me and Xiao Zhan. I hope Senior won't interfere. His words were considered polite because the other party was Medicine King Sun Bu of the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao didn't want to completely anger him. However, when these words came out, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Ling Xiao, this brat, really took himself seriously? He actually didn't even give face to Medicine King Sun Bu? Looking at the entire Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent, including the Five Immortals Island, they had never heard of anyone who dared to not give face to Medicine King Sun Bu. Sun Bu was also clearly a little surprised. He didn't easily plead for mercy for people, but every time he did, it was bound to be effective. Today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually miscalculated. Ling Xiao actually didn't listen to him. Ling Xiao, do you know what you're saying? Ji Luoyu questioned loudly. Xiao Zhan and Dan Qing were secretly laughing. Offending Medicine King Sun Bu, this Ling Xiao would probably have a hard time in the future. However, in Ling Xiao's view, he only refused the other party's persuasion and didn't do anything excessive. If Medicine King Sun Bu was angry about this, then he was nothing more than a narrow-minded villain. Little guy, you don't seem to have heard clearly. This old man isn't discussing with you, but ordering you. Sun Bu was indeed a narrow-minded and overbearing person. Perhaps it was because he stood at the top position of the White Tiger continent's pharmacists for a long time, so basically no one dared to offend him. Even the top experts of the White Tiger continent had to give him some face. No one dared to refuse his persuasion to his face. He was quite angry at Ling Xiao's reaction. Order. What qualifications do you have to order me? Ling Xiao frowned and said. Chapter 1259. Ling Xiao admitted that Sun Sa was stronger than him in terms of cultivation and alchemy. But this didn't mean that he had to lower his head and admit his mistake in front of such a person. What's more, he also had a trump card, so he wasn't necessarily afraid of Medicine King Sun Sa. Is that kid crazy? He dares to speak to Senior Medicine King like that. This time, even Xiao Zhan and Dan Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao's audacity was simply beyond their expectations. Not afraid of death was probably referring to this kind of person. Qualification? This old man can crush you like an ant at any time. Medicine King Sun Sa revealed a smile. Although it wasn't so sinister, it was filled with killing intent. Then you can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently, as a dignified senior, You don't care about the ins and outs of the matter, nor do you know how to uphold justice. You only use strength to suppress others. Do you really think that there's no one in our divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent? Cough cough, brother Sun, why are you angry with a child? He's just a child after all. Ling Xiao raised this matter to a battle between divine Phoenix continent, Sky Dragon continent, and White Tiger continent, so Chang'e Ancestor had to speak up. Chang'e Immortal Island was the strongest force in the first two continents. If he acted like a grandson, then Chang'e Immortal Island wouldn't have the qualifications to command the heroes in the future. Dan Chang'e, could it be that you want to help this kid? Medicine King Sun Sa asked with a gloomy face. Brother Sun, don't be so angry. Do you really want to become enemies with Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent for a child? This time, the one who spoke was a man with long green hair and half a mask. This person's clothes had the symbol of the Sky Dragon Trading Company. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be the person in charge of the Sky Dragon Trading Company in White Tiger Continent. Compared to Ji Luoyu, he was clearly more suitable for this identity. Ji Qing, you also want to plead for this kid? Sun Sa frowned and said. If Chang'e Ancestor was pleading for Ling Xiao, he could understand. After all, Ling Xiao saved Chang'e Ancestor's life. But why Ji Qing was like this, he could not quite figure it out. I'm not pleading for leniency. I'm just being reasonable. Even if a child is a little willful, there's no need for us to take action. It would seem degrading. Ji Qing said indifferently. Consider yourself lucky, kid. However, even if you don't detoxify Xiao Zhan, do you really think I can't detoxify this poison? Sun Zai could not give Ancestor lasting joy face, but Ji Qing's face, he still had to give. This person obtained a demonic eye when he was young and comprehended the ancient demonic race's inheritance. He was both righteous and evil, and was rather terrifying. The people of the White Tiger continent would rather provoke him, Sun Zai, than provoke this guy. I naturally have no objections if Senior wants to cure Xiao Zhan's poison. However, if you want me to do it, then he must sever his own right arm. There's nothing to discuss. Ling Xiao said faintly, it's just that I need to remind you that he's poisoned with white blood poison. It's very difficult to remove the poison with ordinary methods. It's not something that can be done just because you're skilled in medicine. Too arrogant. Who does he think he is, to actually dare point fingers at Senior Medicine King? Yeah, it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse and helping Ancestor lasting joy to detoxify the poison. He really thinks of himself as a great immortal. The crowd immediately boiled over. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao, this guy, was too arrogant. There was no helping it. These people present were all guests invited by Medicine King Sun Zai. They naturally had to side with Medicine King Sun Zai. Moreover, no one thought that what Ling Xiao said was right. Ling Xiao did not explain anything. He was just doing his duty to give a reminder. Whether the other party listened or not, that was their business. I'll let you see today how a black-grade alchemist treats and detoxifies. Medicine King Sun Zai gave Ling Xiao a glance indifferently. After that, he pointed his finger at Xiao Zhan. Several streams of force shot out and started wandering around Xiao Zhan's body. The scene of him treating the illness could simply be rated as gorgeous. Various colors of force constantly flickered, making people cry out in satisfaction. Furthermore, every time he attacked, he was extremely accurate. Many people were dumbstruck with amazement. Good. There were even people who stood up and shouted loudly. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Treating and saving people was not magic. He admitted that Medicine King Sun Zai's skills were superb. However, the white blood poison really could not be treated like this. It could not be eradicated without blood exchange. Medicine King Sun Zai did this purely to show off his skills. This kind of person was too superficial. He did not believe that this guy could be a good alchemist. A quarter of an hour passed. Cold sweat appeared on Sun Zai's forehead. However, Xiao Zhan's expression became even worse. Not only did the white blood poison not weaken, it became even more ferocious. It actually nibbled away a full 1/3 of Xiao Zhan's blood, causing Xiao Zhan to almost enter a state of near death. How could this be? Sun Zai's old face was flushed red. He did not understand why it was like this. Senior, the white blood poison is different from ordinary poisons. Your method is wrong. Even if your medical skills are superb, not only can it not save people, it will harm people instead. Ling Xiao reminded. If Xiaozhon dies, don't blame me. Originally, the white blood poison in his body would automatically disappear after a period of time. However, the illness is already incurable now. Unless all the blood in his body is replaced, he will undoubtedly die. His expression was still indifferent. However, these words were extremely mocking in Sun Zai's ears. He was not saving people, but harming people. The other martial artists also shut their mouths. At this moment, they finally understood that Ling Xiao's words were not just words to scare people. What he said was actually true. Ling Xiao, save me. Xiaozhon did not want to die. Although he was overbearing and unreasonable, his desire for life was as strong as that of ordinary people. I can save you, but you have to apologize to me in front of these people. Furthermore, you have to break one of your arms and swear that you will not cause trouble for me in the future. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Ling Xiao looked at Xiaozhon indifferently. What did it mean to have only himself to blame? This was what it meant to have only himself to blame. Ling Xiao was not bad. He was even willing to agree to save people. If it was someone else, they would not even bother with this guy. You don't believe this old man? Sun Zai looked at Xiaozhon furiously and asked. That's not it. This junior appreciates senior's kindness, but this is Ling Xiao's white blood poison. Even if it's you, I'm afraid that it will take some time to thoroughly study it. Xiaozhon hurriedly explained. Humph. Do as you wish. Sun Zai also understood that it would be useless for him to continue tormenting himself. Instead, it would be even more embarrassing. He glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, This time, this old man lost because I did not understand the white blood poison. It's not that my medical skills are inferior to yours. That's natural. Senior's medical skills are more than several times better than this junior's. Ling Xiao was still very modest. Moreover, his medical skills were indeed not as brilliant as Sun Zai's. However, the white blood poison only existed in the world in his memory. Therefore, only he knew how to cure it. Moreover, the white blood poison in his light and shadow divine all had been modified. It possessed his powerful soul force, and its reproduction speed was even faster. Chapter 1260. After being poisoned by Ling Xiao's white blood poison, Xiaozhon had not died. In fact, he was strong enough. If it were a warrior in the celestial realm, he would have bled to death. Mph, you know what's good for you. Sun Sa did not say anything. After all, he was a senior and a big shot. If he continued to chatter, he would be at a disadvantage. At the moment when Sun Sa stopped talking, Xiaozhon directly cut off his right arm with a knife. Then, he apologized to Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Although Xiaozhon was very reluctant, he did not dare to say anything to offend Ling Xiao. Because only Ling Xiao could save his life. Seeing that you are quite sincere, I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiaozhon indifferently. Then, he walked toward Xiaozhon and directly absorbed the white blood poison into his body. It's all right. Thank you. Xiaozhon checked his body. Sure enough, there was no problem. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao excitedly, knelt on one knee, and said. However, at that moment, a sharp weapon shot out from behind his neck and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. Be careful. No. Princess Yun Ya, Phoenix Cry, and Piaro Shui shouted almost at the same time. Xiaozhon's face showed a grim smile. He had always been a person who did not suffer losses. Ling Xiao had humiliated him. How could he let it go? Since the white blood poison had been cured, there was no need to keep Ling Xiao alive. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could avoid such a close sneak attack. Ancestor Chang'e wanted to save him, but there was no chance at all. Medicine King Sun Sa's face showed a sneer. Xiaozhon still understood what he meant. If Ling Xiao did not die, how could he, Sun Sa, live? Alas, isn't it good to be alive? A soft sigh came from Ling Xiao's mouth. His figure disappeared from where he was. Ling Xiao would never trust his enemies, especially when this person had wanted to take his life. The reason why he saved Xiao Zhan was just for show. He wanted the world to know that he, Ling Xiao, had no intention of taking Xiao Zhan's life. It was Xiao Zhan who was courting death. The moment Ling Xiao disappeared, Princess Yun Huai's slender hand patted Xiao Zhan's head. His expression was as cold as ice. "Shameless bastard, you deserve to die." Princess Yun Huai had almost made a big mistake. If Ling Xiao had died here, not only would their plan have been completely overturned. Moreover, the prestige that he had just established within the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would also vanish. Seeing this scene, Corpse Granny, who was about to sneak attack Ling Xiao, was so scared that she hurriedly recalled her shadow demon. Princess Yun Huai had actually killed General Lai Hua, one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire, for Ling Xiao's sake, so she would definitely attack her as well. Obviously, Ji Qing supported Princess Yun Huai. Patriarch Chang'e also wanted to protect Ling Xiao. She didn't want to die yet. Ling Xiao's figure reappeared. He glanced at Medicine King Sun Sa indifferently and didn't say anything. He felt that Xiao Zhan's sneak attack this time was most likely related to Medicine King Sun Sa, although Xiao Zhan must have thought so himself. But if it wasn't for Sun Sa's instigation, he wouldn't have done so. This grudge had been formed. Well, everyone, don't let this unhappy scene spoil your mood. Brother Sun, I think it's better to order someone to clean up the scene. I didn't expect the dignified General Lai Hua to be so despicable and shameless. What a pity, Ji Qing said indifferently. Someone, clean up the scene and continue the banquet. Sun Sa gritted his teeth. Xiao Zhan's sneak attack had failed, and his plan had failed. But it didn't matter. Anyway, there was still tomorrow's alchemy conference. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could escape from his grasp. Soon, someone cleaned up the bloody scene, and then people drank and chatted absent-mindedly. Obviously, not everyone could easily let go of what had just happened. Ji Qing, why are you protecting that little guy? He created the Celestial Empire and didn't revive your Ji family's sacred dynasty. After sitting down, Medicine King Sun Sa asked Ji Qing puzzledly. If Ji Qing wasn't here, he would definitely make Ling Xiao pay the price today. The Celestial Empire is just a child's play. The sacred dynasty will be revived in the end, and this Ling Xiao is the key to reviving the sacred dynasty. Ji Qing said indifferently. He had already made it very clear that he would definitely not let go of such a good talent like Ling Xiao. This was to warn Sun Sa not to make a move against Ling Xiao. Sun Sa smiled and said, Brother Ji, don't you see that kid's character clearly? He's a guy who won't accept anything. If we fall out, he won't recognize anyone. Do you really think you have the ability to make him abandon the Celestial Empire and revive the sacred dynasty? Brother Sun doesn't need to worry about this matter. It's just that this person, this Ji will protect. Ji Qing said indifferently. Sun Sa's slightly aged face twitched fiercely, but he didn't say anything. If Ji Qing wanted to protect someone, of course he couldn't openly make a move. However, it wasn't impossible to make a move behind his back. Before the boring banquet ended, Ling Xiao and Yun Huai left. However, this banquet allowed Ling Xiao to see the true face of Medicine King Sun Sa. He used to admire this person and even thought of becoming friends with him despite their age difference. However, now, he was very disappointed in this person. That night, it was a silent night. Although there were people who wandered around Princess Yun Huai's residence at night, trying to find a chance to steal the Imperial Jade Seal, they were scared away by Cold Plum and Princess Yun Huai. The Moon Maiden didn't make a move. The next day, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The sky was clear as if it had been washed. It was really a good day. To hold the alchemy conference on such a day, it was extremely good for both the pharmacists and the audience. The city of Sin, a place that was regarded as a city without a master, had many important people come for the first alchemy conference hosted by the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Although the alchemy conference had been held a few times before, compared to this one, whether it was in terms of scale or quality, it was much better. When the first ray of light appeared on the horizon, The entire dark and gloomy city of Sin seemed to have a trace of warmth. On the long street, among the people coming and going, a few figures wearing special uniforms appeared. These uniforms were specially prepared by the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island for the pharmacists participating in the alchemy conference. The men's uniforms were white and the women's uniforms were pink. Not only were they fashionable, but they were also very unique. This was also to allow the ordinary people to clearly recognize these pharmacists. In the mysterious world, pharmacists were a noble profession that was highly respected and trusted by martial artists. To martial artists, pharmacists were noble existences that could give them a second chance at life. Not only were they noble, but they were also mysterious. After all, most pharmacists preferred to concentrate on studying alchemy. They rarely gathered together to hold events. However, today, in the city of Sin, there were thousands of pharmacists walking out from all over the city. They all walked towards the venue of the alchemy conference, Everlasting Joy Square. Chapter 1261. Of course, this Tranquil Square was a newly built place. Many people knew that it used to be the mansion of the Black Python clan, which was destroyed in the battle on the Long Street. People who liked to sleep in usually got up early at this time. They leaned against the window and stared at the pharmacists on the street, pointing at them. Their eyes were full of awe and worship. Ling Xiao also opened his eyes. He hadn't slept all night. It was no longer a problem for warriors at this cultivation level to not sleep. Through a night of cultivation, he drew on the experience of fighting with Xiao Zhan last night. Finally, his cultivation broke through from the early stage of 10 directions heaven to the middle stage of 10 directions heaven. This was a small step, but it was of great significance to Ling Xiao. This also showed that his previous cultivation method was correct and there was no problem. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Cold Plum sitting cross-legged at the foot of the wall. This girl had actually stayed outside to guard him for the entire night. "Master, you're awake." Hearing the sound of the door opening, Cold Plum immediately stood up and said, "It seems to be quite lively outside." Even when he was cultivating, Ling Xiao could hear the bustling sounds on the street. It seemed that many people were excitedly discussing things. "Of course it's lively." Without waiting for Cold Plum to answer, Princess Yun Ya's voice sounded. Her graceful figure walked through the flowers. "You know, this is the alchemy conference hosted by Tranquil Celestial Island. There are also big shots like Ji Qing and Sun Sa as judges. As long as you are not an idiot, you should understand what kind of good luck you have to achieve in such a conference." Yes, although pharmacists sound mysterious, they are still human after all. They also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They also hope to get support and trust to create their own future. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "After all, not everyone is as lucky as me to find a good master and have the help of a noble person like Princess Yun Ya. Actually, I'm really curious. I can understand that others participate in the alchemy conference to get help from noble people. But you already have these resources. Why do you still participate?" Princess Yun Ya asked with some confusion. "Don't you know the reward of this alchemy conference?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Moonstone?" "Yes, it's that moonstone. Rumor has it that it possesses the power of moonlight. It's extremely good for Big Sister Moon Lady. The faster Big Sister Moon Lady recovers her cultivation, the safer I will be. Actually, this is also for me." Ling Xiao nodded. For ordinary martial artists, the use of the moonstone was to increase their cultivation speed. Furthermore, it could absorb the power of the moon essence to transform their bodies. For apothecaries, they could avoid accidentally ingesting poison, and they could also use the power of the moon to improve medicinal herbs. These effects were extremely good. Of course, the rewards for the champion of the alchemy conference were not only moonstones, but also spirit stones, magic treasures, and other rewards. But what Ling Xiao valued the most was still the moonstone. This thing was practically tailor-made for a moon maiden. Not only could it provide the moon maiden with more moonlight power, but it could also reduce the moon maiden's physical pain and speed up her cultivation. It would be a pity if he didn't get it. "You're really thoughtful." Yun Ya couldn't help but feel jealous. She knew that it was completely unreasonable for her to be jealous of the Moon Maiden. After all, the only woman that Ling Xiao admitted to liking was the Moon Maiden. In Ling Xiao's eyes, she might not even be as important as Cold Plum, let alone the Moon Maiden. She could only be jealous in her heart. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't know what Yun Yue was thinking. He looked into the distance. The cannon salute had already sounded. Today, the city of Sin was destined to not be peaceful. Stepping into the Chang'e Square where the alchemy conference was located, Ling Xiao temporarily sat in the preparation area because the conference hadn't officially started yet. Due to his special status, he was specially recommended by the Chang'e Patriarch and had participated in the internal test. Therefore, he was qualified to sit in the VIP seats in the preparation area. Even the Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, Princess Yun Yue, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Liuying were able to bask in the limelight. Looking down from the VIP seats, the huge square was filled with people. Other than the Moon Maiden and Pink Medicine Masters, there were also a large number of spectators. These spectators were not just locals of the city of Sin. They came from dozens of countries on the Divine Phoenix continent and the Tianlong continent. Even sitting in the quieter VIP seats, Ling Xiao could hear the deafening screams. These crazy screams were the people's worship for the medicine masters. Listening to these screams, even Ling Xiao, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel fanatical emotions rising in his heart. Since he was going to participate in this alchemy conference, he had to get first place. In the sky, the red sun had revealed its true appearance. The number of people in the preparation area and the spectator area was also increasing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but mischievously imagine that if a meteorite fell, it would probably kill more than 100,000 people. How was this an alchemy conference? It was more like a superstars fan meeting. The conference hadn't even started yet, but the craze was about to break through the sky. Those people are all looking at you, Yun Yue suddenly said with a smile. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, "They're not looking at me. They're looking at the beauties next to me." Pairs of eyes filled with jealousy shot towards him from all directions. It was as if they could burn him up. Whoosh! Suddenly, the screams became even louder. Some people finally shifted their gaze and looked in another direction. There, Feng Ming, Piaro Shui, and Ji Luoyu entered the VIP seats with a group of beautiful medicine masters. Only then did they attract some people's attention. Ling Xiao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the two of them walked towards him. His jealousy burned even more fiercely. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he was being roasted in an oven. That feeling was really unpleasant. One had to know that those were the gazes of martial artists. Martial artists' gazes were filled with fighting intent. With so many battle skills piled up, even he couldn't handle it. Ling Xiao, what happened last night really scared me. But at least it was a close call. I hope that you won't be affected by what happened last night in today's alchemy conference. You must get a good result. Feng Ming, Piaro Shui smiled at Ling Xiao and said, "Sister Piaro Shui, you're underestimating this celestial emperor too much. He even dared to refute my master. At the very least, he should be in the top 3 of the alchemy conference." Ji Luoyu actually followed Piaro Shui over and smiled at Ling Xiao. This girl was usually caught very tightly by the medicine king, Sun Bu, so she had some rebellious mentality. She really wanted to see someone who dared to refute her master. She didn't expect that she would really see it last night. Not only did Ling Xiao survive after refuting her master, but he also won in terms of detoxification. She was somewhat envious and impressed by Ling Xiao. However, when she saw Moon Maiden and Cold Plum sitting beside Ling Xiao, she was a little surprised. Chapter 1262. Ling Xiao's appearance could be considered handsome, but it was definitely not super handsome. But he did not expect that he was so popular with women. These two beside him were simply the best. Not to mention the two of them, even Hua Fuguang and Hua Liuying were a pair of exquisite twin sisters. This Ling Xiao really had good luck with women. But he did not know that Ling Xiao was currently secretly depressed because of this degree of popularity. Perhaps out of competition, Feng Ming, Piaro Shui, and Ji Luoyu also sat in front of and behind Ling Xiao. These 7 women surrounded Ling Xiao, and a fragrance assailed his nostrils. Ling Xiao, who had always been calm, had no choice but to close his eyes and circulate his heavenly yuan energy to calm himself down. But just as he closed his eyes, a viper-like gaze made him feel uncomfortable all over. He turned his head and just happened to see Dan Qing's pair of eyes. That was a pair of eyes that seemed to be staring at some farther enemy. Like the ice-cold eyes of a viper, filled with resentment. Perhaps because he saw Ling Xiao, Dan Qing gave him a thumbs up angrily, then pointed his thumb downwards. Through lip reading, Ling Xiao roughly knew what he was saying. Snatching my sister Piaro Shui and seducing my sister Luo Yu, you and I are irreconcilable. Just wait to make a fool of yourself in today's alchemy conference. Ling Xiao straightforwardly gave him a middle finger, then directly transmitted his voice, although I have no interest in snatching women from you, a scum like you can't win against me. Hearing these words, Dan Qing even wished that he could curse out loud. But thinking of Xiao Zhan's death last night, he immediately shut his mouth. Ling Xiao had strong protectors around him, so a head-on clash was definitely out of the question. Then he could only fight it out in the alchemy conference. Actually, there was more than one gaze peeping at Ling Xiao. It was just that another person's gaze was more concealed. This person was nicknamed Frost General, and was similarly one of the 13 Divine Phoenix Empire's divine generals. Furthermore, he was Xiao Zhan's younger brother, Xiao Zhi. Xiao Zhi's cultivation was much stronger than Xiao Zhan's. Among the 13 godly generals, his ranking was close to Ji Ning's. His strength was not only in terms of cultivation, but also in his wisdom. Of course, it could also be said that he was cunning. Up until now, no one had ever seen him personally fight. His battles were usually completed through his mouth and brain. The enemy was crippled before he could even make a move. Xiao Zhi had only arrived at the city of Xin today. He originally didn't plan to come, but the death of his elder brother, Xiao Zhan, filled him with rage. He wanted to see what kind of person the culprit behind his brother's death was. General Xiao, since our enemy is Ling Xiao, why don't we cooperate? Sitting beside Xiao Zhi were Corpse Granny, Zhong Tianda, and Swallow's representative. These 3 fellows were in cahoots now. Of course, it wasn't just for Ling Xiao's death, but for the Imperial Jade Seal in Ling Xiao's hands. Of course we can cooperate. You guys get the Imperial Jade Seal, and I want Ling Xiao's life. Although he said that, Xiao Zhi actually had his own plans. Not only did he want Ling Xiao to die, he also wanted to take the Imperial Jade Seal for himself. After obtaining the human monarch's notes, he would then present it to the heir, Phoenix Cry Mountain. As for Corpse Granny and the other 2, if they were obedient, they could still live. If they didn't know their limits and insisted on fighting with him for the Imperial Jade Seal, then he wouldn't mind directly killing them. Time slowly passed. A huge magical artifact clock was placed on the plaza. Finally, after the clear sound of the bell, an even louder and more lively cannon salute soared into the sky. Although it was daytime, these cannon salutes were still dazzling and beautiful. As one of the judges of the convention, as well as the organizer of the convention, Ancestor Chang'e slowly stood up and walked to the rostrum. He coughed twice at the sound amplification artifact placed there. Although these 2 sounds were only coughs, it instantly silenced the chaotic convention. Nearly 10,000 alchemists, as well as over 100,000 spectators, looked in his direction at the same time. Other than a few people, there really wasn't anyone who dared to rashly provoke this ancestor from Chang'e Celestial Island. This was because he was the true island master of Chang'e Celestial Island. This old man won't say any unnecessary nonsense. Now, this old man represents Chang'e Celestial Island to announce that the first new alchemy convention has officially begun. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the scene instantly boiled over. Between heaven and earth, incomparably excited and emotional shouts resounded. After Ancestor Chang'e announced the start of the convention, the alchemists all sat up from their preparation seats and entered their respective alchemy platforms according to the number plates they had received earlier. In that instant, the originally quiet plaza once again resounded with heaven-shaking cheers. I don't seem to have a number plate. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that after he entered the venue, No one reminded him to get a number plate. I don't have one either. Ji Luoyu smiled and said, those of us who participated in the internal test and got into the top 10 don't need to get a number plate because our alchemy platforms are over there. As she spoke, she pointed at the main stage. At that moment, there were already 10 alchemy platforms on the main stage. Are you kidding me? Refining pills in such a conspicuous place. Can you maintain your composure? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I don't know if you can, but I definitely can. Dan Qing, who was not far away, sneered and then leaped out. Dan Qing, who was at the second Grotto Heaven realm, had a very special martial soul. It was a cauldron, and his Grotto Heaven realm was the cauldron Grotto Heaven. As he leaped into the air, his martial soul appeared, and the cauldron floated in mid-air. Dan Qing landed in the venue in an extremely elegant manner. Cheers immediately filled the air. People respected alchemists, and of course, they also hoped that these alchemists could show them more powerful abilities. Although the alchemy convention had just begun, this movement technique was considered the last element of the show. Dan Qing's move was exactly what the audience wanted. Brother Dan Qing, your cultivation is not bad, and your Grotto Heaven realm is not weak either. Ling Xiao, it's up to you later. I'll make a move first. Ji Luoyu smiled slightly, stepped lightly with her feet, and then leaped into the air. In mid-air, she danced like a beautiful butterfly. Then, just as she was about to slide down, she took off the hairpin on her head and glided to the ground. Although in terms of elegance and beauty, she was comparable to Dan Qing. But Ji Luoyu was a beauty after all. Beautiful women would always attract more attention and cheers. A woo tilde tilde a woo tilde tilde wolf howls could be heard from the spectators' seats. The audience obviously liked Ji Luoyu's performance. Grotto Heaven realm martial artists were obviously not qualified to fly, but they could glide for a short period of time. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's performance could be said to be outstanding. Their martial souls combined with their Dharma treasures to perform that graceful gliding posture, which was amazing. Chapter 1263. That water ripple hairpin isn't a flying Dharma treasure, right? It should be a defensive Dharma treasure. Ji Luoyu can actually use it to glide, turning the defensive power into gliding power. Good, Sun Zai, your little disciple is not bad. Seeing Ji Luoyu's performance, even Ji Qing, who usually didn't like to praise people, couldn't help but praise. Damn, you're really shameless. How can you praise your granddaughter like that? Ancestor Chang'e couldn't help but scold. I'm praising her. What's wrong with that? Do you think her movement technique isn't good? Ji Qing looked at Dan Chang'e and asked. Yes, it's indeed not bad, but compared to Dan Qing, it's not much better. Their movement techniques should be the most exquisite among the pharmacists participating in this alchemy conference. Dan Chang'e nodded and said. Isn't that enough? Ji Qing rolled his eyes at Dan Chang'e. I wonder how Ling Xiao is. Sun Zai suddenly smiled. With his arrogant character, I'm afraid he'll want to perform even more. Ancestor Chang'e shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. This little guy usually keeps a low profile. As long as no one provokes him, he won't attract too much attention. Just as Ancestor Chang'e said, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in performing his movement technique at all. In his mind, his movement technique was used for battle. If it was exposed, it would be equivalent to losing the advantage in battle. That was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, he just jumped down so casually. Anyway, the distance here wasn't very high. Even if he fell, with his physical fitness, he wouldn't fall to his death. However, the moment he jumped out, a gust of evil wind suddenly attacked. He lost control of his body and began to fall faster. At the judges' table, Sun Zai's mouth raised into a sneer. There's no need for that, Brother Sunday. Why are you acting like a child? Ji Qing frowned and said. That gust of evil wind just now was released by Sun Zai. Brother Ji, you've misunderstood. Since this little guy is so low profile, I have to find a chance for him to perform. Sun Zai said shamelessly. Ancestor Chang'e secretly cursed this old thing for being shameless. The Moon Maiden's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, she did not help Ling Xiao. She didn't need to do anything for such a small matter. If he couldn't even solve such an emergency, then Ling Xiao was too weak. He didn't deserve to be her man. Sun Shu, fuck your sister __ female disciple. You sneak attacked me. Ling Xiao's reaction made Sun Sa's face suddenly turn ashen and very embarrassed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his sneak attack. What was even more unexpected was that Ling Xiao actually scolded him in front of so many people. Everyone was flabbergasted, and Ji Luoyu's face turned red. She was Sun Zai's only female apprentice. Ling Xiao said that, wasn't he talking about her? However, the strange thing was that she didn't feel angry at all. Instead, she found it amusing. It seemed like that fierce master of his had really met his match. This Ling Xiao was too daring. He really dared to say anything. How could one word be used to describe him as a bull? In fact, Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. Originally, he just wanted to jump down and be done with it. However, with Sun Zai's actions, he was like a bird whose wings were blown by a strong wind. He instantly lost his balance and fell down. He was angry and directly scolded. However, thinking that Sun Zai's sister was probably very old, he changed to a female disciple midway. Although Ji Luoyu was a little arrogant, her looks were not bad after all. She could still accept it. While scolding, Ling Xiao did not control his body. Instead, he allowed it to fall freely. His head fell towards the hard limestone floor. Although many martial artists knew that with the cultivation of Heaven Realm martial artists, they wouldn't die even if their heads hit the ground. However, it was still quite embarrassing. Ling Xiao was plotted against miserably by Sun Zai today. Dan Qing revealed a gloating expression. Phoenix Cry and Piaro Shui covered their mouths and stood up. Ji Luoyu, on the other hand, wanted to help. Countless spectators were not stingy with their gazes on this player who fell headfirst. They wanted to see how he would end up. On the contrary, Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, and Princess Yun Ya, who followed Ling Xiao, looked calm. It was as if the one who was about to make a fool of himself was not their relative or friend Ling Xiao, but an outsider. Therefore, the people who knew Ling Xiao the best were still them. Others had too little contact with Ling Xiao and knew too little about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was a person who didn't want to be in the limelight, he didn't want to make a fool of himself either. Countless people watched as Ling Xiao's head was about to touch the ground. Suddenly, an amazing scene appeared. On the originally empty ground, countless eerie white bones suddenly stretched out. In just an instant, these white bones connected to each other and controlled the speed of Ling Xiao's fall. They quickly formed a strange white bone throne. Ling Xiao's body was corrected by these white bones, and then he sat on it firmly, just like a king of white bones. At that moment, Ling Xiao still didn't use his movement technique, nor did he use the black and white wings. Instead, he chose the eye of the tomb of the god of sin. There were too many white bones in the eye of the tomb of the god of sin, and they gradually slowed down one by one. They could always slow down his rapid fall. What a powerful soul power! What a terrifying soul secret technique! How can this kid have such an ability? Even many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists can't do this. Seeing this scene, Ji Qing couldn't stay calm. His praise was even more amazing than praising his granddaughter Ji Luoyu. I'm also very surprised. I heard that Ling Xiao can condense the black and white wings. I thought that he would fly, but I didn't expect that he would do this. Ancestor Chang'e also couldn't help muttering to himself in surprise. White bone throne, this was really eye-catching. Sun Tzu originally wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao, but the result was that he forced Ling Xiao to be in the limelight under the gaze of more than 100,000 people. When Medicine King Sun Tzu was in the White Tiger continent, he had never been so vexed. He didn't expect that today, in the small divine Phoenix continent, he would be played by a little guy. And he was at a disadvantage in every aspect. The white bone throne slowly descended, and Ling Xiao stepped on the ground, right in front of his pill refining platform. Sigh. This isn't what I wanted. He really didn't want to be in the limelight, but now, he was unexpectedly in the limelight. He actually thought of many ways to not be in the limelight and not make a fool of himself in midair, and directly ruled out the black and white wings and movement technique. But he didn't expect that things still went against his wishes. Wow tilde tilde. Cheers and applause instantly rang out. F***ck, he's really too handsome. Ling Xiao, I love you. I love you to death. Awesome. Screams, cheers, and applause seemed to converge into the crazy waves of the sea, simply resounding through the horizon. Ling Xiao's move was simply a powerful method to attract fans. But unfortunately, how many people knew that he didn't want to rely on this move to attract fans at all? If he had a choice, he would rather keep a low profile. Chapter 1264. In the VIP seats, the Moon Lady chuckled and shook her head. Why is this guy always in the limelight? No matter if he's hated or loved, he's the combination of a demon and a god. My master will always be the most outstanding. The ignorant medicine king's son Sa did an ignorant and stupid thing. Cold Plum thought to herself. Tell me you didn't do it on purpose. You're so cool. Ji Luoyu's eyes were filled with crazy worship and admiration. It looked like Ling Xiao's actions just now had completely mesmerized this little girl. Hua Liuying and Hua Fuguang looked at each other and smiled. Their faces were filled with joy. Choosing to follow Ling Xiao was the most difficult but also the most correct choice they had ever made. Especially today, they thought so even more. Yun Ye shook her head and smiled bitterly. My goodness, can't you restrain yourself a little? If this goes on, all the good girls in the world will become your fangirls. By then, you'll be hated by even more people. Only Sun Sa's expression was uncertain. Entering the venue was just the beginning. After all, there were tens of thousands of people. Hence, this would last for about 15 minutes before the real competition began. Ling Xiao didn't care about the uproar in the crowd. He quickly focused on his alchemy platform. The alchemy platform was very simple. It was a platform made of green stone slabs. On top of it were some herbs and a pill formula. Beside it was an alchemy furnace. It wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. It was a standard model. This alchemy convention didn't allow people to bring their own alchemy furnaces. This was to be fair. The most eye-catching thing was a mechanical bird on the green stone slab. It squatted there and stared at Ling Xiao. He didn't know what it was, but it was on every green stone slab. Ling Xiao glanced at the mechanical bird. He suspected that it might be used to monitor the medicine masters. It might also be used to record the results. Then, he turned his attention to the pill recipe. After all, the medicine masters hadn't entered the venue yet. He could understand the exam questions in advance. This wasn't against the rules. In fact, there were many people who had the same idea as him. Seeing this pill formula, Ling Xiao's brows immediately furrowed. The pill formula was quite formal, but the strange thing was that some of the herbs listed in the formula were not present at all. In other words, the herbs were incomplete. Furthermore, the rules stated that they were not allowed to use their own medicinal herbs. What should he do? Could this still be used to concoct pills? If one were to forcefully use incomplete medicinal ingredients to refine pills, the final pills refined would definitely not be perfect and would not be good. Although the missing herbs were only supplementary herbs and would not affect the refining of the pill, it would definitely affect the effects of the pill. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. He was thinking, what was the purpose of this assessment? This was not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome thing was that there was only one set of herbs on the bluestone board. In other words, you had to refine the pill in one go. This was naturally not a problem for Ling Xiao, but for many alchemists, it was extremely difficult. Of course, the pill forging for the first round of the examination wasn't too difficult. As long as one was a high-tier apothecary and not someone who was trying to fish in troubled waters, it shouldn't be a problem for them to succeed on the first try. Those who would fail were definitely those who did not work hard on refining pills normally. This topic was very interesting. Ling Xiao released his soul force. Without looking, he knew that many of the alchemists present had very ugly expressions. There was a type of alchemist in this world who was clearly already a yellow-level alchemist, but had never refined pills before. This was clearly a situation that went against common sense, but it was a fact. After all, the mystic world was not a completely fair world. There would be many things that did not conform to common sense. That was still very normal. However, there were also quite a number of people who truly had the ability. At the very least, these 10 people participating in the assessment on the rostrum all appeared very calm. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu even revealed a disdainful expression. Very clearly, they were disdainful of such a topic. Perhaps at Medicine King Sun Buyu's place, they had done such an assessment more than once. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The more difficult the examination topic, the more challenging it was. Refining pills was not difficult, but if he wanted to refine pills with better effects, he had to think of a way. Brother Ling, no need to panic. As long as you can refine successfully, it counts as passing. You also don't have to learn from us and insist on refining outstanding pills. Dan Qing suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. His words sounded like concern at first, but when experienced carefully, it clearly revealed some smugness and mockery. Brother Dan Qing seems to have forgotten the results of the internal assessment. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Does the feeling of being slapped in the face feel very good? You insist on coming up to let me slap you? Bullshit. What does the internal assessment count as? That was just me being a little careless. In the official assessment this time, I'll definitely let you know what a true alchemist is. It's absolutely not what a guy like you who walks the evil path can understand. In short, I'll definitely make you lose face. Don't look at how you're so popular with women now. When you fail later, you'll fall even more miserably." Regarding this first round of assessment, Dan Qing indeed had reason to be confident. He had once stayed at Alchemy King Sun Sa's place for a period of time, and such assessments had been conducted more than a few dozen times. It was precisely because of this that he was sure that he would definitely be stronger than Ling Xiao. He wanted to become the champion of the Alchemy Conference. He wanted to seize all the glory that Ling Xiao currently possess. He even fantasized that the Moon Maiden would also cast him a look of admiration, and then ruthlessly abandon Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he actually couldn't help but reveal a disgusting smile. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. He didn't know what Dan Qing was thinking, but he was similarly very confident. After all the alchemists had entered the venue, another 5 minutes or so had passed. This was also in hopes that the alchemists who entered later could have a certain amount of time to observe the alchemy platform and then make preparations. Basically, only 15 minutes had passed from start to finish. That huge artifact clock once again emitted a crisp sound. The alchemists all looked towards the judging panel. This time, the one who spoke wasn't Elder Changle, but Alchemy King Sun Sa. He didn't stand up, and just sat on his seat just like that. Using an indifferent voice, he said, "The first round of assessment is very simple. Use the things in front of you and refine an extraordinary pill. The extraordinary pill is an ungraded pill. If you all have genuine talent and genuine knowledge, then you'll naturally be able to successfully refine it. But I need to remind you all that some of the medicinal ingredients in the pill formula can't be found on the spot. But you all must think of a way to refine an extraordinary pill whose medicinal effect reaches 60% without violating the rules. If you can't do it, then you'll be eliminated." There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. As the White Tiger Continent's Alchemy King Sun Sa, every word of his possessed an extremely strong prestige. Other than a lunatic like Ling Xiao, probably very few people would be willing to argue with him. Chapter 1265. See the mechanical bird on your pill refinement platform? It will faithfully record your every action. If anyone violates the rules, you'll be eliminated immediately. At that time, it will let out an ear-piercing cry. In addition, the first round's assessment time is only half an hour. If you still can't complete within half an hour, you'll be eliminated as well. Pay attention to the time on the artifact clock. Don't panic. Talking until here, Medicine King Sun Bu looked at Ji Qing. The following words would be announced by Ji Qing. Ji Qing looked at everyone, stood up, and said in a clear voice, "The rules are like what the Medicine King said. What you all have to do is not to blindly follow the rules. You have to use your brains more. There's only one set of medicinal herbs. Once wasted, that's a failure. So think clearly before taking action. Now, I announce that the Alchemy Assembly's first round officially begins." Following Ji Qing's words, Over 10,000 alchemists all started the assessment nervously. But at the beginning, nobody went to refine pills. Instead, they quietly observed this pill formula and medicinal herbs, hoping to choose a balance. The time was 30 minutes. And there was only one set of medicinal herbs. The conditions were seriously too harsh. Ling Xiao naturally was not in a hurry to take action either. He already analyzed before. If one purely followed the medicinal herbs in the pill formula to refine the transcendence pill, then the medicinal pill refined in the end would absolutely not reach 60%. Which was also to say that it would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, this test question was not that simple. There must be some trick to it. As there was only one chance, even if it was Ling Xiao, he also did not dare to be negligent. He had to straighten everything out and figure it out before he could take action. Anyway, there were 30 minutes. To him, refining pills only needed 5 minutes. The rest of the time could be used to think. The majority of the people were thinking about the problem. But there were also people who started refining after a moment. Those were Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing. These two people probably went through this kind of test more than once before. Not only did they know the goal of the test, they even knew the method to pass the test. Presumably, this test question was set by Medicine King Sun Bu. Ling Xiao thought about it and casually glanced at those two people's pill refinement platforms. These two people urged the furnace fire and started refining pills. It was just that due to the array's influence, he could not see clearly what method the other party used. This was probably to prevent alchemists from copying each other. Seems like everlasting joy old ancestor is quite considerate. However, even though he couldn't see how they operated, the two skillful movements and confident expressions still made Ling Xiao show a look of admiration. No matter how he felt about these two people, no matter what their personalities were, at the very least, they were capable and very strong. In fact, he had already discovered this during the internal testing. As expected of a genius. With the guidance of a great teacher, he was indeed amazing. I failed. Finally, the first loser appeared. Only about 2 minutes had passed. This guy probably saw Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu refining pills, so he couldn't hold back and rushed to make a move. The result was a tragedy. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and no longer paid attention to others. Instead, he focused his attention on his alchemy platform. The white bone throne appeared again, and he sat on it comfortably. There was one thing that he was rather dissatisfied with, and that was the fact that there wasn't a chair prepared for apothecary to rest on. Many alchemists were shocked by his action. Some were speechless, and some didn't understand. However, it was only for a moment, and these people began to focus on refining pills again. Ling Xiao didn't care about the gazes of others. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. So that's it. He had already guessed the crux of this test. He realized that although there weren't a few supplementary herbs in the pill formula, there were some other herbs. If he thought about it carefully and was familiar with these herbs, he could think of extracting the ingredients from these herbs and then replace the supplementary herbs. In this way, the maximum medicinal effect could reach 80%. He used the see-through ability of the Tai Chi Eye and looked at Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing's alchemy platforms. Sure enough, what these two guys were doing was exactly what he thought. However, he felt that this method was quite boring. Moreover, it wasn't perfect. Because no matter how he did it, the medicinal effect could only reach 80% at most. If it couldn't reach 100%, it would be impossible to refine a perfect transcendent pill. This was really difficult for him, who pursued perfection wholeheartedly, to accept. Looking at the time, only 5 minutes had passed. Anyway, it was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, in these 5 minutes, there were already dozens of alchemists who had left helplessly. There was no other way. After losing the supplementary herbs, not only would the final medicinal effect be greatly reduced, but the success rate of refining would also be greatly reduced. This was simply a matter of life and death for alchemists who only knew how to memorize things and didn't know how to be flexible. Ling Xiao didn't look at them. The alchemy conference wasn't all for alchemists. If they failed, then so be it. Even in the alchemy world, not all of them were geniuses or masters. They still needed some diligent ordinary alchemists. Otherwise, no one would refine pills that didn't make the grade. What he needed to do now was to refine this transcendent pill to perfection. He lay on the white bone throne with his eyes closed, looking like he was resting. However, in his mountain river world, he began to practice the alchemy process. The memories that existed in his mind that belonged to the other world surfaced once again. In these memories, there was a medical skill that broadened Ling Xiao's horizons. According to this medical skill, in fact, every medicinal herb contained some special ingredients. These were the key to the medicinal herb's effects. These ingredients could be extracted, and could even be synthesized and artificially produce. In the other world, they relied on high technology to do it. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit troublesome. It would be easier for them to extract it with their inner force. Therefore, this method should be feasible. However, this was only his speculation. Whether it would work or not, he still had to try it out. He didn't dare to rashly use the medicinal herbs on the alchemy platform to try it out. He could only rely on his mountain river martial spirit and powerful soul force to simulate it. During the simulation process, he actually slowly stood up. His body floated a foot high in the air, and then his hands actually moved involuntarily. What is that guy doing? Pointing fingers at the air. After all, Ling Xiao was in the most conspicuous place to refine pills. Therefore, everyone could see his every move clearly. Whether it was the judges' seats, the preparation seats, or the audience seats. Ling Xiao's inexplicable actions confused everyone. Hysteria? Someone asked in confusion. Idiot, that's called a sensory test. Only alchemists with extremely powerful soul force can do it. Look at him, he seems to be waving his hands in the air. In fact, in front of him, there is a real alchemy platform. The person who said these words was naturally an expert who knew the ropes. Chapter 1266. I didn't expect that this brat actually knows such a profound simulation practice method. This way, the chances of his pill refinement failing will be much lower. When Ji Qing saw Ling Xiao's actions, he could not help being somewhat surprised as he said, "Looks like this brat indeed has some ability. Humph, it's only increasing the chances of success. If he doesn't know the crux of this first round's test, even if the pill refinement succeeds in the end, it can only fail." Sun Beard snorted coldly and said, "Not to the extent. Ling Xiao's ability, this old man still believes in it." Ancestor Chang'el said coolly, "According to rumors, his pill refinement has always succeeded on the first try and has never failed before. It's just a rumor, not to be believed." Medicine King Sunbeard's prejudice against Ling Xiao was too deep. Hence, he was not willing to believe that Ling Xiao would have such great capabilities at all. But regardless of whether he believed or not, the current Ling Xiao was already immersed in the world of sensory testing. The place that others could not see was precisely an imagined pill refinement platform. But this was still not enough. This kind of imagined thing was ultimately illusory and not realistic enough. Visualization. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Essence Spirit Remnant Scrolls talk about visualization. He had once visualized the Nezha in the Divine Investiture catalogue. Visualizing living things was very difficult. Visualizing dead things was a little easier instead. In that instant, his soul force gushed out like a tide, fusing with the elements in the air. A bizarre soul force and elements condensed into a visualization pill refinement platform gradually appeared. This scene once again drove the audience's excited mood. Quickly look at what that is. Ling Xiao actually created a pill refinement platform out of thin air. My God, this guy is too incredible. I simply love him to death. Screams and cheers boiled over once more. But Ancestor Chang'el and the rest did not stop them. If one could not withstand this kind of influence and gave up midway or failed the pill refinement, it could only mean that this alchemist was incapable. After all, many times, the environment of alchemists refining pills was very harsh. Alchemists who were unable to withstand the harsh environment did not have the qualifications to become the champion of this alchemy summit. As a result, another few dozen people failed. They vented their anger on the audience and then blamed Ling Xiao, thinking that all this was caused by Ling Xiao. What exactly is that? This time, Even Ji Qing was confused too. Medicine King Sun Bu shook his head and said, "It's a fusion of soul force and elements. But as for how it was formed, this old man is not clear. I only know that there are records in ancient books that this is a visualization method. There were ancient people who used visualization methods to refine pills." At this time, the Medicine King Sun Bu forgot the grudge between himself and Ling Xiao for a moment. He looked at Ling Xiao with a very shocked gaze. How could such a young guy know the visualization method in the ancient book? No, I must find out from this guy how he got this method and how to use it. From the beginning, he wanted Ling Xiao to die, to now he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. This senior medicine king had really never thought of using a proper method to ask Ling Xiao for advice. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as narrow-minded. Visualization method. Right, I remember now. There is indeed such a thing in the ancient book, but wasn't it lost? Ji Qing stood up in shock. Who is this kid's master? He probably learned it from Her Highness the Moon Maiden. Ancestor Changle thought for a moment and said, "Her Highness the Moon Maiden? Well, that's possible." Ji Qing sat down again and calmed down a little. However, the shock that Ling Xiao brought to him was still echoing in his heart. He paid so much attention to Ling Xiao in the beginning only because of Yun Ya's words. But now, he felt that this kid was different from the rest. Ling Xiao did not know how much of an impact his actions had on the people outside. He was just doing his own thing wholeheartedly. Because he had never done such a thing before, he was very careful and did not forget to pay attention to the time. After all, 7 or 8 minutes had already passed. If he found a perfect method to refine pills in the end but missed the time, then it would be meaningless. An assessment was an assessment. There would be no more chances if he was eliminated. The extraction of the ingredients was relatively simple, but using completely unrelated medicinal herbs to fuse with the elements in the air to create new ingredients. This process was really too difficult. The extraordinary pill was a relatively simple pill, and the required ingredients were not that complicated. But even so, Ling Xiao tried dozens of times before he finally succeeded. Fortunately, this was a simulation. If it was real, he would have been eliminated long ago. At the same time, Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu had already finished refining the medicinal herbs and put them into the cauldron to start refining. The two of them had some free time and casually glanced at Ling Xiao. Because of their surprise, they almost messed up the heat and caused the refining to fail. However, they were experts after all and quickly remedied the situation. This was enough to show their outstanding ability. I succeeded. Right then, an alchemist stood up and shouted excitedly. I succeeded too. Me too. A total of over 20 alchemists completed the extraordinary pill virtually at the same time. However, what welcomed them was the mechanical bird's merciless shriek. They were eliminated. This kind of situation was what Ling Xiao had analyzed before. Recklessly refining the extraordinary pill according to the pill formula but neglecting the use of the supplementary medicinal ingredients, the extraordinary pill refined in the end, although effective, would definitely not meet the requirements of passing the test. Why? There's a problem with your question. One of the alchemists was unwilling to be eliminated like the others. He roared very discontentedly. However, what this roar brought was being forcefully dragged out by the security martial artists. At this very moment, many alchemists who were just preparing to refine pills according to the pill formula all revealed thankful expressions. Fortunately, they were careful enough and did not end up like these people. But the problem was, what should they do next? Not following the pill formula, what should they do? Time continued to pass. In the next 3 to 5 minutes, another 100 people were mercilessly eliminated. This time, nobody dared to act recklessly here. The alchemists who failed left the testing area in low spirits. Some people left the city of Sin with disappointment and anger. Some people stayed with the attitude of learning and continued to watch the competition as spectators. Because they wanted to know how to solve this question. Of course, until now, only a small number of alchemists have been eliminated. There were less than 300 alchemists. To the large number of alchemists, this was really insignificant. More than half of the alchemists who stayed behind and persisted. Sometimes, you have to admit that the immortal island of Changla's influence was very strong. The alchemists who came this time were much better than before. Chapter 1267. When 15 minutes had passed on the magic treasure clock, half of the time had passed. Many alchemists could not wait any longer. They lit up their furnaces and began to refine the extraordinary pill according to their own methods. As for Ling Xiao, he was still in the visualization state and had not exited. Although he had been delayed for such a long time, it had to be said that his efforts were still very effective. He had actually refined more than half of the supplementary medicinal ingredients needed through simulation. There was one thing he was absolutely confident about, and that was that he could definitely complete what he could do in the visualization state in reality. To him, there was no possibility of accidental failure. It was just that the next few ingredients would be more complicated and difficult to refine. However, there was only 15 minutes left. He had to speed up and be more careful. You only know how to deliberately mystify things. Dan Qing's pill was already in the process of being refined. He only needed a little more time to complete the refinement, and he would be able to successfully pass the test. Therefore, when he saw that Ling Xiao had not lit up his furnace after 15 minutes, he was a little gloating. Ji Luoyu also shook her head lightly. Although she did not know what Ling Xiao was doing, she was very clear that if Ling Xiao did not officially start refining the pill, there would not be enough time. According to the standard of a yellow-grade alchemist, refining an extraordinary pill would take at least 10 minutes. And Ling Xiao was only a yellow-grade alchemist. Even if she overestimated him, there was not enough time. However, at this time, there was nothing she could do. After all, she did not know what Ling Xiao was doing. This visualization simulation process is fine if it's used during normal times, but it's a bit of a waste of time during the test. Ji Qing was also a little worried. Yes, after time passes, even if I'm biased towards him, I can't play favoritism. Ancestor Chang'e also said helplessly. However, Ling Xiao, who was being watched, did not care about the outside world's influence at all. No matter how many people were eliminated, no matter how many people were staring at him, he only had one thing to do now, and that was to complete the task at hand. Another 5 minutes passed. Time entered the last 10 minutes. Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He slowly landed and did not forget to look at the results of the two geniuses nearby. From the fragrance, he could tell that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's extraordinary pills were about to be refined. Moreover, the medicinal effect might reach 70% to 80%, which was already very good. The arrogance of these two obviously had a certain reason. At least among the tens of thousands of people, they were currently ranked at the top. After a deep breath, Ling's time. 10 minutes. That's faster than I thought. He smiled slightly and did not immediately go to refine the pill. Instead, he sat down on the white bone throne and closed his eyes to rest for 3 minutes, maintaining his state of mind in an absolutely optimal state. Although it's said that sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood, this kid is too calm. 7 minutes, even if he has the method to refine the pill, can he succeed? Ji Qing frowned. At this time, even he could not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts. Medicine King Sun Zai also frowned. Because he similarly did not understand what Ling Xiao was going to do. It was precisely because he did not understand that he was even more nervous. Ling Xiao, this guy, was often able to surprise people. Right at this time, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand. The several main medicinal herbs listed in the pill formula were all thrown into the pill furnace by him. At the same time, a ball of flame emerged from his palm. This flame was just mortal fire. There was no need to use sacred fire for the time being. What is he doing? Isn't it the same thing as those guys who were eliminated? Because the audience could not see Ling Xiao's actions in detail, they could not understand Ling Xiao's approach. Even Medicine King Sun Zai did not understand. His simply giving up on himself, working for half a day and also can't find a reliable method. Ji Qing wanted to refute, but he could not find a reason to refute. What Ling Xiao was doing now was indeed a bit like giving up on himself. Originally, they thought that this was crazy enough. But what Ling Xiao did next was even crazier than they imagined. After the furnace fire burned for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly opened the furnace lid and poured all the remaining medicinal herbs in. Crazy. Messing around like this will blow up the pot. In the audience seats, an alchemist who had already been eliminated exclaimed. Really crazy. He might have already understood that those medicinal herbs are things that can replace supplementary medicinal herbs. But it absolutely can't be thrown in directly. It needs to be tempered before it can be replaced. Otherwise, it will definitely blow up. Medicine King Sun Zai also revealed a hint of a cold smile. He suddenly felt that he was a bit too worried. This Ling Xiao was not as smart as imagined at all. On the contrary, this guy was a boorish fellow, a fool. Perhaps he has other ideas. Ancestor Chang'el was also uncertain in his heart, but he still hoped to find a reason for Ling Xiao to absolve himself. Chirp chirp. At this moment, a mechanical bird came with a clear and melodious cry. This meant that someone had successfully completed the refinement of the transcendence pill and passed the assessment. It's Dan Qing. Dan Qing opened the furnace lid. A round and smooth medicinal pill appeared in front of everyone. The medicinal fragrance wafted. On Dan Qing's face, one could see that he was very proud. Almost at the same time, Ji Luoyu's medicinal pill was also successfully refined. From the appearance, the two people's medicinal pill standards were almost the same. However, the score still depended on the mechanical bird's evaluation in the end. The first round of assessment did not require several judges to personally score. These two people were the first to finish. After them, 5 minutes had passed. When there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the first round, the mechanical bird's cries were almost one after another. There were screams, which meant that they were eliminated. There were also clear and melodious cries, which meant that they had successfully passed. The 10 people on the rostrum, except for Ling Xiao, had completely passed. Hehe, Dan Chang'el, it seems that you are thinking too much. Ling Xiao is not as special as you think. Looking at the time and looking at Ling Xiao, Medicine King Sun Zai said very proudly. But at least he didn't explode. Ancestor Chang'el could only find such a reason to refute. Yes, he didn't explode. However, if the time is up and he still hasn't finished refining the medicinal pill, he will still be eliminated. Medicine King Sun Zai chuckled. He couldn't wait for the huge magical treasure clock to reach the 30-minute mark in an instant. He originally wanted to use some method to make a fool of Ling Xiao without leaving any traces. However, it seemed that it was unnecessary to think about it now. Ling Xiao's performance was much worse than he had imagined. Chapter 1268. Everyone was very nervous. Some were hoping that Ling Xiao would be unlucky. Others were hoping that Ling Xiao would succeed. Who asked Ling Xiao to be so flashy when he entered and so different when he refined pills? Dang! Dang! The clock finally rang. At this time, everyone was attracted by the sound and did not notice that Ling Xiao was already resting on the white bone throne. He calculated the time accurately. Although it was tight, he still completed it before the clock rang. And it was perfect. For a perfectionist, this was too important. He actually completed it. He's finally done. I almost thought that his dazzling pill refining process would end in failure. In the crowd, there were already many die-hard fans of Ling Xiao. As the clock rang, the pharmacists who did not complete the refinement were depressed. Although some were still rushing to refine, the mechanical bird had already given the result. A series of ear-piercing screams rang out. Out of the 10,000 people, about 6,000 were eliminated in an instant. In the end, there were less than 4,000 people left. The exact number would probably be judged by the mechanical bird later. After all, although some people had successfully refined the transcendent pill, they did not follow the pill formula blindly. This way, the mechanical bird would not be able to eliminate them immediately. But in the end, through the appraisal of the pill, they could determine the person who had passed. Kid, your luck is not bad. You actually managed to finish refining the pill in time. However, if the method is wrong, you still can't pass. You are the candidate recommended by the Chang'el ancestor. If you can't even pass the first round, you will really become a big joke. Just as Ling Xiao was waiting for the mechanical bird to make the final judgment, Dan Qing's impatient voice rang out again. Ignorant. Ling Xiao only lightly curled his lips and said, You only know how to follow others and do not have your own creativity. You are not qualified to criticize me. You dare to say that I am ignorant. This is the alternative method that the King of Medicine found. It is currently the most efficient method. You are not scolding me, you are insulting the King of Medicine, Dan Qing said angrily. Whatever you say. When the results are announced later, you will know how naive you are. In the end, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Frog at the bottom of a well. Every time Dan Qing bickered with Ling Xiao, he would be angered to the point of choking. This time was no exception. However, he took a deep breath and finally held it in. He wanted to see what qualifications Ling Xiao had to quarrel with him after the results were announced. On the judging panel, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch stood up and looked down at the approximately 4,000 people who were still standing on the stage. He said in a clear voice, Now, place the extraordinary pills that you have refined into the mechanical bird's mouth. The mechanical bird will grade each of your pills. Hearing this, the pharmacists all looked at the mechanical bird that looked like a crow. Someone put the pill into the mechanical bird's mouth out of curiosity. He jumped up in excitement. Although he had just passed, he still passed. After that, many people followed this method and placed their elixirs inside. Then, as the mechanical bird continued to speak human language, more and more names appeared on the jade disc. Some of the people at the very beginning had basically passed. But soon, there were pharmacists who scored below 60. There were even some who scored Ling. Although the pharmacists who failed were furious, they did not dare to say anything. After all, they were the clearest about the pills they refined. Many people simply threw all their pills into the cauldron. In the end, the pills they refined were simply trash. They were even worse than those who were eliminated in the test. Of course, there were still many who passed. After all, if the goal of this test was only to pass, then it wouldn't be difficult for a high-grade pharmacist. Ling Xiao leaned on the white bone throne and closed his eyes to rest. It was not that he did not want to take the test quickly. The main reason was that he was too tired. Creation should not be done by mortals. However, Ling Xiao did it. This consumed a lot of his physical strength and soul force. When he was bickering with Dan Qing, he was actually dizzy. If it wasn't for Dan Qing being so annoying, Ling Xiao would not have bothered to speak. Sister Luoyu, let's try it too? Dan Qing looked at Ji Luoyu and said. All right. Ji Luoyu wanted to see how many points Ling Xiao's pills could get. But seeing that Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of testing, she could only go with Dan Qing. The two of them stuffed the pills in their hands into the mechanical bird's mouth. The mechanical bird swallowed the pills as if it was eating. Then, its body began to flicker with a mysterious luster. Many pharmacists stopped what they were doing. The people in the audience also looked at the huge jade. They wanted to see what kind of points these two geniuses of the pharmacist world could get. After all, these two were people who had received personal guidance from the Medicine King's son Bu. Look, Dan Qing got 80 points. Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu also got 80 points. Heavens, these should be the two people with the highest points so far, right? That's right, it is indeed like this. They are really a golden couple. These two are too powerful. Medicine King's son Sa looked at the points and rankings on the jade and nodded with a smile. In his opinion, 80 points should be the highest score. Even if Ling Xiao passed, it was absolutely impossible for him to exceed this score. What a pity, I used a bit more time than Big Brother Dan Qing. I admit defeat. Ji Luoyu was free and easy. Although her points were the same as Dan Qing, she used more time to refine the pills. In fact, if the grading was stricter, she would not be as good as Dan Qing. Little sister Luoyu is too modest. We can only be considered a tie. Unlike some people who are still pretending to be dead and refuse to show their results. Dan Qing looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and revealed a thick sense of sarcasm. Maybe he's really tired. Ji Luoyu's impression of Ling Xiao was getting better and better. Therefore, she did not agree with Dan Qing's point of view. Little sister Luoyu, don't be deceived by some people's honest appearance. Later when his results are announced, we will know the result. But I believe that no one will have a higher score than us today. Dan Qing was very confident. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao and did not say anything. Ling Xiao's super ability time and time again made her not dare to speak carelessly. Chapter 1269. Among the results that appeared, the highest was 79. There was really no one who could surpass Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. In the end, among all the alchemists participating in the alchemy conference, only 2 people remained who had not taken the test. One was Ling Xiao. The other was a girl with an extremely ugly appearance. That face of hers was practically completely distorted. Very few people were willing to take a second look at her. In the past, I heard that your continent's alchemists are the orthodox ones. Their standards are definitely not bad. But looking at it today, it's simply beneath the great reputation. In fact, it's hard to live up to. When everyone's gazes were cast towards Ling Xiao, that girl opened her mouth. Her words were practically a challenge to all the alchemists present. As everyone knew, apart from the sea race, the other races all lived on the continent. Her words were equivalent to scolding everyone present, including Medicine King Sun Sa. Stinking girl, what did you say? Dan Qing was the first to be displeased. Ling Xiao dared to rebuke him, he also accepted it. After all, this fellow Ling Xiao had many people behind him. But on what basis did a girl with such an ugly appearance dare to rebuke him? I said that you're all trash. The girl gave Dan Qing a disdainful glance, then placed her medicinal pill into the mechanical bird's mouth. I'll let you all know that the mystic world's best alchemists don't belong to the continent races, but to our sea race. Shameless boasting. Dan Qing pursed his lips, seemingly very disdainful. This sea race girl in front of him looked to be about the same age as Ji Luoyu. At this age, without the guidance of a master, how could she possibly beat them? That sea race girl isn't simple. Ji Qing's expression suddenly became solemn. Dan Qing could not see that sea race girl's ability, but Ji Qing was not only an alchemy master, he was also an absolute yin-yang realm powerhouse. It was impossible for him not to see through it. Yeah, if this old man didn't see wrongly, the flame she used to refine pills earlier should be the deep-sea devil flame that was bred from the extreme yin-cold flame. Although it can't compare to a divine fire, it can absolutely be called an immortal fire. Mortal fire, mystical fire, immortal fire, divine fire, sacred fire, these were the 4 grades of flames. To a martial artist, if it wasn't a fire-type martial soul, it wouldn't be too important. However, to an alchemist, this was something he had to know. Dan Qing and Luo Yu were only using strange flames. Most of the others were only using ordinary flames to refine pills. As for her immortal fire, it was clearly superior. Furthermore, this little girl's soul force was extremely powerful. For an alchemist, a powerful soul force could ensure that they could communicate with the pill and control it better. If this old man didn't see wrongly, this little girl's soul power is definitely second to none among her peers. He's even stronger than I was back then. Medicine King Sun Bu said in a deep voice, she is more powerful than Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu, and more powerful than Ling Xiao. I agree. Ji Qing also nodded and said, it can't be. According to what the 2 of you said, she can really break the limit of 80 points. Although Patriarch Chang'el knew alchemy, he was not an expert. Ancestor, the 2 of them are right. This woman is indeed powerful. Moreover, from the insignia she's wearing, she's most likely from the Water God Temple. The 4th judge was the #1 alchemist from Chang'el Celestial Island. Because his status was inferior to Sun Bu and Ji Qing, he usually didn't speak much. Now that Patriarch Chang'el had asked, he decided to give him an answer. Just as they were talking, the originally chaotic assessment site suddenly quieted down. Countless people stared at the ranking on the jade wall dumbfoundedly. Heavenly Sea Pearl, 100 point. 100 points was also a perfect score. It meant that the pill refined by this heavenly sea pearl had reached 100% efficacy. At this time, even Medicine King Sun Bu frowned. Because he once said that 80 points was the limit of this assessment. But today, there was someone with a perfect score. At this time, Ling Xiao also slowly opened his eyes. The sudden silence made him a little uncomfortable. He wanted to see what was going on. Seeing the score on the jade wall, he was slightly stunned for a moment, but then he smiled. He already knew that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu were not his match, so he always felt that this alchemy conference was just a formality. There was no meaning. But at this moment, he suddenly became excited. His true opponent had appeared. He didn't care who this girl was or what her identity was. As long as she could be his opponent, that was enough. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see the true face of this girl. That ugly appearance was just a disguise. In fact, this girl's appearance was not worse than Ji Luoyu, Feng Ming, Piaro Shui, and the others. Perhaps she noticed that Ling Xiao was looking at her. The heavenly sea pearl also looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with intense coldness and hatred. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. This person should have never met him before. Why did she hate him so much? However, after thinking about it for a while, Ling Xiao roughly understood. He was the Celestial Emperor. He was the one who single-handedly destroyed the rising new true demon empire. As a member of the sea race, this heavenly sea pearl should have a reason to hate him. In fact, his thinking was not comprehensive enough. The reason why the heavenly sea pearl hated him was not only because of his identity as a member of the sea race, but also because of the water god temple. Ling Xiao destroyed the one-eyed pirates in the city of Sin and subdued the Twin Flowers pirates. This was equivalent to destroying the forces that belonged to the water god temple. Although the water god temple did not plan on starting an all-out war, it was inevitable that they would hate Ling Xiao. At this moment, the swallow representative below the stage was very excited. Although this sea race girl's cultivation was not as high as his, as a pharmacist, she was the most outstanding of the water god temple's younger generation. As long as she made a move, it would be impossible for Ling Xiao to become the champion of the alchemy conference. Even though he was unable to destroy Ling Xiao for the time being, it was definitely not a problem to give Ling Xiao some trouble. We actually lost to a member of the sea race. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu looked at each other. They both felt anger and unwillingness. Although the races on the continent weren't united enough, when facing the sea race, they were often united against a common enemy. Even if Ling Xiao became the champion of today's alchemy conference, they were not willing to let a member of the sea race steal it. That would be too shameful. This is really a dark horse. Tranquil ancestor bitterly laughed. He did not know much about pharmacists, but the heavenly sea pearl got full marks in the first round. In terms of creativity, she was not inferior to Sun Sa. Who could be her opponent? Could Ling Xiao do it? It would be very difficult. I've said it before. You land races are all trash. You should bow down to the sea race. The heavenly sea pearl stood there proudly. The wind blew through her long hair. Her ugly face had a domineering and arrogant air. Dan Qing was not convinced. Ji Luoyu was also not convinced. But neither of them said anything. Because they had clearly lost to the heavenly sea pearl in the first round, and they had lost miserably. Chapter 1270. Dan Changle, can the Sea Clan participate in the alchemy conference? Medicine King Sun Bu asked. Of course they can. This alchemy conference didn't stipulate any race, so there's no problem with the Sea Clan. Ancestor Changle replied. This is bad. If we let the Sea Clan take the champion of the alchemy conference, I'm afraid we'll lose all our face. Moreover, she's from the Water Spirit Temple. Don't forget that your Changle Celestial Island was once driven back from the White Tiger continent by the Water Spirit Temple. Medicine King Sun Bu sneered. I know that, but what can I do? We can only hope that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu can perform well in the next few rounds. Otherwise, do you think this old man will kill her in front of so many people? How could Ancestor Changle not know that Medicine King Sun Bu's words were true? But the problem was, what could he do? Have you forgotten someone? In the VIP seats, the Moon Maiden, who had been silent all this time, said faintly. Who? Could it be that you're talking about Ling Xiao? Ji Qing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that Ling Xiao had not tested the pill in his hand yet. But can he really do it? Tianhai Pearl has already gotten full marks in the first round. If Ling Xiao can get 10 marks, he'll be thanking the heavens. Full marks. I don't think so. Even Ji Qing, who believed in Ling Xiao, didn't have much confidence at this moment. After all, Tianhai Pearl's ability was too strong. You're really long-winded. Won't you know when you see the results? Moon Maiden said coldly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, show them that my man is definitely the best. I don't dare to say that I'm the best, but it should be easy to deal with a small fish and shrimp from the Sea Clan. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then stretched his back and walked towards the mechanical bird with his extraordinary pill in hand. You're just putting on airs. Do you think you can achieve my results? Pearl of the Amami Sea asked arrogantly. TSK, little girl, can you stop talking? Your mouth is filled with the smell of fish. It's fine that you're here to participate in the alchemy conference, but why must you make an enemy out of the entire continent? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly and said, now I have no choice but to be your enemy. He had already stuffed the pill into the mechanical bird's mouth. The next moment, the mechanical bird fell into silence. Ha ha ha, are these the results you wanted me to see? Tianhai Zhenju laughed with a mocking look on her face. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu also lowered their heads in embarrassment. They felt that if Ling Xiao was embarrassed, they would be embarrassed as well. Ignorant. Ling Xiao directly returned to the white bone throne and said disdainfully. Just as Pearl of the Amami Sea was about to retort, the mechanical bird suddenly shone and started to sing a beautiful song. At the same time, the person ranked first on the jade disc changed. Ling Xiao, 120 points. What was going on? 120 points. Higher than full marks. How did it come about? For a moment, not only was Pearl of the Amami Sea dumbfounded, even the audience supporting Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Perfect transcendent pill. Ji Qing was the first to stand up and said loudly, perfect. How can it be perfect? Medicine King Sun Zai muttered to himself with an expression of disbelief. You cheated. Pearl of the Amami Sea was shocked for a moment and shouted loudly. Cheated? Are you an idiot? If I cheated, wouldn't the mechanical bird eliminate me? If you can't do it, don't accuse others. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, don't tell me you think that the competition wants me to win and purposely let me get such a high score. Is it impossible? Pearl of the Amami Sea said angrily. She couldn't accept it. In terms of medical skills, she wasn't even afraid of Medicine King Sun Zai. How could she lose to a mere Ling Xiao? If you have evidence, take it out. If you don't, it's slander. Slandering the competition organizers and judges is a big matter. If you don't handle it well, you might be disqualified. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't cheat, so he believed that Pearl of the Amami Sea couldn't find any evidence. Okay, even if I lost to you in this round, I won't lose to you in the next round. Pearl of the Amami Sea was silent for a long time and finally chose to retreat. Because she had no choice. She didn't have evidence to prove that others cheated. Everything was just nonsense. So she could only pin her hopes on the next round. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be so powerful every time. Seeing Pearl of the Amami Sea silent, Ling Xiao looked at Dan Qing and smiled. Sorry, I accidentally became a hero again. In the next round, you have to work hard. Don't let this Sea Clan woman take advantage of you. Ling Xiao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Dan Qing mocked him before, so how could he not take the opportunity to mock him? Mph, I don't need you to remind me. I'll definitely do it. Don't think that just because you were excellent in the first round, you'll be excellent in the next round. Dan Qing was actually very shocked. He didn't know how to describe Ling Xiao anymore. This was such a terrifying fellow. He seemed to have endless potential. But on the surface, he still refused to admit defeat. I've said it before. There's no need to worry. At least in the first 3 continents and seas, no one's medical skills are better than my man. The Moon Lady smiled proudly. Even though she had experienced many vicissitudes of life, the Moon Lady still had her willful side sometimes. She wouldn't allow anyone to question her man. Ha ha ha, Her Highness Moon Maiden is right. Ling Xiao has truly broadened our horizons. He's actually able to use those ingredients to refine a perfect transcendent pill. In that case, I'm sure he'll be even more outstanding in the following tests. Ji Qing laughed loudly, but he was a little vigilant in his heart. He had thought of nurturing Ling Xiao first and then controlling him. But was Ling Xiao really the kind of person who could be controlled? It was difficult. Medicine King's son Sa didn't say anything. His eyes flickered with a complicated look, but his gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao. The everlasting joy-old ancestor was probably the happiest one. He had never thought of controlling Ling Xiao. From the beginning, he already knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. What he wanted to do was to become allies with Ling Xiao. At this moment, this thought became more and more firm. Taking a deep breath, the everlasting joy-old ancestor stood up and said in a clear voice, "In the first round, there are still 3,200 pharmacists left. Next, we will begin the second round of the test. Before that, the pharmacists can rest for a while and recover their spirit." Rest was necessary. After all, refining pills consumed a lot of soul force. During this period, Ling Xiao hid beside the Moon Lady. Because in other places, he would be surrounded by those colorful girls chattering non-stop. He, Ling Xiao, wasn't such a casual person. The woman he loved was here. How could he do such a thing? Chapter 1271. After a quarter of an hour, the second round of the competition officially began. The items on the alchemy platform had already been changed. The prescription was new, and the handwriting was clear. Now, the herbs placed on the bluestone board were exactly the same as the prescription. There were no defects, and the quality was also very good. It's just that there was only one set of materials, but now there are two sets. From this point of view, the difficulty of this round should be more difficult than the first round. However, after hearing Medicine King's son Sa's request, the pharmacists were a little confused. This round is still refining the extraordinary pill. There are two chances, and the medicinal effect also needs to reach 60% and above. You can start now. These words don't sound like there's a problem. But it made the pharmacists participating in the competition a little afraid to move. The reason is very simple. This exam question is too simple. An extraordinary pill that doesn't require the medicinal effect to reach 100%. There are also two sets of sufficient materials and a complete and clear prescription. If they can't even refine this successfully, then they really don't deserve to be a Huang-level pharmacist. Ling Xiao's heart is also a little confused. He still doesn't rush to start because he knows very well that this exam question is definitely not so simple. It's the same 30 minutes of competition time. He has enough time to figure it out. Many people around have the same reaction as Ling Xiao. To be able to pass the first round, they basically have some ability. They definitely won't act rashly. After about 5 minutes, someone started to refine the pill. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu have already refined the first set of herbs and put it into the pill furnace. Obviously, wasting time to speculate is completely useless. So they decided to use the first set of materials to try. This way, at least they can know where the problem is. For a time, on almost all the alchemy platforms, the flames have already started to burn. Maybe everyone is aware that the problem is not simple, but they can't find the reason. They can only find the problem through actual operation. Fortunately, this time there are two sets of materials that can be used to squander. However, Ling Xiao still hasn't moved. He thinks differently from others. He feels that the two sets of materials here may not be giving you two chances. Maybe there's another meaning in this. In the entire competition, only the Tianhai Pearl has the same approach as Ling Xiao. She didn't start. It seems like only the two of them thought of something that no one else thought of. Ji Qing smiled and said, "This time, I'm afraid only Ling Xiao can snipe the Sky Sea Pearl. Dan Qing and Luoyu are still too inexperienced. In the end, you still played that little trick." Medicine King's son Bu frowned. "That's right. I did play a little trick. If you can see through it, your result will be very good. If you can't see through it, you might not fail, but the probability of failure will be greatly increased." Ji Qing smiled. "Sai, why bother? Isn't this too much of a blow to them?" Sun Sa said helplessly. "Ling Xiao and the Tianhai Pearl are younger than most of the people here. If the two of them were able to discover the secret, it means that there is still someone who can solve it. Ji Qing said indifferently. Maybe they're just being cautious. Sun Sa said again, in fact, I didn't see the trap you designed. Maybe. Anyway, we'll know the answer soon. Ji Qing smiled and looked down at the arena. The expressions of Ling Xiao and the Sky Sea Pearl revealed a hint of understanding. It seems that they should be about to discover something. At the same time, the rest of the pharmacists had already begun to refine pills. Some people's speed was particularly fast. Because the process was very smooth at the beginning, these people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They clearly felt that they were a little scared. In fact, this level was so simple. Dan Qing even glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Ji Luoyu, "Did you see that? That person thinks too highly of himself." The second round is a relatively simple question to begin with, yet he took so long to think about it. Hilarious. Ji Luoyu did not agree with his words, but frowned and said, maybe he has his own reasons. Let's do our own thing. In the previous first level, Ji Luoyu had already seen Ling Xiao's power, so now she could not underestimate Ling Xiao's ability. Although she really did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking at this time, she always felt that Ling Xiao would not do something without aiming. In the audience, there were many people who did not know much about alchemy, so when they saw the exquisite alchemy skills of the pharmacists, they were all excited. Of course, there were also some people who were anxious for Ling Xiao. Why hasn't he started yet? Hurry up, or someone else will finish it first. It was no wonder that these people were so anxious. The key was that each level had a score. The final score with the highest score was the champion. This was not as simple as clearing the level. Obviously, in the second level, with enough medicinal materials and clear and complete pill formulas, the completion speed and the effect of the pill became the factors of the score. This was not the same as the first level. The Tianhai Pearl has finally started. On the judging panel, Ji Qing sucked in a deep breath and said, "How can this little girl's pill refinement technique be so seasoned? This completely doesn't seem like an 18 or 19-year-old little girl. Without several decades of accumulation, it's impossible. Sun Shu, you know this Tianhai Pearl. Do you know her specific situation? About 3 years ago, I saw her once. At that time, this Tianhai Pearl was extremely talented, but at most, she was a genius at the level of Luo Yu. Her skills were not so skillful." Sun Shu replied, "I suspect that in these 3 years, she should have encountered something. Maybe it was a kind of opportunity, a very good opportunity. If that is the case, Ling Xiao is in trouble. The Tianhai Pearl is one step ahead." Ji Qing frowned and said, "And she has obviously found out the reason why we provided 2 sets of medicinal materials. Among so many people, only she used the correct method. Ari, I don't know if Ling Xiao can suppress her in this level. If he can't, then we will be embarrassed." Ancestor Chang'el shook his head and sighed. Even if he did not know much about alchemy, hearing Ji Qing's words, he knew what the situation was. At present, only the Tianhai Pearl was using the correct method to refine pills. The rest were all wrong. Although this kind of wrong method could also pass, the results would definitely not be as good as the Tianhai Pearl. Didn't this mean that they could only place their hopes on Ling Xiao, who hadn't even started refining pills yet? As time continued to pass, some of the faster alchemists were about to finish refining pills. The whole process did not seem to have any problems. This made their originally nervous mood suddenly relax. Perhaps they were really scaring themselves. In reality, it was not that scary. In this round, the judges were really going easy on them. Chapter 1272. When many people's medicinal pills were already about to come out of the furnace, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a hint of a smile. He finally understood the meaning of this round's competition. Hence, very soon, he also started his own refinement. His speed was very fast. In terms of technique, it was actually not the slightest bit worse than the Heavenly Sea Pearl. That's not right. On the judges' seats, Ji Qing, who saw Ling Xiao start refining the pill, frowned and said, "What is Ling Xiao doing here?" He was also somewhat confused. Because Ling Xiao's refinement method was actually different from the rest, including the Heavenly Sea Pearl. This boy tends to exceed expectations. You misjudged this time too, right? He probably has his own ideas. But no matter what, he finally started to make a move. Otherwise, it would be dragged to the end again. But Ancestor Chang'e had an inexplicable trust in Ling Xiao. Probably because Ling Xiao's performance in the first round previously was seriously a little too good. Makes sense. Ji Qing also smiled. Although Ling Xiao's method was different from the rest and also different from the correct method that he designed previously, it opened up a new path and seemed to really have some knack for it. Humph, always liking to walk a novel path, you'll dig your own grave. Not at all dependable. Medicine King Sun Bu said rather discontentedly. Ji Qing was just about to say something when a puff of black smoke suddenly rose in the venue, accompanied by a rather loud sound. Indeed, someone started to fail her? This is the mistake made in a hurry. Ji Qing smiled and could not help shaking his head. He really hoped that these alchemists' performances could be like Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Too bad, not everyone was so outstanding. Of course, the ones he regretted the most were Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. Actually, as long as these two people calmed down a little, they should be able to discover where the problem lay. In the end, they only wanted to be competitive and took a wrong step. There was no chance to regret it even if they wanted to. They could only walk this path to the end. Impossible. Transcendental pill, this grade of medicinal pill, I've refined more than 1,000 times. The recent success rate is 99%, close to 100%. This time, the entire process also did not have any problems. Why did I fail? At this time, the alchemist who failed had a dumbfounded look. He had no idea what was going on. There was no problem with the herbs. There was no problem with the pill recipe. There was no problem with the forging method. What went wrong? Could it be that I didn't control the heat properly? Plus, this furnace isn't very smooth to use. That must be it. This pharmacist could be considered to have used his brain. It was a pity that he had completely blamed the problem on himself. He had never thought about whether there was really no problem with those medicinal herbs. Was there really no problem with the pill formula? Previously, the first test tested innovation. The second test was about innovation. Only by not fearing authority and tradition would one be able to discover the problems within. Unfortunately, out of everyone present, only Ling Xiao and the Tianhai Pearl were able to do so. Although the two of them walked different paths, they both maintained a skeptical attitude from the beginning. They didn't think that the judges would be so kind as to give this stage such a simple one. As for this failed pharmacist, although he was a good person and an honest person, it was precisely because of this that he once again walked onto the path of failure. He began to refine pills again. He used the second set of ingredients and used the exact same method. The final result could be imagined. Idiot. I've already left clues for these people who chose the wrong method to pass the stage. In the end, he didn't even think about it and started to refine pills again. Medicine King Sun scolded. He knew that many people couldn't see through Ji Qing's tricks, so he lowered the difficulty. Even if the pharmacist chose the wrong method, there was at least a possibility of passing the stage. As long as they properly summarized and observed after failing once, they would discover the answer. Unfortunately, this person didn't do that at all. He anxiously started to refine pills again. Extremely stupid. Failure seemed to be contagious. After the first puff of black smoke rose, more and more puffs of black smoke rose one after another. Accompanying each puff of black smoke was a muffled sound. Like the first pharmacist who failed, these pharmacists also revealed an expression of disbelief and confusion. They lowered their heads and pondered, considering where their problem was. But some people, like the first failure, attributed the mistake to themselves and started to refine pills again. And the other pharmacists finally found the key to open the door to pass the stage. That's more like it. At least not everyone is so stupid. Looks like there are still some people who can stay in this stage. Medicine King Sun Sa's expression was slightly better. The test questions that he designed, if no one could discover the mystery within, then it was very hard for him not to be angry. Seeing the appearance of the failures, the audience was somewhat unsettled. They were all discussing animatedly, but they couldn't say anything decent. Most of them were words like idiot, idiot, why did he fail again? Puff. Finally, the 10 people on the rostrum also began to lose. One after another, even Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu couldn't escape from this demon barrier. Dan Qing's expression was very ugly. Just now, he mocked Ling Xiao for thinking himself clever and not daring to refine pills. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao's caution was correct. And he was a little rash and impulsive. I understand now. Ji Luoyu revealed a bitter smile and said, Brother Dan Qing, the two of us are really too anxious. The real correct method of refining pills should be to combine the moon-concealing flower in the 2 medicinal herbs together. I also understand that the moon-concealing flower in the 2 medicinal herbs is incomplete. Although it looks intact on the surface, but in fact, it has been tampered with by someone and turned into 2 attributes of yin and yang. If only one of them is used, then it is basically bound to fail. Dan Qing was reminded like this and suddenly came to a realization. The two of them looked at the destroyed dregs at the same time. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. There is still a chance to pass. In the dregs, there were still remnants of the moon-concealing flower's attributes. Although it was not so perfect, but if they were willing, they could still extract some. In this way, the transcendental pill that was refined was still effective, but the effect was not very good. This was the glimmer of hope that Medicine King Sun Sa left for the pharmacists. Thinking of this, the two of them hurriedly threw themselves into refining. Since they already understood the problem, this time they would not fail. After all, the two of them were not weak. After many people failed the first time, they became cautious the second time. However, there was not much time left. They could not keep thinking calmly. I'm going all out, let's try again. This was the thought of many people. However, when they began to use the second set of medicinal herbs to refine pills, the first pharmacist who failed again. His 2 sets of medicinal herbs were wasted. The mechanical bird let out a scream. He was eliminated. Chapter 1273. After wasting 2 sets of herbs, he was eliminated. However, the eliminated pharmacist was still in a daze. He did not understand why he failed. It was as if he had fallen into a fog. This made those pharmacists who did not have time to use the second set of herbs in shock. They all put down the herbs in their hands. They were really frightened and did not know what to do. Although the outside world was discussing, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear anything. He only focused on refining the pill according to his own method. He did not follow the correct method. Instead, he threw 2 sets of herbs into the furnace at the same time. This was much faster than refining the 2 types of moon-concealing flower. However, it was more reckless. The extra herbs would increase the probability of failure. Hence, whether it was Sun Sa or Ji Qing, they did not think highly of him. On the contrary, Tian Haizhu's method had always been following Ji Qing's idea. The process was very smooth. It was just that it needed more time. Hehe. I already said that the pharmacists of the land races are all trash. You can't even think of such a simple question. You are so stupid. Perhaps because the pill refining had entered the safest stage, Tian Haizhu finally had the time to ridicule others. Even though Tian Hai Pearl had already said this a few times, none of the pharmacists present could refute her. Because what Tian Haizhu said was a fact. Other than Ling Xiao, the rash one, the rest did not think of the correct method. That's all you've got. The methods you use still can't escape the rules. Furthermore, don't forget that you've already lost to me in the first round. If I'm trash, then you're worse than trash. Just when the audience and pharmacists were feeling indignant, a cold voice sounded. It's Ling Xiao. That's right, we still have him. He hasn't failed yet. Tian Haizhu's face was a little ugly. She could ridicule any other pharmacist who participated in the competition. Only Ling Xiao, she did not have the right to ridicule. This round, you will lose without a doubt. Tianhai Zhenzhu was silent for a long time before she finally said, from the moment you threw the 2 sets of herbs into the furnace at the same time, you did something reckless and stupid. You are even more stupid than those people. People who don't know anything and only know how to call others stupid are the ones who are truly ignorant. I can't even be bothered to bicker with you because you're still no match for me in this second round. Ling Xiao chuckled and turned his gaze back to his alchemy platform. He wanted to use facts to teach the heavenly ocean pearl a lesson. Well said. Deafening shouts could be heard from the audience. Then, to everyone's surprise, 2 crimson flames appeared above Ling Xiao's hands. This kind of flame was strong and vigorous, as if it could melt everything. What kind of flame is that? Strange flame? Immortal fire? In the audience, many people stood up and discussed the flame in Ling Xiao's hand. An alchemist couldn't lack fire or soul force. Thus, the stronger one's flame was, the stronger one's soul force would be. Combined with one's exquisite technique, one would definitely be able to refine outstanding pills. What Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu possessed was strange fire. And the crimson flame that Ling Xiao released, many people could not name it. They were even unable to determine its grade. The audience could not determine it, but those alchemists were very familiar with flames. It's the Samadhi true fire. Finally, someone said the answer. The Samadhi true fire of the 12 sacred fires. This is the highest grade divine fire. No wonder Ling Xiao, this fellow, dared to throw 2 sets of medicinal herbs into the pill furnace at the same time. Relying on this kind of divine fire, coupled with his ability, it's really possible to do things that others can't do. Ji Qing's face brimmed with a brilliant smile. Ling Xiao, this child, really gave him a pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, this Ling Xiao really surprises people. This time, it's probably not easy for that sea race lass to want to win him. Ancestor Chang'e was also so happy that he could not close his mouth. Regarding the heavenly ocean pearl's arrogance and despotism, he was very displeased in his heart. Now, there was finally a little fellow who could shut that arrogant lass up. How could he not be happy? He actually has the help of the divine fire. No wonder he's so confident. Ji Luoyu muttered to herself in surprise. Dan Qing also felt the intense heat from the divine fire, and his heart suddenly became somewhat restless. Compared to Ling Xiao, he seemed to have nothing. He was really a failure. The Moon Lady very much enjoyed the feeling of her man being treated as a hero. Now, in this square, only Ling Xiao could go against the sea race lass, turn the tide, and become a true hero. Her man should be like this. Yun Ye's beautiful eyes also shone with extraordinary splendor. Hua Fuguang and Hua Liuying even hugged each other excitedly. Feng Ming Piaro Shue's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Even the sea race's heavenly ocean pearl was stunned for a moment. Then, she revealed a fierce expression. She had lost to Ling Xiao in the first round. No matter what, she could not lose again in this round. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to all these different kinds of attention. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on the alchemy furnace in front of him. The crimson flames of the true Samadhi fire rose under the alchemy furnace. It was quite mysterious and majestic. Another few minutes passed. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's pills were successfully refined and completed. After them, more than 100 people completed the test one after another. However, they did not look happy. This was because although they had made up for their failure, they had taken the wrong path after all. They had merely passed. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao and the heavenly ocean pearl. These 2 people were the real elites of the competition. Both of them were very fast. Both of them were very skillful. The only difference was that the heavenly ocean pearl seemed to be more experienced and steady. It was as if she was not an 18-year-old girl, but an 80-year-old old man. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao's movements were not experienced enough, they were graceful and carefree. There was almost no sloppiness. Every movement seemed to have been precisely calculated. Both of them had their own unique sides, and both of them had their own attractive aspects. However, almost everyone present supported Ling Xiao. After all, the heavenly ocean pearl was from the sea race. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a representative of the land race, a human. Moreover, the heavenly ocean pearl had previously said many things that made the audience and medicine master very unhappy. I originally thought that Ling Xiao had no other advantages other than his flames being more outstanding than the heavenly ocean pearls. I did not expect that his refining speed would not be inferior to the other parties at all. Impressive. How did this guy train? As Ji Luoyu had already completed her alchemy, she had enough time and energy to watch the competition between the two. Ling Xiao's performance had refreshed her judgment of miracles time and time again. Chapter 1274. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? Danqing was still a little narrow-minded and not as carefree as Ji Luoyu. On one hand, he didn't want Tianhai Pearl to win. On the other hand, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would completely steal his limelight. It was simply contradictory. Wonderful. This is going to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Who will be the final victor? Tranquil old ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, this old man has seen many alchemists refining pills. Some of the so-called masters aren't even as sharp as these two young people. It's too wonderful. Old ancestor is right. In terms of technique, I'm afraid that these two people are already invincible among the yellow-grade alchemist. The number one alchemist of Tranquil Immortal Island echoed. That's because you can't. Medicine King Sun Zai was somewhat unconvinced. After all, he was the Medicine King of White Tiger Continent. He can do what those two people can do. Hehe, brother Sun, why do you want to compete with children again? You're the famous Medicine King Sun Zai. Even if you win against those two children, it's meaningless. Ji Qing chuckled. Medicine King Sun Zai snorted coldly and no longer spoke. Ji Qing, who do you think will have a better final result between the two? Tranquil old ancestor asked. This is hard to say. Ling Xiao's speed isn't slow, and his flame is better. However, the difficulty of the method used is very high. It's hard to say whether he will succeed in the end. Tianhai Pearl's flame isn't as good as Ling Xiao's, but her speed and experience don't lose to Ling Xiao. In addition, the method used is the most reliable and has the highest success rate. The outcome of the two is really a problem. Ji Qing shook his head. Even he found it difficult to predict the final result. In the square, Ling Xiao and Tianhai Pearl no longer paid attention to each other. They only focused on the alchemy furnace in front of them. Blue and red flames rose in the square, attracting everyone's attention. Hurry up, Ling Xiao. You're the hope of our continent. If you lose, we'll lose face. Ji Luoyu stood there with a pair of small hands tightly clenched. She was so nervous that her whole body was trembling. It's the final moment. The Heavenly Sea Pearl seems to be one step faster. All the pharmacists were very nervous. At this last moment, they felt as if their hearts were hanging in mid-air. This isn't good. Ling Xiao seems to be half a beat slower. What's going on? The everlasting joy ancestor's hunched body had already rushed to the railing in front of him. His hands gripped the railing tightly. He was even more nervous than when he was curing the poison himself. Don't panic. Speed is important at the last moment, but the success of the pill refinement is equally important. If the pill refinement fails, it will be meaningless no matter how little time is used. Ji Qing reminded. But it's too late. The Tranquil Patriarch said agitatedly, both pills are about to take shape, but the gap between Ling Xiao and me is getting bigger and bigger. Ji Qing did not deny this point. After all, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was indeed inferior to the Heavenly Sea Pearl in terms of speed. Actually, the reason was very simple. The method used for the Sky Sea Pearl was designed by Ji Qing. It was written in the books. How to refine it was just following the prescribed order. There was no need to think too much about it. However, the method used by Ling Xiao was different. It was an original creation. The further one went, the more problems one had to consider. If one delayed one step, the final speed would definitely not be as fast as the Sky Sea Pearl. Can we win in terms of the quality of the pill? The Tranquil Patriarch suddenly turned around and asked. No, the Sky Sea Pearl already lost in this aspect in the first round. This time, she will definitely be very careful. Therefore, the extraordinary pill refined in the end is very likely to be of the perfect grade. If Ling Xiao places his hopes on this, he will definitely lose. Ji Qing shook his head and looked at Ling Xiao with some anticipation. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao would surprise him again. He would definitely not lose to the Sky Sea Pearl just like that. It seems that if I don't play hard, I won't be able to win against the Sky Sea Pearl. Fortunately, I have already calculated it. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the sky sea pearl and sneered. Suddenly, the cauldron in front of him shattered. This scene caused everyone to be taken aback. The cauldron exploded. Failed. But when people looked at the broken cauldron, they saw a medicinal pill floating in the air, and it was spinning non-stop. He's crazy. Without a cauldron, how can he continue to refine pills? Medicine King's son Bu slapped the armrest of his chair and stood up abruptly. But I heard that in this world, there is a consummate skill that can refine pills without a cauldron. The Tranquil patriarch said. That's not something we can imagine. Rumor has it that this consummate skill was brought back from the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. It can only be found on the land closest to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. Medicine King's son Bu shook his head. But he might really be able to. A slightly crazed smile emerged on Ji Qing's face. You're looking down on him too much. I'm also looking down on him too much. This brat might have received the guidance of some expert who returned from the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. Look. He pointed at Ling Xiao. The pill that had not yet fully formed spun faster in midair. In addition to the Samadhi True Fire, a strong scarlet yang force was integrated into it. The pill unexpectedly solidified in an instant, round and smooth. Receive. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the pill entered the tray he was holding. But because the temperature was too high, the metal tray instantly melted into molten iron. Bring me a special container, Ling Xiao roared. Cat. During the competition, if a container was needed to fill the pill, this was permitted by the rules. The one who threw the cold jade bottle to Ling Xiao, which had excellent heat resistance properties, was An Lian, who he encountered during the internal test. This person's attitude towards Ling Xiao had long changed from disdain and disgust to complete worship and reverence. After the pill entered the cold jade bottle, Ling Xiao finished refining. I'm sorry, little girl of the sea race, I'll finish first. Looking at the Tianhai pearl, Ling Xiao revealed a victorious smile. The Tianhai pearl did not pay attention to Ling Xiao. In her view, Ling Xiao was clearly anxious, so he used some special method to solidify the pill. But the result of this was that the pill's medicinal effect would deteriorate. Even if her speed was inferior, in terms of quality, she was confident that she would be better. About 2 minutes later, the Tianhai pearl's pill was finally refined. She put away the pill and looked at Ling Xiao. You're too eager for quick success and took a crooked path. This time, even if you beat me in speed, the quality is definitely inferior. Saying this, she stuffed her pill into the mouth of the mechanical bird. On the jade wall, the Tianhai pearl's name and score appeared. Perfect transcendent pill. Extremely fast speed. 150 points. Medicinal effect and speed. This score was 30 points higher than Ling Xiao's score in the first round. The Tianhai pearl's performance was not only her own unparalleled ability. Chapter 1275. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's expressions became unnatural when they saw Tianhai pearl's score. Although they had successfully passed, their score was only 60 points, barely passing. They had completely lost the duel with the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. They had been utterly defeated. F***ck. Just as Tianhai Pearl was looking at Ling Xiao with a smug expression, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from the audience. She hurriedly turned her head to look. On the jade wall, Ling Xiao's name was in first place. Perfect transcendent pill, peerless speed, 160 points. 160 points. He had just scored 10 points more than Tianhai Pearl. And these 10 points were his advantage in speed. The quality of their pills should be exactly the same. Cheating. Tianhai Pearl's excited and smug expression instantly turned into shock and dissatisfaction. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao, who had clearly made the mistake of being impatient, would end up with a pill that was not inferior to hers in terms of quality. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? She couldn't accept this. This was too shameless. After the exclamations of shock, the cheers continued for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping. The audience was too excited. Many people even tried to rush past the security guards to give their idol, Ling Xiao, a warm hug. The entire plaza had turned into a sea of joy. Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Pearl indifferently and sneered. When the cheers finally quieted down, he said firmly, "A win is a win, a loss is a loss. Have you people of the Sea tribe always been so wishy-washy? You said I cheated, and this isn't the first time. Do you really have to show off your ignorance? You said I'm ignorant." Tianhai Pearl's face turned red with anger. "That's right, you're ignorant," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Do you know what the key factor in solidifying a pill is? It's temperature. The reason why divine fire is easier to refine pills is because it can reach a higher temperature. The faster the pill solidifies, the lower the chance of failure, and the less the ingredients will be lost. You think the quality of your pill is the same as mine, but in reality, your pill is inferior to mine. Do you understand why I had to blow up the furnace? Because that cauldron was too weak, it couldn't withstand the high temperature of my divine flame and crimson sun power. As an alchemist, you should now understand why my medicinal pill was completed earlier than yours, and why its medicinal effects are not inferior to yours, right? How could you possibly do that?" Tianhai Pearl opened her mouth a few times, but in the end, she only asked one question. After she calmed down, she knew that Ling Xiao was right. Ling Xiao's divine flame combined with the power of the crimson sun was an absolutely heaven-defying combination in the world of pill refinement. "You've already seen whether I can do it or not. Do you want me to demonstrate it to you again?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, well said, little guy. Not only are your words righteous, but you also have real ability. To be honest, even this old man is shocked by you." Ji Qing laughed loudly. Obviously, he was very happy. Ling Xiao had shown shocking ideas from the beginning. There were a few times when even he couldn't see through him. Especially when Ling Xiao broke the alchemy furnace and took out the pill, he really wanted to go up and slap this guy. Because at that time, he thought that this guy was a little too eager for quick success and was completely crazy. But now, it seemed that he was a little too impulsive. It was true that there were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the last. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was truly admirable. "Your Highness Moon Maiden, I used to think that it was a little unbelievable that you liked Ling Xiao. But now, I increasingly find that I was ignorant. Ling Xiao's potential may be comparable to a king of a generation. He is a peerless genius." Princess Yun Yue looked at the Moon Maiden and said her heartfelt words. From the beginning, he actually didn't intend to compete with the Tianhai Pearl. He just followed his own plan step by step. He should still have a trump card that he hasn't used, right? The Moon Maiden just smiled. How could the man she had chosen be wrong? Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Liuying were very proud in their hearts. Slap. Ji Luoyu slapped Ling Xiao hard on the back and said excitedly, "When your alchemy furnace broke just now, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Why do you have so many strange ideas?" "Ch, this time, I'm convinced. But the next stage is the last one. Not only is it the most difficult, but it also has the most points. If I can get first place in the last stage, I can reverse the situation and still be the champion." Dan Qing snorted coldly. Even though he was extremely jealous of Ling Xiao, at this moment, he had at least said something that was reasonable. However, this sentence still had a strong sense of provocation. "Ling Xiao, you are indeed the most powerful young man I've ever seen. However, the difference between our scores isn't that big. Just like what that brat said, the final round is the one that will decide who the champion will be. At that time, let's see who is better." The Tianhai Pearl's expression changed when she looked at Ling Xiao. She had been arrogant and rude before, but now she valued him. It was all because of Ling Xiao's ability. "I hope that when I win, you won't say that I cheated. Otherwise, I will really look down on you." Ling Xiao actually didn't have a deep hatred for the Sea clan. If the Tianhai Pearl had only come to participate in the alchemy conference, he wouldn't have felt anything wrong at all. However, this guy was too despicable. He had to provoke all the clans on the continent. Ling Xiao wasn't a turtle. He wouldn't shrink his head and let others scold him. Since the other party had provoked him, he naturally had to respond. It was still early when the second round was over. However, Most of the pharmacists had exhausted themselves. Therefore, the organizers of the conference had set a 1-hour break. Next was the third round, which was also the last round. The remaining 100 or so pharmacists would compete. Even if they didn't have enough points in the first 2 rounds, as long as they could get first place in the last round, they would still be the champion. This was done on purpose by the organizers of the conference. Otherwise, the competition in the last round wouldn't be so intense. Most people wouldn't be so serious about it. Now that there was such an opportunity, it was believed that in the last round, everyone would give it their all and reveal all their trump cards. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the last round would be more exciting and exciting. Next, we will seal off the venue. Everyone can go have a meal and rest. Once you have recovered your energy, we will proceed to the last round. What I can tell you is that there will be no more tricks in the last round. Everything will depend on your abilities, so don't worry too much. The Tranquil patriarch stood up and smiled. Let's disperse. Ling Xiao, wait a moment. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao enviously. It was undoubtedly an honor to be asked to stay by the Tranquil patriarch alone. However, very few people would be jealous of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had displayed extraordinary abilities in today's competition. He was definitely qualified to be treated well. There was no doubt about that. Chapter 1276. The Tranquil ancestor called out to Ling Xiao, but he only said one sentence, "Don't let that sea race girl get too arrogant." Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. "I'll do my best." Since things had progressed to this point, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't give up the championship to the Heavenly Sea Pearl. The most important thing was that the Moonstone was too important to the Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao swore that he had to obtain it. After an hour, the originally silent Tranquil Square began to move again. It was like a giant mechanical beast starting its new activity. This was the last round of the competition. It was also the final round. Obviously, there were many more people in the square than before. After arriving at the square, many people were still talking about the previous 2 rounds between Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Sea Pearl. When they talked about something exciting, they actually danced with joy. "Look, Ling Xiao is here." A voice suddenly sounded, and the whole square quieted down. Many alchemists who were originally discussing the third round of the competition also looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. Although the badge on Ling Xiao's body was only at the high yellow grade, it was still very impressive. No one thought that this was his full strength. The previous 2 rounds were enough to prove that Ling Xiao's medical skills were far superior to the high yellow grade alchemist Ji Luoyu. At this moment, Ling Xiao was the hero of all the mainland races. He was irreplaceable in the eyes of all the alchemists present. This was because he was the only one who had defeated the insufferably arrogant Heavenly Sea Pearl twice in a row. The mystic world was like this. The strong were respected, and the strong were respected. In the alchemist profession, superb medical skills and alchemy skills were strength. They would also be worshipped and respected by countless people. "Ling Xiao, you're here. Have you rested well? I'm afraid that this battle will become the battlefield between you and the Heavenly Sea Pearl again. However, I won't give up." Ji Luoyu, this girl, was really very lively. Or rather, it felt a little familiar. Regardless of Ling Xiao's attitude towards her, she had already treated Ling Xiao as an old acquaintance, or even an old friend. Qian Qian slapped Ling Xiao's back fiercely. Could the little medicine king be a little more reserved? "Let's work hard together," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Ji Luoyu. But now, it could be said that she had changed her life. "I wonder where this Sky Sea Pearl came from. Although I'm helpless, she's really strong. I can't help but be convinced." Ji Luoyu was rarely convinced by anyone, but now, she was convinced by Ling Xiao and the Pearl of the Sky Ocean. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded. He could feel a special soul power from the Sky Ocean Pearl. This was something he had only sensed after cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Others might not be able to see it, but Ling Xiao could see that another person's soul was attached to the Sky Ocean Pearl. Ling Xiao wasn't sure who this person was, but he was definitely not young. He was probably from the same generation as the Medicine King, Sun Sa. He hadn't been competing with the Sky Ocean Pearl, but this person. However, he didn't say these words out loud. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. Ling Xiao, if you're afraid, leave the last round to me. If I'm not wrong, the last round should be free play. At this time, the grade of the Medicine King will be the key. In this aspect, I'm stronger than you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't need to look at the person to know that it was Dan Qing. This guy refused to admit defeat. He still felt that he had lost to Ling Xiao in something he wasn't good at, and that he could definitely beat Ling Xiao in something he was good at. Hee. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. It was true that he refused to admit defeat, but if he didn't know his own limits, then he was stupid. In his eyes, Dan Qing was such a person. Ph, what's so great about that? Just wait and see. Seeing that Ling Xiao was just being perfunctory, Dan Qing was even more unhappy. He was now using all his strength to teach Ling Xiao a lesson in the last round. Ling Xiao ignored him. Instead, he turned around and nodded at the judges before sitting down at the preparation table. The Sky Ocean Pearl is here. At this moment, there was a commotion. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw that the Sky Ocean Pearl had also arrived. This sea race girl walked close to Ling Xiao. She didn't even look at Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. She just stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Celestial Emperor, in this last round, I'll let you know what despair is. You've said this more than once, but you've already lost to me twice. It's better to put away the battle of words." Ling Xiao looked at the Sky Ocean Pearl and suddenly smiled. "By the way, say hello to your friend for me. Also, tell him that even if he has the ability of Medicine King Sun Bu, he will still lose today." Hearing this, the Sky Ocean Pearl was obviously shocked. How could Ling Xiao see that there was another person's soul in her body? One had to know that even Medicine King Sun Bu, Ji Qing, and Changle Ancestor couldn't see through this secret. Since you know, you should admit defeat because you can't win. In the first 2 rounds, I didn't use my full strength. In the last round, your opponent will be extremely powerful. The Sky Ocean Pearl gradually calmed down and then stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. "I forgot to tell you, I didn't use my full strength either," Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course, he knew what the Sky Ocean Pearl meant by not using her full strength. In the first 2 rounds, the soul only guided and assisted the Sky Ocean Pearl to complete the pill refining. In the last round, the soul would completely control the Sky Ocean Pearl's body and would be even more powerful. Sky Ocean Pearl, your opponent is not only him, but also us. Dan Qing was really unhappy that the Sky Ocean Pearl didn't even look at him. Didn't this mean that he was much weaker than Ling Xiao? How could he accept this? However, the Sky Ocean Pearl still ignored him and went straight to her seat. "I'm so angry. Too arrogant." Dan Qing was so angry that his face was ashen. "Alright, brother Dan Qing, what's there to be angry about now? When the 3rd round begins, we'll compete with the Sky Ocean Pearl. Isn't that great?" Ji Luoyu smiled. Although this little girl was also angry in her heart. The Sky Ocean Pearl was about the same age as her, but she didn't put her in her eyes at all. How could she bear it? However, her thoughts were different from Dan Qing's. She wanted to use practical actions to prove that she wasn't weak. At the judges' table, Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Changle Patriarch, and the #1 alchemist of the Changle Celestial Island were already in their seats. Changle Patriarch said worriedly, "The last round is the key. If Ling Xiao loses to the Sky Ocean Pearl, then this alchemy conference will really become a joke." Ji Qing let out a sigh and said, "Now that things have come to this, we have no choice either and can only resign ourselves to fate. But I still have some faith in Ling Xiao after all. If he can create a miracle once or twice, he can create a 3rd time." Chapter 1277. The Heavenly Sea Pearl still has a lot of power that hasn't been released yet. I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to win this round. Sun Bu had never liked Ling Xiao, but that didn't stop him from acknowledging Ling Xiao's strength. But even so, he still felt that it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat the Heavenly Sea Pearl because he could faintly see the shadow of an old friend of his from the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Although he couldn't be sure, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it would be a huge problem. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's begin. Ancestor Tranquil shook his head helplessly. Since no one could predict the outcome, there was no point in being anxious. It was better to take one step at a time. The pharmacists participating in the third round will now enter the arena. He stood up and announced. At this moment, both the audience and the participating pharmacists had already arrived. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, the pill refining platforms for the third round were placed at a higher position in the center of the plaza. Ling Xiao, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and the others didn't stand out. Sister Yuanyu, I'm going. Ling Xiao leaped and instantly arrived in front of the pill refining platform with his name on it. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was discussing. That's Ling Xiao, the first place of the previous 2 rounds. It's a pity that you didn't come to watch the competition. He's so young. I didn't expect the human race to have so many talents. It seems that the human race has been declining for a long time and is finally going to rise again. That's right. His name is Ling Xiao. He's the current heavenly emperor of the heavenly dynasty. He's very powerful. I'm so envious. Although I'm envious, I'm also under a lot of pressure. The heavenly sea pearl of the sea tribe is too powerful. Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to win the first 2 rounds. The third round is the key. That's right. I heard that the points of first place in the third round far exceed the points of the previous 2 rounds combined. If Ling Xiao loses, then all his previous efforts will be wasted. We, the land races, can't afford to lose face like this. I hope he can win. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear the unabashed discussions of the audience. Sitting there cross-legged, Ling Xiao recalled the various alchemy methods he had learned in the past, including the pills from the immemorial divine pill scripture. The third stage was very likely to be a free-for-all. In other words, everyone would have to rely on their own ability to refine pills. Whoever had the highest quality, highest grade, and best effect would win. This was a comprehensive assessment. Most likely, all the pharmacists would bring out their trump cards. The heavenly sea pearl was not his only opponent. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu were also troublesome. The 2 of them might have a special pill formula given by Medicine King Sun Bu. There was still a great possibility for them to reverse the situation and win the third round. Therefore, he really couldn't underestimate his opponent. In the final stage, there were still 120 pharmacists left. After these people arrived in front of their respective alchemy platforms, they all closed their eyes and rested, just like Ling Xiao. They were all very cautious in this trial, and even the Sky Sea Pearl was no exception. Clang! Clang clang! The magical treasure clock once again rang out with its loud and clear voice, echoing in the sky. In that instant, all the pharmacists in the competition opened their eyes, their expressions focused. The third stage is also the final stage of this alchemy conference. I won't say anything unnecessary. There is only one requirement for this stage, and that is to refine a pill that you think is the most outstanding within the range of ingredients provided by the organizer. Whoever wins will be the champion of this alchemy conference, even if your results in the first 2 stages were not very good. Therefore, there is no need to hide anything. Show off your abilities to your heart's content. If you need any ingredients, you can tell the pharmacists beside you, and they will bring them to you. Everyone's conditions are the same. Oh, oh, oh. Deafening cheers rang out from the spectator stands. After waiting for more than an hour, these people's suppressed excitement was finally completely released. Their auras broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. As expected. Although Ling Xiao did not know the topic, he could roughly guess it. For the sake of fairness, the ingredients were provided by the organizer. This was enough to show that the everlasting Joy Celestial Island had a deep foundation. This was because many of the ingredients for pills were not easy to find. To host this alchemy conference, the everlasting Joy Celestial Island could be said to have spent a lot of money. However, where there was loss, there was gain. The benefits that they had gained from this alchemy conference were also obvious. First, they had promoted themselves. Second, the ticket sales were also a considerable sum of money. After the enthusiastic cheers temporarily subsided, the everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch continued. For the final stage, the time limit will be increased to 2 hours, so everyone will have enough time to think about the problem. Moreover, the chances of failure will also increase to 3 times. However, you have to pay attention here. Because precious ingredients are scarce, if you waste them, it is very likely that you will have to change your plan and settle for the next best thing. Therefore, my suggestion is to be fully prepared. No matter what pill you refine, try to succeed in one try. It might be very difficult to succeed in one try, but this was obviously the best-case scenario. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu should have known the content of this stage long ago, so their faces were full of anticipation. They were not surprised at all. After all, they all had backers. As for the Heavenly Sea Pearl, she naturally guessed the content of the third stage like Ling Xiao. However, this third stage was not like the previous 2 stages. Even if you knew the content in advance, it was meaningless. In the end, it still depended on your true alchemy ability. After all, the venue, equipment, and ingredients were all provided by the organizer. Knowing in advance was at most mental preparation. The champion will definitely be the Oceanic tribe, the Water God Temple. The Heavenly Sea Pearl looked at Ling Xiao and made a provocative gesture. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no point in arguing at this point. It was better to wait for the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch to announce the start. Now, the final stage of the competition officially begins. Following the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch's command, Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu stood up and said something to the medicine refiner beside them. They should be asking for ingredients. They were very clear that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island's ingredients were limited. If they asked for them earlier, they would be able to obtain more precious ingredients. The pills refined would also be better. In any case, they knew in advance what they were going to refine. Ling Xiao naturally knew this, but he was not in a hurry. He had to observe what pill he was going to refine before making a decision. With the ability to extract elements, even if he could not obtain precious ingredients, he was confident that he would be able to refine pills that would not lose to others. Although the others were anxious, they were also thinking. This stage could not be messed up. Otherwise, even if they succeeded in refining the pill, it would not be of much significance. However, after a short while, a few people began to take out the ingredients. These people could only refine one type of pill, so they had no choice at all. They had hesitated before because they were worried that they would not succeed in refining the pill. Now, they had made a decision because they had to fight with their backs against the wall. Chapter 1278. For all the alchemists present, the last round was a fight to the death. They had to cut off all means of retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to win. Anyway, it was the last round. Even if they were eliminated, it didn't matter. If they succeeded, they still had a chance to fight. Wind and Rain Pill. After Dan Qing had gathered all the ingredients, Ji Qing could tell what he was going to concoct. Dan Changle, your Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is really generous. This Windrain Pill is one of the best peak-grade yellow-grade pills, second only to peak-grade yellow-grade pills. For Dan Qing, the success rate of concocting peak-grade yellow-grade pills should be around 80%. We're not as generous as the Medicine King. The little Medicine King is probably going to refine the 1000 Hammer 100 refinement pill, which is also the strongest among the top yellow pills. If Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu succeed in refining these 2 pills at the same time, I'm afraid it's hard to tell who will win. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch laughed. Without Ling Xiao and the Sky Sea Pearl, they won't have a problem winning. But now, it's a bit troublesome. Medicine King Sun Sa didn't look happy. Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing had reached the level of yellow super alchemists and could refine yellow super pills. However, the problem was that the success rate of these 2 alchemists was only 10%. That was why they had to settle for the next best thing, which was a yellow-grade top-grade medicinal pill. At the very least, the success rate would be much higher. However, it would be difficult to win with a top yellow pill. Sun Sa felt that the Sky Sea Pearl and Ling Xiao would at least choose to refine a yellow super pill. The Sky Sea Pearl started to ask for ingredients. She said a lot, but the organizers didn't have any. She couldn't help but curse. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is only SOSO. How can such a poor sect hold an alchemy convention? After saying that, she cursed as she picked some medicinal herbs that the organizer had. It wasn't that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was poor, but the Sky Sea Pearl's requirements were too harsh. The ingredients she asked for were difficult to get even for the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, let alone the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Some of them could only be gathered near the Heaven's Chosen Gate. She's probably going to refine the Domain Origin Energy Pill. Medicine King Sun frowned. It's really a yellow super pill, only Grotto Heaven Realm and above can use. This little girl is bold. Domain of Cultivation, she's only at the first Grotto Heaven of her. Ji Qing smiled. I don't think this little girl will mess around. But Ling Xiao will be in trouble if she does. Basically, the yellow-grade super elixir requires the cultivation of Grotto Heaven Realm. But he is only a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. This is going to be difficult. Medicine King Sun Bu said lightly. C. Of 2 T. Of. He was only concocting high yellow-grade pills. Could it be that he was no match for Danqing and Luoyu? Astonishment, absolute astonishment. The Heaven Origin Physique pill that Ling Xiao refined was a high yellow-grade pill. Perhaps for ordinary people, it was a very precious thing. But for the last 120 alchemists, it might not be too precious. Especially for Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, it was not worth mentioning. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually plan to refine such a trash pill. It was simply unacceptable. But why would Ling Xiao care whether they accepted it or not? His mind had long been completely focused on refining the medicinal pills. The success rate of refining a high yellow-grade pill was absolutely 100% for him. Even if it was Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu refining this level of pill, they would probably have a 99% success rate. He chose this because the difficulty was low and the quality of the ingredients was low, so he did not have to worry about failure. But even so, he was still very careful and serious. Because this had become the basic quality of an alchemist. In just 5 minutes, Ling Xiao became the first person to successfully refine the pill. However, he did not keep the pill. Instead, he placed it on a tray at the side. What is this kid doing? Such a rushed high yellow-grade pill. Even if it is a perfect pill, it still cannot be compared to other people's super yellow-grade pills. Could it be that he is planning to throw the game? The Everlasting Joy ancestor looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He did not understand what this kid was thinking. After Ling Xiao finished refining the first pill, he walked towards the assistant alchemist and asked for another set of ingredients. According to the rules, he had the qualifications to ask for 3 sets of ingredients. Therefore, the assistant alchemist was only stunned for a moment. But he quickly went to prepare it for him. While waiting for the ingredients, Ling Xiao looked around. Among the 120 alchemists, there were close to 100 who were refining high yellow-grade pills. There were also 15 who were refining top yellow-grade pills. The remaining few were refining super yellow-grade pills. Among them were Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and Tianhai Zhu. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer it would take to refine. Therefore, at this moment, other than those who had failed, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and Tianhai Zhu had just finished refining their ingredients. Refining was a very important process. It was to remove the impurities in the ingredients. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause an explosion. That would be troublesome. Looks like the final champion will be the competition between the alchemists refining super yellow-grade pills. However, I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the second set of ingredients had arrived. He smiled at the assistant alchemist and began refining again. Last time, it was the Heaven Origin Physique Elixir. This time, it's the Heaven Origin Soul Elixir. Both are high-grade yellow-grade elixirs. Does he think that the more elixirs he concocts, the higher his score will be? Ancestor Changle's brows were already furrowed. Perhaps he has other ideas. Let's see. Ji Qing also frowned. However, he was thinking of another possibility. It was just that he could not confirm it at the moment. If it was really as he thought, This Ling Xiao was a little too crazy. It was not that Ling Xiao did not see the expressions on the judges' faces. It was just that he did not care at all. From the beginning of the alchemy conference, he was not affected by others. He was wholeheartedly refining pills according to his own plans. When Ling Xiao began refining the second pill, Tian Haizhu, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and a few other alchemists who were more skilled had just started to put the ingredients into the pill furnace. Chapter 1279. Once the pill refinement began, the number of people who failed gradually increased. As the black smoke rose one after another, some of the 120 people walked out one after another. There was no anger on their faces, only helplessness and regret. Because in the first 2 rounds, they could find excuses to say that they weren't suitable for the questions, but the last round was a contest of strength. To them, they failed 3 times in a row because their strength was too weak. They couldn't blame others. Great waves washing away the sand. Survival of the fittest. Don't underestimate this small alchemy conference. It was also a cruel selection. Those who weren't strong enough couldn't make it to the end. And those who could make it to the end were definitely the cream of the crop. Previously, many people didn't understand why there was a 1-hour break before the last round. Now, they finally understood that the difficulty of this round was really high. The consumption was also shocking. Many alchemists' faces turned ugly. Even though alchemists' physiques were generally much better than ordinary martial artists, such a high workload was still unbearable for them. Let's not bother about Ling Xiao first. I don't understand what he's doing. Between the Tianhai Pearl, Dan Qing, and Luo Yu, who will win? They're all yellow-grade super elixirs. Once they're refined, how can we determine who's better? Ancestor Chang'e asked Ji Qing anxiously. Although he still had confidence in Ling Xiao, the problem was that he didn't understand what Ling Xiao was doing, so he could only automatically ignore it. There are many factors to determine. The first is naturally the quality. Whoever has the better effect will be the champion. The second is speed. If the quality is the same, then whoever is faster will win. If both of these factors can't be determined, then we'll have to look at the actual effect. This is more complicated to determine, but it's not impossible. Ji Qing explained, but the last situation is basically impossible. After all, to Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu, the success rate of refining yellow-grade super elixirs is too low. It's different for the Tianhai Pearl. I think her success rate of refining yellow-grade super elixirs should be above 90%. 90%. Doesn't that mean it's over? Ancestor Chang'e was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he was hoping that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu would be able to defeat the Pearl of the Sky Seas while Ling Xiao was useless. But now, it seemed that things weren't going to be that simple. Bang! At this moment, on Ji Luoyu's pill refining platform, a cloud of black smoke rose, and a dull sound indicated that her first refinement had failed. It's over. Everlasting Joy shook his head and sighed bitterly. He discovered that everything in the furnace of the Heavenly Sea Pearl was very stable. Furthermore, looking at the other party's relaxed manner, he knew that there wouldn't be any problems. If that was the case, Ji Luoyu would not be able to catch up in time. Even though she quickly ordered for a second set of materials to be prepared, as long as the Heavenly Sea Pearl did not fail, she would not be able to catch up. Sister Luoyu, don't worry. I will definitely win the Sky Sea Pearl. Dan Qing shouted at Ji Luoyu, his heart filled with pride. He finally had the chance to be a hero. Ling Xiao was messing around, and Ji Luoyu had failed in her first refinement. Only he was now on par with the Pearl of the Sky Seas. Ji Luoyu laughed bitterly and said, "Big brother Dan Qing, focus on refining pills. I'm placing all my hopes on you." When Dan Qing heard this, his heart felt even lighter. It was as if he had already become the champion of the pill refining conference and could look down on everyone else. However, he did not relax. At this moment, if he also failed in refining pills, he would lose a lot of face. Therefore, he could not fail. While he was wholeheartedly refining the pill, on Ling Xiao's side, the second pill had already been refined. "Prepare this set of materials for me." Ling Xiao called out to the assistant pharmacist, then took out the prescription he had prepared and handed it to him. "What's wrong with that kid?" Is he going to refine another high-grade yellow pill? What's the point of that? Old ancestor Tranquil was in complete despair. In the audience, many people who had high hopes for Ling Xiao and worshipped him crazily began to look at him with disdain. Their mouths were not clean. Scram, you piece of trash. What celestial emperor? You're just trash. Yes, that's right. You're really a piece of trash. I thought you were amazing, but in the end, you refined such trash pills. Scram, I don't want to see you. If the scolding was not considered harsh, there were actually people in the crowd who threw eggs and rotten vegetables at Ling Xiao. This was a serious problem. Smack. The egg smashed against the protective wall and shattered. Although it did not hit Ling Xiao, it was definitely an insult to Ling Xiao. I'll only warn you once. If anyone dares to scold me again, I'll cut off their tongue. If anyone dares to throw anything at me again, I'll cut off their arms. Ling Xiao glared coldly at the audience and said coldly, "It's none of your business what I'm refining. If you don't want to watch, then scram. Don't fart over there." Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's recent reputation was not weak. Many people shut their mouths and kept the things in their hands that they wanted to throw. After all, no one wanted to have their tongue cut off or their arms cut off. However, there were still people who were bold. In this world, there were always people who did not take others' words seriously. Damn, so what if I scold you? You're just a warrior from the Sky Dragon continent. How dare you call yourself a celestial emperor? You just won the first 2 rounds. I've bet everything on you. If you lose this time, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he threw a cabbage at Ling Xiao. He was a disciple of Tranquil Celestial Island. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of old ancestor Tranquil. Moreover, this alchemy conference was hosted and organized by Tranquil Celestial Island. Unless Ling Xiao did not want to live anymore, he would definitely not dare to do that. However, he was wrong. He did not understand Ling Xiao at all. At this moment, if he did not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, there would be more people who would follow suit. Ling Xiao had already warned these people. He had given them a chance. Unfortunately, they did not understand how precious it was. While others were anxiously refining pills, he actually broke through the protective wall and rushed into the audience. With a chop of his hand, sword chi filled the air. At the same time, he cut off the Tranquil Celestial Island disciple's tongue and arm. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the square. The noisy Tranquil square instantly quieted down. Blood. Dark red blood. However, Ling Xiao had already returned to the refining platform. The third set of materials had also been delivered. Old ancestor, that kid is too much. Is he really going to attack? The number 1 alchemist of Tranquil Celestial Island frowned. No matter how much he admired Ling Xiao, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao killing a disciple of Tranquil Celestial Island in front of so many people. You knew that Ling Xiao was that kind of person, yet you still provoked him. You deserved it. Old ancestor Tranquil's words stunned the number 1 alchemist. Chapter 1280. Ling Xiao had cut off the tongues and arms of the disciples of Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The Everlasting Joy ancestor coldly snorted, and then said in a clear voice, "Even if we lose the last round, Ling Xiao is still our hero. If anyone dares to insult him again, he doesn't need to do anything. This old man will clean up and smash them for him. Our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't need immoral fools." Hee, Dan Tranquil, you didn't protect your own people? Medicine King Sun Sa asked with a smile. This old man is the organizer of this alchemy conference. I will only uphold justice and reason, not protect my own people. Moreover, that kind of smashing won't bring any benefits to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Instead, it will only drag the Celestial Island down. He deserved to die. The Everlasting Joy ancestor said lightly. The first half of the sentence might have been said casually, but the second half was the truth. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't need fools. After he said that, no one in the audience dared to say anything to Ling Xiao. Even if they were criticizing him in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, their tongues would have been cut off or their arms would have been chopped off. No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. He's really going to do that? At this moment, Ji Qing's face revealed a fanatical expression. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Impossible. Is he crazy? That method has less than a 30% chance of success. He only has one chance left. Does he dare to do it? Medicine King Sun Sa seemed to have guessed what Ling Xiao wanted to do. He was also a little excited and his face was flushed. Why is it impossible? The first pill he refined was the Heaven Origin Physique Elixir, the second was the Heaven Origin Soul Elixir, and the third was the Heaven Origin Inner Strength Elixir. If these three elixirs are separated, it might not be surprising. They can improve a martial artist's body, soul, and inner strength respectively. However, if they are refined together, it is possible to refine an elixir that is infinitely close to the mysterious grade, the Grotto Heaven Realm 3-point Restoration Elixir. Ji Qing said excitedly, I didn't misjudge this kid. He is really bold. If he succeeds, he will definitely be more outstanding than the Sky Sea Pearl. You're talking about after he succeeds. If he doesn't succeed, then all his previous efforts will be wasted. With his ability, he shouldn't have taken such a risk. Such a method can only be said to be stupid. Medicine King Sun Shu coldly snorted, and said with dissatisfaction. Perhaps, but since he has the guts, there is a possibility of success. I don't believe that he would do something that he has no confidence in. Ji Qing said with a smile. Let's wait and see. The reason why Medicine King Sun Sa refused to believe that Ling Xiao could refine the 3 points recovery pill, which was infinitely close to the mysterious grade. Failure. Falling into the abyss, unable to extricate himself. Or had he succeeded? Had he become the champion of the alchemy conference? What kind of answer sheet will you give us? Ji Qing looked towards Ling Xiao. Towards this youth, he already had an exceptionally high opinion of him. Of course, Medicine King Sun Sa's words were not wrong. Ling Xiao's choice was a risk. There was only a fine line between heaven and hell. In the end, it was all up to Ling Xiao to decide which side he would lean towards. At this moment, Ling Xiao had successfully refined the third pill. When the 3 pills were placed together, Ling Xiao suddenly closed his eyes. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what do you think of Senior Ji Qing's words? Yun Yue looked at the Moon Maiden. She felt that among the people present, only the Moon Maiden could truly see through Ling Xiao's background. I don't know either. The Moon Lady smiled and shook her head. That guy is someone who likes challenges. Refining a yellow-grade super pill is too easy for him. That's why he chose a more difficult method to refine a 3-point restoration pill that is infinitely close to the mysterious grade. In that case, you don't know if he will succeed? Yun Yue asked in surprise. That's right. I don't know, but I believe that he will succeed. If the Moon Maiden had to ask for a reason, she would definitely say that it was because she liked Ling Xiao. But obviously, that reason was not what Yun Yue wanted. I also believe in Master. Cold Plum's attitude was also very firm. Cold Plum, your trust is blind. Yun Yue smiled bitterly. You're wrong. I'm not blind. I've never been blind. Master has this ability. That's why I believe in him. Princess Yun Yue, you still don't understand Master. If he wants to win, in terms of alchemy, even the Medicine King Sun Sa may not be his opponent. Cold Plum said lightly. How is this possible? Of course, Yun Yue didn't believe it. Medicine King Sun Sa was a mysterious grade alchemist. He was not someone that a yellow grade alchemist could be compared to. I knew you would say that, so I don't want to explain. When the results come out later, you will know. Your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's idea of approaching Master and wanting to cooperate with him is right, but don't have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Cold Plum said lightly. On the surface, she seemed to worship and trust Ling Xiao blindly, but in reality, that was not the case. Although Cold Plum didn't like to express her thoughts, her heart was as clear as a mirror. At this time, those who were ridiculing Ling Xiao in their hearts quieted down because they found that what Ling Xiao was going to do was not what they had imagined. A ball of crimson flame began to burn. The flames in the entire square were trembling because of it. Tianhai Pearl glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Once the flame went out of control, it was very likely that it would lead to the failure of the alchemy. Unfortunately, she had fallen into his trap. The first refinement was declared a failure when it was about to be completed. Dan Qing was also depressed. He had also fallen for it and failed to refine the elixir. You can't blame me for this. It's not my intention. Ling Xiao shrugged. After all, the divine fire was the master of all flames. All the flames in the world were born and derived from the 12 divine fires. Damn it. At this time, whether it was Tianhai Pearl or Dan Qing, they didn't have time to blame Ling Xiao. They quickly asked the assistant pharmacists to help gather the materials and began another refinement. Ji Luoyu was lucky because she hadn't had time to light the fire and had just finished refining the herbs. So at this time, she was faster than Tianhai Pearl and Dan Qing. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of relief on her face. Even without other people's influence, her success rate of refining a yellow-grade super elixir was not very high. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden loud sound from Tianhai Pearl's side. A humanoid figure appeared behind her. At this time, Tianhai Pearl had no choice but to fight. She had to use all her strength to ensure that the second elixir was successfully refined. The moment this figure appeared, Tianhai Pearl's eyes turned white for a moment, but in an instant, they returned to normal. It was just that her eyes, which were originally clear, were now sinister and ruthless. She was completely possessed. Ling Xiao felt the power of Tianhai Pearl at this time. He couldn't help but be shocked. It's really her. Medicine King's son Bu suddenly stood up. Chapter 1281. Is it the woman who was defeated by you in medical skills and committed suicide? Ji Qing asked. Yes, it's her. Back then, only she and I competed for the title of Medicine King in the White Tiger continent. She lost and chose to commit suicide. I didn't expect her to come back. Medicine King Sun Zai said with a gloomy face, Dan Changle, stop the alchemy conference immediately. No one can win against that person unless this old man does it personally. Wait. Ji Qing shook his head and said, maybe it's not as bad as you think. No matter how powerful she is, she's just a low-level profound alchemist when she died. At most, she can refine low-level profound pills, but the success rate won't be too high. So if I'm not wrong, she should choose a pill of the same grade as the 3-point recovery pill. As long as Ling Xiao doesn't lose, even if it's a tie, he should win by relying on the advantages of the previous 2 rounds. Medicine King Sun Zai roared, do you really believe that Ling Xiao can refine the 3-point recovery pill? Do you really believe that, kid? There's no other way. Don't forget, our rules don't say that we can't rely on martial spirits. Ji Qing reminded, for that Tianhai Pearl, that woman has already become her martial spirit. We can't stop it. Otherwise, we'll become a joke if word gets out. Ji Qing is right. Our everlasting joy immortal island can't afford to lose face like this. Ancestor Changle shook his head and said, if that guy takes the championship, your everlasting joy immortal island will lose even more face. Do you really plan to continue? Medicine King Sun Zai asked coldly. Of course. Ancestor Changle nodded and said, I believe in Ling Xiao. He can cure my poison, so he must have a way to refine the 3-point recovery pill. Bang! At this moment, a black smoke suddenly rose from Ling Xiao's alchemy platform. Although the 3 pills didn't shatter, they cracked almost at the same time and fell to the bluestone floor. Failed! Ancestor Changle and Ji Qing's faces instantly turned ashen. Ling Xiao was defeated just like that. Medicine King Sun Bu sneered and said, I have already said that this method of refining pills is not something that a little guy like him can try. Even I don't dare to say that I have a 50% chance of success. He is simply looking for a dead end for himself. Perhaps he already knew that the Heavenly Sea Pearl would refine pills of the same quality. If he wanted to win, he had no other choice but to do so. Ji Qing let out a sigh and said, this child's observational skills are good. It's just a pity that his luck is a little bad, failing at the last step. Patriarch Changle shook his head helplessly. Were they really going to let a member of the oceanic race stand there and laugh at them? Ha ha ha, kid, I had some expectations for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. Looks like the champion of today's alchemy conference is mine. The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea burst into an extremely excited and complacent laugh. Nothing made her happier than seeing Ling Xiao fail. After all, Ling Xiao had already wasted 3 chances. Once he failed, he would be eliminated directly. There would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Ling Xiao, you really dropped the ball at the crucial moment. Since you can't do it, then watch me. Dan Qing was a little excited. Ling Xiao's failure created a stage for him to express himself. Sigh. Ji Luoyu let out a sigh. She did not expect it to be like this, but she could only concentrate on refining pills. Time passed by in minutes. Ling Xiao stood there, his right hand supporting his cheek, as if thinking about something. It's been more than 10 minutes. That guy should be crippled. He even blamed us for scolding him. That's right. He can't even compare to Dan Qing and the Little Medicine King, let alone the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. What a pity. A hero turned into a coward in an instant. The crowd began to whisper again. People seemed to have forgotten about the guy who had his tongue cut off. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not say anything, nor did he make a move. He did not have the time to do so. The last round was very special. As long as he did not choose to leave, he would not be eliminated. Therefore, he still had a chance to turn the tide. However, he still had to think about what to do. It's a success. At this moment, Ji Luoyu's excited voice rang out. The top yellow-grade pill that she had refined was finally out of the furnace. A mesmerizing medicinal fragrance wafted out. As expected of the Little Medicine King. He withstood the huge pressure and refined a top yellow-grade pill. His much better than Ling Xiao. At this moment, only Ling Xiao, the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea, Dan Qing, and Ji Luoyu were left in the arena. The rest of the people had either succeeded in refining a top yellow-grade pill, or a top yellow-grade pill, but its quality was obviously not as good as Ji Luoyu's. Otherwise, they had failed all 3 attempts and walked out of the alchemy platform. At this moment, Ji Luoyu had finished refining and was relieved. She walked out of the alchemy platform and went to the VIP seats to watch the rest of the competition. Another 10 minutes passed. Dan Qing's top yellow-grade pill was also successfully refined. Unfortunately, he had nothing to be happy about. He had finished 10 minutes later than Ji Luoyu. The effect of the pill was about the same. He would definitely not be able to get first place. He walked out of the alchemy platform unhappily and cursed, Ling Xiao, you're the one who delayed me for so long. If you can't win against the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea, then you can go to hell. Win against me? With just him. The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea sneered disdainfully. Although the time needed to refine the pill was much longer than Dan Qing's, the quality and grade of the pill were much higher. Moreover, everything was very stable. She believed that she would definitely be the champion today. Little brat, do you want Master to help you? Anyway, that little girl over there is cheating. At that moment, the voice of his master, Yuan Venerate, rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. No need. Even if I lose, I have to rely on my own ability to complete this assessment. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. He knew that Yuan Venerate meant well. He also knew that as long as Yuan Venerate helped, he would definitely be able to come back from the dead and refine the pill successfully. However, he couldn't do that. If he asked for help whenever he encountered difficulties, he would only continue to sink on this path. This time, he would either fail and become a pitiful person who would be mocked by others or continue to work hard with this humiliation, or he would succeed and break through his shackles, improve his alchemy skills, and toughen his temperament. This was a hurdle. If he could overcome it, then everyone would be happy. If he couldn't, then he could only accept it. Ha ha ha, it's over, it's all over. In at most a quarter of an hour, my pills will come out, and all of you will be defeated by me. Pitiful land races, a bunch of trash. Perhaps it was because she had finally overcome the most difficult moment, but the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea laughed heartily. Medicine King Sun Shu was about to say something when a clear voice suddenly rang out. Isn't it a little too early to be happy? This was the voice that the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea hated the most. It came from Ling Xiao.